Sure everything's working here. Awesome. Welcome in, everyone. Today we're just going to go over the Path of Exile 2 content that was dropped. I have 3 videos here. We have the actual content reveal, which we'll watch first. We have another one, a short video that they posted sometime last night. And then there is the Q&A. So we are going to be going through that today. And then afterward, depending on how much time we have, we'll either be doing XCOM or Windrose. But either way, thanks for joining me. I have my notepad over here because I'm going to be definitely taking notes. And probably a lot of them. So I've remained as spoiler free as I've possibly could. And we're gonna watch that here in a second. Okay. Well, let's say hi to Mark and Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan. Unfortunately, I missed it. Return of the Ancients. Oh, I guess, hold on a sec. Let's go back.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers,
OBS
Game Director
being
on
silly.
Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim the Red Queen's font hideout decoration by following the instructions below. Okay, so with that out of the way, time to roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, Return of the Ancients.
Let me just really quickly... Sure. I'll turn on subtitles here for you.
Those in darkness once lay dormant.
I'll try to avoid pausing as much as I can. It's a good tower, but
We
way
who came
weaker.
before rise again. Behold
That reminds me of
the first edict.
New endgame quest. Origins of the New. Death Train. Those have been by areas. New endgame quest. Okay, rituals reworked. Make the boss for it, nice. I like the changes to the atlas so far. They did bring Genesis Tree in. The walls.
Become one.
Aaron the Raven. So we do know, oh, Delirium as well, yeah. We do know that they're doing like an end game focus on this, so. like that area. Ruins of Aldur. The one from the start reminded me of like Crucible a little bit. Expedition as well. Ooh, we got boats. Wait, that's a boss. Yeah, I was gonna say it's a boss arena. I like that.
Won't like it's your
Eldritch Lord
last.
a little.
Continue the search. See what you can find.
Atlas classes. That's number 4. Okay, fair. Atlas Abyss. Oh, so they're actually gonna show up on the map now. 15 new bosses. I wonder if they mean 15 new bosses and 15 new pinnacles. That'd be funny. Oh, that looks so much better. Systems plural. Oh, nice. They are giving us a Spirit Walker. Wait, Crowbell? Oh, that's cool. That reminds me of like the D3 Dash Monk.
To face us is to
That's a lot.
face oblivion.
Not just in the reworks, but in the new stuff too. I'm a little surprised, but not too surprised they brought the Genesis tree over.
So as you can see, there's just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track of it all. Now, we promised that this one was going to revamp the endgame, and I'm very excited to talk about it. But first, we've got to talk about the League. So to do that, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Now, for those of you who are new to Path of Exile, each time we release an update, we also release a new league. Not only do we have a new economy, but we also introduce new content through the campaign, which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Aldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell.
They hurt as always.
After saving him, he introduces himself as Pharaoh, a young blacksmith trying to bring back the ancient art of Ezomite runesmithing. He has been collating his discoveries in a tome and is keen to show you how runesmithing works. By inscribing symbols on these ancient Ezomite remnants, you can create all manner of old magics. Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some of the latent power, making
So
for
it's
a
kind of
difficult
like
fight.
Necropolis plus Crucible? Ish?
After defeating these monsters, Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business, and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially inclined to discover these secrets.
Very nice.
He lends you his tome and asks that you note down anything you discover when you return to him. In each area in the Runes of Aldur League, you will find a remnant, and as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already present, and some are waiting for you to fill them in.
Cannot be shocked or
Depending
chilled.
on which symbols are already present, you will have different options for which items you can create using this magic. For example, if you combine Tempest
All damage
and
from
Lightning,
Chocolate Shell and
you can
monsters gain
create
extra
an Orb of
lightning.
Augmentation.
So it's kind of like Crucible in the aspect of you can kind of customize the challenge of it. And then you have to defeat them to get the reward.
But be careful. The symbols used to craft the items also empower the monsters around the remnant,
Yeah.
who will be revived as undead to fight again with different properties depending on what runes you used.
I guess it's more like Crucible
So,
plus
if you use a fire
Expedition
rune
then,
in your recipe, the monsters will be empowered with
because it's
fire.
like blowing up the remnants.
Or if you use a moon rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters.
spicy.
After the fight,
Those
break
are
the
the same
remnant to
beams
receive
as
the item you crafted.
Gianor. Oh, Verizium.
As you get higher
we're getting
level,
Verizium
you
again.
will start to find remnants with more slots for more runes, allowing you to
okay.
craft rarer items.
Increase
As the
cascade.
number of slots increases though, more waves of monsters will be added, with each wave being empowered by more and more of the runes.
So what you're telling me is you need a lot of AoE to sleep.
And this can get pretty dicey, because some of the runes can have powerful effects.
I feel bad for people playing on hardcore.
Like the Oath rune, which will cause one monster to be nominated as a leader, spawning waves of minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it.
Oh, so like Harbinger, kind of. Or what Harbinger used to be. I'll check it out. Greater Chaos Groups.
Some recipes can get pretty large,
Wow.
requiring 6,
That's good.
7,
Switch 'em level 20.
or even 8 runes. But don't worry, you won't have to remember them. Pharaoh's runecrafting book will record all the
Oh, sorry, I'm going to pause really quick. So the one thing they haven't shown at all yet is if you need to do the amount of rune slots. So like, for example, right now he's activating a rune stone that has 4 slots. 1 is forced, it looks like. Could you do something with 3 here, or do you need 4? And same thing for the 8. Do you need 8, or could you technically do like a 4 cost one? Because it doesn't show any more here, so I'm not sure.
options, allowing you to simply pick which one you want to craft, given the existing runes that are already on the remnant.
Yeah, there you go.
To expand your knowledge and to allow you to craft more items, Pharaoh has asked that you keep an eye out for signs of runic magic around Rayclast. He wants to document anything you find in order to rediscover the secrets of Ezomite runesmiths of old.
He's gonna love Danig.
The first of these can be found in Ogham, and reveals to you an ancient secret, buried deep underground.
It's like act.
The runic magic which the Ezomites believe to be their own is actually of Kalguran origin.
Oh. Interesting.
Thousands of years ago, the Kalgurans came to Rayclast to find sources of Verisium,
I don't
a
think we
metal
ever
on
knew
which
that.
engraved runes allow control over reality.
That's a lore drop.
Pharaoh is determined to learn these ancient ways and gain mastery over them. If you can bring him more Verisium, he'll be able to use it to smith power into any armor, granting you Runic Ward, the power harnessed by the Kalgurans since
Oh, that's
ancient
cool.
times.
Okay, so we're using Ward again.
Runic Ward is a new resource that protects you from death.
Oh,
Should you run out of life, your Runic Ward will kick in, sustaining your body until your life can return. It effectively acts as an extra life pool.
interesting.
Of course, should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will still die.
Okay, I'm gonna go back really quick here. So it looks like it's not gated though. So when he takes this hit, it immediately consumes part of the runic ward symbol right here on the health bar. So I'm assuming it's like a direct one-to-one continuation.
Should you run out of life, your
See? So the damage was enough to deplete his health, but also it depleted some of the ward. So it's not gated. So it's
Runic
kind of like a
ward-
mini third layer. So you have like energy shield, then health, then runic ward if you decide to do like ES or something.
kick in, sustaining your body until your life can return. It effectively acts as an extra life pool.
Oh, there you go.
Of course, should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will still die. Every single piece of armor in the game can be upgraded this way, even
Nice.
uniques. Some are just a strict upgrade, giving Runic Ward with no downside. Others
I wonder if armor applies to it.
are more extreme.
Brass dome,
sacrificing
okay.
defenses to get a much larger amount of runic ward.
Wow, okay. So I'm assuming since it gets rid of... Okay. Interesting.
There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely, making them much more viable for higher level play.
Oh, that's nice. So that's
But
their way of buffing
the Kalgurans use runic ward for more than just a
like the
defense.
earlier
It can
unique
also
set?
be used to power many other magics. Instead of using gems created from corruption, the
Power.
Kalgurans used runes of power and fueled them
Six
with runic
additional
ward.
times. Oh, that's cool.
Many of the options available from Remnant crafting are new types of Kalguran skills that exclusively spend runic ward to wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself, or with something you target at a distance, like Comet.
That's cool.
There are also skills to modify existing effects using runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the
Oh, I
ignite
can finally
into
do an
frost
Ice
fire,
Dragon build.
both burning them and building up freeze at the same time.
That's cool.
You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all
Spends
nearby
100% of your
allies,
award to grant guard. Oh, that's nice.
to more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion that creates a mark capable of pushing away all nearby enemies. Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills cost runic ward.
Okay,
And
so it's a
unlike
spend
gems,
resource too.
they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements
That's
or
cool.
what kind of weapon you use. These skills are
any
designed to be
weapon, any
used on
class.
any class,
Yeah.
and so often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters. By combining
Oh.
different runes together, the Kalgurans were able to support their runic abilities, and you can as well.
That's super cool. I wonder if
There is also a set of
wanna do
runic
mercenary
supports
or
that can
the
be
new
combined
classes.
with regular skill gems in interesting ways.
add physical damage. equal to the
Concussive
class.
runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns. While Runic Infusion lets you spend ward to directly empower the damage on any skill.
Added physical damage
Now,
too.
there are other quests during the campaign too that unlock even more interesting crafting methods. Buried deep in the jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge, containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from. Using this knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge unique weapons. With this technique, many low-level
Oh, the
unique weapons can be
damage.
upgraded to do significantly more damage.
Oh,
Now, we've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get there. And it's not just low-level
that's
uniques.
cool. So
All
the only
Kalguran a bit of a
sorry,
boost.
the only thing is though is like nothing seems increased except for the damage, right? Like the intelligence, I'm the thing is I don't know if it's 10 intelligence, 15 intelligence. I'm guessing that's just the roll on the item, not it going up from 10 to 15 because it actually goes down in physical damage as well. So it looks like it's just the raw damage because the critical chance and attacks per second are the same as well. Okay.
boost to get there. And it's not just low-level uniques. All Kalguran uniques are able to be runeforged this way too, and they can do some pretty interesting things.
The only thing I'm seeing though on this is the damage goes up, which is nice, but the biggest thing is the spell or the skill it gives you doesn't go up. Because what, you need level 20, I think, before you get 5 support gem slots, I think. So even upgraded, you still only have 4. Not sure about that.
Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get one of several different outcomes.
Oh, that's cool.
Now, there is still so much more that you can craft with remnants. There are also 100 new runes, as well as many other new
Okay.
crafting currencies. This
Nice.
is the runes of Eldur after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects. For example, this elemental conversion rune
Forms
will
of
convert
lightning.
all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element, making a weapon with massive
and
amounts of cold damage.
It increases your mod capacity though too.
There is also a rune that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item.
That's cool.
And there are even crafting meta runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting. For example, this Rune of Chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots. Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effectuation.
23% cooldown recovery rate.
You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with verisium, new modifiers not normally available can be directly crafted onto your items.
So it's like standard chaos. Orb
Using
type.
imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so many options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects.
Yeah, no kidding.
So I think people will be experimenting with these for a long time. Once you get to King's March in Act 4, Pharaoh finally meets Danig,
There you go.
a real Kalguran runesmith. And riddled with excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Kalguran techniques with the ancient knowledge that he has found. From here on, Pharaoh joins in the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table, the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been going on will change significantly. For those of you who haven't played it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering verisium from them. By choosing
they're-
where to place
they're
the
adding the
explosives,
rune
you can choose which kind of challenges you would like to face,
remnants to this.
or
That's
rewards
cool.
you would like to claim. But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Eldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic.
I like that. That's cool.
One very important difference from the simple remnant encounters, though, is that the empowerments that the remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter,
Okay, so it
stacking
does-
together.
Oh boy.
This can lead to some pretty extreme situations. If you stack too many remnants, you might be in for a fight beyond your abilities, but the rewards
Yeah.
can be very worth it. Each mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop. Once you get to the endgame, you will find that the Atlas has changed substantially. To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast,
ocean.
with the ocean beyond. King's March has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins. Rog's shop has been destroyed, but he is much more concerned about his wife, Gwenyn. He would like to launch an expedition deep into the ocean to find her. And this begins a new major mechanic for expedition, exploring the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the
That's
ocean to
cool.
the southeast, uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwenyn. You can hop from island to island, doing many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions, grand expeditions, new bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find. Eventually, you will find the island that Gwenyn has been holed up on. It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Kalguran, Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault
That's cool.
and
I like
take
that
whatever you
effect.
can find inside. It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed. Now, after you have defeated Medved, you will find
million
another
health.
logbook. And this time you can use it to choose which direction you want to explore. The ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook, you can explore one sector and
So
you
it's
can go
kind
as
of
deep as you
like
like.
Logbook Delve, in the
There are
ocean.
all sorts of interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore.
That's cool.
Many of the islands have expeditions with totally new mechanics. So
Fishing? Sorry, I saw the fishing hut and I'm immediately suspicious.
for example, here is a volcanic island
they don't
with
even touch
voltaxic
on it.
sulfite. Blowing up the sulfite will unleash extra waves of enemies.
We love our fishing mechanics.
But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it. On blowing it open, a giant ogre comes out, and he is determined to eat as much sulfite as possible. The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become.
That's cool. Oh, the stomping attack, though, is one
These
that
islands contain all sorts of little secrets that you can find and
Don't
blow
like.
up. Free trapped wisps,
That's cool.
blow open root doors, even raise ancient precursor technology. And of course, more bosses. There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker. Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Verisium, which the Kalgurans used to power their ancient magic. And upon defeating him, he calls down a truly gigantic one into the ocean nearby.
That's cool.
On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor within.
Oh, this is the
There is
boss
something
map then that we saw in
growing
the trailer.
there, and it can't be anything good. In order to gain entry, Danik suggests that the Triskelion Flame, an ancient Kalguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter. But to find it, you will need to locate the Tomb of Olroth, leader of the Knights of the Sun.
But this is an Atlas,
Defeat
so this is
him
all
and
endgame
gain
stuff
access
already.
to whatever eldritch nightmare is growing
It's
inside.
quite a bit. They haven't even done it for the reworks.
Now, we're not going to spoil the boss, but one thing you should know is that the Verisium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available for millennia.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danig should allow them to forge some objects of power, the creation of which has been lost to time. So that's the League, and there is a lot going on. To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and over 30 new rune modifiers to enhance them. You can create more than 100
Yeah,
new
new
runes to
monsters
craft
mean
your
new
gear,
specters.
as well as dozens of other new currency items. And there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options. Rune forging armors,
Yeah, they've added a lot.
upgrading uniques, dozens of new Kalguran skills and supports, tons of new islands to discover by exploring the ocean, 5 new bosses, including a new pinnacle boss,
Yeah, there it is.
and
cool.
a bunch of new uniques to top it off. But there is still a ton more to come. It's time to talk about the massive changes to the endgame. But for that,
very
I'll hand it
happy
back to
about.
Jonathan.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the endgame atlas is very different now, and the ocean to the south is the least of the changes. The entire area around your starting location is now teeming with new questlines and things to discover. Will you investigate the strange forest to the west? The cracks in the earth to the east? Or perhaps visit the ruins of
So
a vile
it's kind of
city
like
in
the
the north?
quadrant that they did in
The
PoE
atlas
1
now
a
has
little
fixed
bit.
points of interest at specific locations.
That's cool.
Giving you specific objectives that are easy to find.
Which is nice to start with.
Like before though, no matter which objective you choose, going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes, and a gigantic fortress rises from the earth. A remnant of the ancient precursor civilization.
Oh, it's huge.
The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates. Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons, and disarm them. But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to explore and many new things to find.
The
You will power
lightning
up ancient
train's pretty
machines,
cool. I'm gonna get hit by that. I
fight new
swear.
and deadly foes, discover many new areas, and uncover some dark secrets. Now, the Fortress is the first of the new full endgame storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the Fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant. Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals. Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes.
I like those ones.
Or this one, which spawns an Asmeri spirit that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to chase it through the entire map.
That's cool. If you like chasing those things down. I don't mind it, but it's annoying
Now,
when you get
just
trapped
like
and
the
they
normal
disappear.
areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress each contain precursor nodes after the boss, and activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree.
Okay, so you have to do the precursor stuff to...
Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch. The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree. Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat
Oh, that's cool.
and move to an adjacent map. Before you fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time.
That's cool.
There are also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways, like this one, which lets Asmeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the regular monsters that come out of them are touched by the spirit, and the rares are all possessed, giving you some incredible loot potential.
And spiciness in dealing with them.
You get points from every single area you complete in the fortress, and unlike before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree. Yes,
Oh.
this whole tree can be yours. This change is pretty important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like
cool.
this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments. If we'd done this kind of thing in the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these.
Yeah, no kidding.
Now, obviously, we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will
Oh.
get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you. Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles? But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot? Or would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight?
I mean, that one seems nice, but it depends on what the shrine buffs are.
Now, I could probably
Like, if
nerd out
it's
about cool stuff in the
guaranteed
tree all day.
crits or
We should probably get back to the
invulnerable.
fortress. Now,
That'd be rough.
one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They'll
That's
be in
nice.
fixed locations and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2. For that, you'll need to travel into the very center of the fortress.
Makes sense for the new one.
An incredible challenge awaits you should you choose to go there. After the storyline, you still unlock keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground, containing multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight and be able to take out both of them.
That's cool.
Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters. Or this one that causes all shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used. Once you have explored and found your
Wonder if the
keys, you can
wisps are
return to fight the
rewarding enough to
pinnacle and the
use now.
fortress again. But this version of him will be harder. And not only that, you will have new unique rewards as well. Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress. And any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So
That's
if you're the type
cool.
of player who doesn't want to explore the fortress, and instead just race out into the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to get all those points.
That's cool. I like
So
that.
that's the Origins of Divinity storyline. It's a huge amount of new content with a ton of new areas, 5 new bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree, and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines. So let's talk about the next one now, Masters of the Atlas. Now earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough. You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree, why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree?
I like that.
Well, that's where
Thanks.
the Masters of the Atlas come in. Throughout Rayclast are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them. Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return. One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures powerful artifacts to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn.
Point stuff too, which is nice.
At level 1, you could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests. Or make it so that all map bosses drop an additional unique item.
Huh.
Or make corrupted waystones have an additional modifier. But at the cost of making them send you to a totally unknown location.
If you like playing Meyer.
Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row of abilities, and give you another point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too.
Sorry. I wonder if
Another
they, like, you can only pick one from each row. Or, like, for example, say I really like the Strongbox and, I don't remember this one. But, like, could I pick these two, or does it have to be a choice from one of them?
point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too. For example, Hilda. Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate specific deadly creatures around Rayclast and harvest their parts.
I remember you.
In exchange, she will teach you her monster hunting skills, like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version. Or this one, which makes his Marian spirits no longer possess rare monsters, making them go for the unique bosses in the area instead.
Oh.
You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses.
Oh.
But in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques.
Always.
Because of that,
Oh,
we
okay, I guess that answers my question. You can see the two here.
wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing. As you unlock each master, they
That's
will
cool.
appear on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map, and all the bonuses you have selected for that master will be activated.
Nice.
This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment. Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the endgame leagues we created when launching Early Access in 010 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vaal and Rise of the Abyssal just have a lot more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for example.
That's fair.
We wanted to do a serious upgrade to all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in Early Access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league, along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss.
It's nice to have,
This is
like,
true
starting
even for the
direction.
leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to. So let's use Abyss as an example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree. At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an Abyssal Depths with the boss fight for one of the Abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them. And after completing all 3, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulamak. This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players,
Yeah,
giving
I
people
agree.
obvious goals and a guided experience to complete them.
And then it
Alright,
sets you off
so
on
let's
your
talk
own
about the
afterwards.
first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium, and its new storyline, The Hare and the Raven. As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster.
Wait, hold on.
Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors.
Wait, is this... Sorry. Is this the first time that they've confirmed that it is Tangmazu? I think so, right?
From a Karui prison known as Tangmazu.
I'm trying to remember if they've ever said officially the Whispers of the Delirium is him guaranteed. I don't think so.
The Raven Trickster.
It's like a more...
Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who
Interesting.
step through his mirrors. And when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears. In Return of the Ancients, the first time you approach one of his delirium encounters in the endgame,
Like the
you will
little
find Elder
dance.
Maddox locked in a trance. His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him.
I wonder if they've removed that. So when they were showing the delirium mirror in the trailer, it did not have that effect.
His mind
When you step through it, it like cracks the screen. I wonder if they got rid of that, because that could be a bit distracting.
is trapped in one of
Like that.
Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him.
I don't remember seeing that in the trailer when they showed it earlier.
Once free, Elder Maddox demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind. Each map around the Withered Willow features delirium encounters.
I like how
Now,
it's
this is more than a
specific and
simple
then it
quest
gives
upgrade.
you
The mechanic of
Atlas
delirium
points.
has been overhauled and expanded. At the bottom of the screen, there is now a bar that indicates how deep into delirium you are. You can see which direction leads deeper by looking at the fog, and the deeper you go, the more challenges you will face. By looking at the bar, you can see how long you have until the delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog.
So the little
At the end of the
gold
bar is always the
diamond
boss of the
is
map.
how deep you
But
are.
we now have a variety of other encounters that you might find as you explore the horrors of your own mind. For example, you might encounter a purple mirror shard that when shattered will cause all the enemies to become more nightmarish. After hitting this, you'll notice the delirium demons are enhanced, significantly more powerful, larger, and scarier in general, along with more rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard,
I'm
you'll
not
be
sure
sent
how
into
it
the depths of your
says-
mind.
It shows how much you have left, though.
And must escape it while fighting off hordes of your worst fears. If you are able to do so, you will gain a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it.
That's nice.
Once you reach the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox discovers that a shard of the mirror is missing. You will need to track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him, and that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start. As you do deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to install amulets to add notable passive buffs to them, but in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well. Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing you to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For
Nice.
example, Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or Air of Effect to your jewels, but there are many more. Once you've done enough delirium encounters, the location of a grand mirror, an entrance into Tangmazu's realm is revealed, but it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects the map boss for a ridiculous empowered fight, then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness. In order to find him now,
I'm
you'll
assuming
need to
it's
let the
good too because
insanity
you get
fully
2
into your
drops worth.
mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm. Consuming the fruit will cover an entire area of the Atlas in fog, and every map you do in the fog will get progressively harder and harder
So it's
as you
like what
explore
they
the
did in the
deeper
maps
reaches
in
of your
PoE
mind.
1.
At some point you enter a new layer. A simulacrum of your memories, twisted and perverted by the Raven Trickster. Should you be able to complete the simulacrum, Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge. And will let you take the remaining shard of his mirror, allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge.
Oh, that looks really cool.
So, that's the new storyline of Delirium. As you can see, it's not only a quest line, there are new mechanics, new crafting options, and new boss fights. But one question you might have is, what happens after? Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time, the fight will be quite a bit harder.
Oh,
and not
wow.
only that, the fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline version. We'll show some of those later. After doing a grand mirror, the decision of where to spread the fog can be important because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain map bosses affected by Delirium this way. Like all emotions, they can craft special mods onto jewels, but these potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. So for example, potent liquid melancholy is an emotion that can only come from human bosses, and allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects. Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions. They could have some interesting effects, with some powerful notables that do not normally exist on the tree. Like
Some
Storm's
recovery.
Rebuke, which makes armor break boost your cold and lightning damage. But also notables from a clearly deranged mind, like Calm's Blessing. This skill allows you to ancestrally boost fire spells after using a Warcry. How about using an Ancestral Flame Blast? Now,
That
just
looks
like
cool.
before, you can also upgrade the League by getting points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree. But this now works in a much better way and has much cooler effects. The maps in the Delirium area of the Atlas give you Delirium passive points for completing them, so it's easy to see how to progress. Some
I
nodes
do
will
like
add new
that.
types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums. Like this one, which will pause the Delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more easily get to higher depths.
Oh, I see.
Some
So,
amount of
sorry.
time,
So,
allowing you to more
let
easily...
me just turn this closed caption off because it's hiding it. So it looks like, so normally Delirium is like a ring, like a donut, and it expands, but the center is where it ends, right? Because you're only in the fog in the donut part. So when it starts, it fills up, meaning you're in that center part, and then it looks like it'll then deplete as you get out of it. And this is what pauses it when you defeat it. So it gives you time to get back in.
easily get to higher depths.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's cool.
Or this one, which adds extra Delirium
more
modifiers
sense.
to monsters when you pick it up. There are also nodes that can add new types of drops, like this one, which modifies Simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft time-lost jewels.
Nice.
And nodes that apply to the Atlas mechanics of the League, like this one, which causes the Grand Mirror to spread Delirium fog over a larger area of the Atlas, potentially containing multiple Simulacrums. Alright, so that's the changes to Delirium. The core mechanic now includes a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas. It also has new crafting system for jewels, and over 20 new unlockable notables for amulets. Not only that, but you have a new pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items, and a massively upgraded Atlas tree just for Delirium.
31
But there's still a lot more to come, so let's talk about Breach next. When you first do a Breach in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame, an ancient order of monks dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from entering the world.
I did like their story.
As you seem to be a keen slayer of demons, Aelith would like to recruit you to the Order and asks that you travel to their monastery to the south. On the way there, you'll start to encounter more breaches, and will notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic. You still have to kill monsters as fast as you can to keep the breach open, but now you can visibly see how much time you have left to keep it open, and how each kill extends its duration.
So they brought the Path of Exile.
Once you've reached the monastery,
stuff over,
you will learn more about the Keepers.
which is nice.
In the 25 years since the events of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1, the war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby. A gigantic
I love how
area
it
has
looks like
fallen to the
drained.
Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to get inside. Inside the monastery is the Genesis Tree, a powerful
reminds me
asset
of
to
the
the war
Eldrazi a
effort,
little
stolen
bit.
from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself. Using the tree, Aelith could create a breach stone and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold, but without Hive Blood, the tree has withered. To get Hive Blood, you will need to take advantage of another new mechanic of breach. If you can keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the breach will stabilize and will enter a new phase. The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you, and the breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping Hive Blood that you can use to restore the Genesis tree. In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer, a Marshal of Zesht. These monsters also drop womb gifts, and if you take these to the Genesis tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war against the Hiveborn. Given that 25 years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many times, but with each cycle it learns and expands its abilities. When you first open the Genesis tree, you will notice these holes into which you can place your womb gifts.
That's
Each womb
bigger
gift can be
as
used
well.
to create a different type of jewelry, and must be
okay. So they've cut out like armor crafting and made it only jewelry. So rings, belts, amulets, and currency.
fertilized with Hive Blood. So for example, you can place this amulet womb gift into the tree, and it will give birth to a random rare amulet.
Rare
the Genesis tree-
specifically, it said. So that's nice.
Is capable of much more. As you continue to feed the tree, its branches will regenerate and allow you more and more control
lot
over
of
what
different
kind of
options
items it
just
will
for
birth.
Amulets.
So for example, this branch of the tree
Not
will allow you to
the-
control which base types of amulets can be birthed.
That's cool.
And
See,
as you go
they're-
deeper,
this is
it will
very
even allow you to create new
solo
base
friendly.
types that you can't get anywhere else.
5% chance.
Like this one, which gives you an entire spirit skill for free. Or this
Well,
one, which has a rune.
Sorry, I
which gives
wouldn't
you
call
an
it free because it does take up a prefix and suffix modifier,
entire
but
spirit skill for free. Or this one, which has a rune socket in it.
as though it were a helmet.
To the left and right are branches that will let you control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're higher level, or controlling which specific mods that they will always have.
That's cool.
With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts, but it's worth noting that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it.
Which is
You can
good.
enable or disable the nodes at any time by clicking on them.
That's cool.
On rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well. You have a bunch of new base types like these, but you
So they won't. I immediately see this and see the potential of doing Life Stacker even better than last league. 6%. I don't know if there's a range to that, but 12% increase max life if you have two of those is pretty nice. So before, I think these were maximum resist of a type. Like this was cold resist. This was damage reduction too. But yeah, these were like maximum resist. Interesting.
You also have entire new
And mana
classes of mods
stacking.
that can be added. The right-hand branch of the ring tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings. From basics like extra elemental damage for spells, or more niche options like this mod that increases the rate you gain seals for Unleash.
That's cool. 17% increase seal.
And on the
gain
left-hand
frequency.
side, you can unlock an entire new set of mods for minion characters.
Oh, let's go.
This stuff is actually pretty important, because casters and minion builds didn't have as many
Surpassing chance
slots
to fire
with interesting
additional
item crafting
projectiles.
compared to attack builds. The Genesis tree narrows that gap.
That's cool.
There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are all sorts of goodies in these too, like being able to create new catalysts for jewels, or a belt that gives lightning damage.
That's fun.
Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone. And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion. Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear.
That's just to reveal.
They have not
what-
only
wow.
transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover breach hives. Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them.
Oh, so
But
we
for
won't
each one
actually have
destroyed,
breach hives
more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge
until
the
this
hive.
point. They'll all just be like the grasping hands.
These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll want to do as many of these as you can.
Which is nice, because that's one of the problems I had in Path of Exile 1, is I had a combination of not enough hive blood, but also no womb gifts.
Real goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain. These twisted creations are securing the demon's entry into our world. Inside the very center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash, and you will need to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all. Now,
So, like,
once
how
you've completed
her-
the questline
the
version, there is
limbs
still
are
more to
just
do.
a hand.
You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach stone, destroy the sky hives, and defeat the breach lords. And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing breach pinnacle boss, which you can access by communing with the Dreamer himself inside the monastery.
I'm sorry, we can actually talk to totally not Cheula. He's kind of got this, like, I don't know, it kind of reminds me a bit of like the, oh my goodness, I can't remember the name of the worms. Yeah, the Legolo. So from, if people don't know, from Halo, the hunters are actually like a worm colony almost. And it kind of like his style reminds me kind of them, but mixed with like a bit of like a mushroom, mycelium kind of look. That's pretty cool. There's a lot of like lore stuff they've added. Like we even in PoE 1, like we heard the Dreamer or Cthulhu, but definitely never seen it. That's cool.
While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This node will cause breach hives to spawn outside of the Hiveborn domains on the Atlas. And this one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all Hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange for way more items.
That's cool.
There are also nodes that allow you to control your rewards, like this one, which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht. Or this one, which lets you control which womb gifts you will get.
That's nice too. Yeah, again,
There's also-
sorry. This is incredibly SSF friendly so far. That's really nice. Now, I kind of play light solo self-found, where the only time I generally trade is if, like, I just can't find a specific item, or I need something very specific and we just haven't been able to get it to drop. But still, like, even for people that are playing normal solo self-found or just in general, that's really nice.
Also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree, like this one, which will cause Zesh to drop his head,
Huh.
which when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy.
60 rings. Is that for the armor?
So that's a rundown of what you can expect from the new Breach questline. There's a new stabilization mechanic for breaches,
Not lore.
hive encounters.
There's a
and hiveborn incursions on the
I
Atlas.
can't remember.
But you also have a huge new crafting system and new bosses as well.
That's crazy.
Alright, so let's talk about the Rite of the Nameless storyline next.
Of course. More
When you first complete a ritual in the endgame, Aoife, a lost spirit, will appear.
in endgame.
She appears to need your help, but isn't able to communicate more than a few words, beckoning you to come to the Wildwood. Like the other leagues, Ritual now has a place on the Atlas to call home. The Wildwood could be found to the west. When you first arrive there, Aoife's spirit will guide you in, where you will discover that inside the Wildwood, spirits can take physical form. Aoife has been bound to this place by the King in the Mists, and requests that you free her. But in order to do so, you will need her body, currently in possession of the King. To reclaim it, you will need to gain an audience with him. Inside the Wildwood, there are many ritual encounters to complete. Like before, in each area, triggering rituals will resurrect the nearby bound monsters to attack you, and killing the monsters will give you tribute. In addition, each ritual you do in the area will add the monsters from the previous ritual, making the encounters much more challenging the more rituals you complete. Once you've completed them, spend your tribute to get items. Now, an important change to the rewards of Ritual is that all the items in the reward window are now uniques or omens,
That's
making this
cool.
league's rewards much more valuable than before.
We're still gonna always find just like
In order to gain an audience with the
not
Nameless
great
King,
uniques, but
you need to sacrifice tribute to him. Any remaining
that's
tribute
such
you
a better
don't
way than
spend can be
Splinters.
sacrificed this way to fill up this bar.
okay. So
Once you have enough tribute, don't
so
spend.
Instead of getting splinters, you just offer the tribute to fill the bar, which is really nice because some of the time I just ended up buying or pulling items out because why waste the tribute? But now there's an actual reason. If you don't like anything in the window, you don't have to grab it. You could just, like, it's not wasted. You can actually just tribute it, and then you'll get a much bigger progress boost to your next audience. That's really good. I like that.
Can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar. Once you have enough tribute for an audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless Shrine. His location will be revealed deeper in the Wildwood, and you will need to make your way to him, kill him, and get Aoife's body. Using her body, you can attempt to release her spirit, but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League. The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken. In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and beat him back, but those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you will need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League, the Rite of the Nameless. The rite will begin in a nearby forest. At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss,
Spicy, of course, it's the monkey.
and defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name. But the ritual is still not complete. Once the map boss is defeated, the Atlas will open, and you will need to pick another adjacent map to continue the ritual.
Unique will be
During the
currency.
rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, if you go in this direction, you gain significantly more tribute. But if you go in this direction, the uniques in the reward window will turn into currency instead.
That's cool.
You can also sometimes get offered specific items that will be added as
Ooh.
rewards. So in this
Mage
case,
blood.
you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood.
Yeah, obvious choice. I wonder what Mage Blood does now, though, because we obviously don't have support flask. We have the trinkets, but
A difficult decision, I'm sure. Now, as this is one continuous ritual, the encounters in the next map won't start from scratch. They contain all the monsters that were gathered from the rituals of the previous map as well, making them harder and harder. And that includes the map boss too. You will need to defeat
Oh,
both map
no.
bosses in the final encounter for your next effigy piece. And it still doesn't end there. Pick another map, another reward, and add another map boss to continue until the ritual of the Nameless is complete. It will take 5 maps in all, and will be an incredible challenge.
5 maps, so 5 map bosses minimum.
But once complete...
Oh, I just realized, though, I wonder if you can combine that. One of the other ones was sometimes doubling your map bosses. Oh, I guess that was cities specifically. I wonder if they can overlap. Because that would be cool if you could get, like, more than that.
You can return to the Wildwood to perform the final
really
rite.
Crazy.
Transfer your name to the effigy, adorn the crown of the Nameless King, and enter the prison.
So I think this is just part of the quest line, but it would be really cool if when you transferred your name like this and became nameless, like your name in the chat, like in the game, or your character's name would disappear too. Or like have like you could see it, but it showed up differently, like, you know, runic symbols or something.
Now, of course, once the pinnacle boss is complete, the league doesn't end there. As you do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to give tribute to the king in the mists for another audience. Pick another forest to begin the rite of the Nameless once more, and this time with a harder pinnacle boss and new unique items to find. Of course, we've also significantly upgraded the Ritual Atlas tree. Get points by completing maps in the Wildwood, and you'll be able to unlock some pretty cool nodes. Some of them affect the Rite of the Nameless, like this one, which extends its duration. You thought fighting 5 map bosses at once was hard? How about 6?
That is a
or this one, which makes maps during the rite have more reward mods, often having 2. You also have nodes that allow things to combine with other content, like this one, which gives a chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles, adding a random boss to the ritual encounter.
Your extra, yeah.
There is even a node which adds a new type of possible ritual, the Audience with the Queen, which causes the Bride of the King to sometimes appear. Okay, so that's ritual. But let's have a look at what this means for endgame content as a whole for Path of Exile 2.
That's a
When
lot.
you include the expedition changes made by the League, we have a total of 5 new in-game storylines, each of which has a hub, crafting systems, areas to explore, NPCs, and a pinnacle boss as a capstone. Not to mention the Masters of the Atlas storyline as well. But more importantly, you now have immediate quests as soon as you arrive at the endgame, and
Which
goals
is
with
nice.
obvious progressions that you can see how to finish. Each in-game questline has a progress bar that you can pop out
that's
from the
cool
side
too.
of the Atlas screen at any time that shows you how far through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them.
That's
Overall,
nice.
it's just a way better in-game experience with a significant
Quality of
number of
life.
fun objectives to complete. But just in case you didn't have enough goals,
no.
we did have one other thing that you might want to complete this league. These are called challenge leagues after all. Where are all the challenges?
Oh no.
Well, players of Path of
Yeah.
Exile 1 will be used to the fact that each league comes with a series of challenges that you can complete in order to prove that you are indeed the best.
We're gonna try.
We
and
haven't done
complete
these yet in
this.
Path of Exile 2, but it's time to change that. If you're able to complete them,
That is
you'll
a
earn
nice armor
pieces of
set.
the Knight of Elder armor set. Opening the challenge screen will show you a series of 8 challenges. After completing each one, anyone in chat or in the forums will be able to see your prowess. In addition, you'll get a statue to put in your
Oh, I
hideout
like the
showing
statue
anyone you
more
trade
than the
with
totem.
how many challenges you've completed.
That's nice.
You'll earn the first piece of the armor set after doing 2 challenges, and the full armor set after completing all 8. So that covers all the content you'll encounter in Return of the Ancients. But what about some new tools to fight against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some new Ascendancy classes as well, but to introduce them, I'll hand you guys back to Mark.
Needs a break.
As Jonathan said, we have 2 new classes to show you today, the Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist. Let's start with the Huntress's new class, the Spirit Walker. The Spirit Walker has developed an affinity with the Asmerian animal spirits. She is able to infuse the power of multiple spirits at her choosing. On the bottom part of the class you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with, be they primal, vivid, or
Dodge,
wild.
attack, or
Each one can give you different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear. Each ability gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability
That's
when you
cool.
spend them. The stag allows you to summon stampedes when you attack. The owl grants boons in the form of their feathers, which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed
goodness.
of your next skill. And the bear simply summons a giant bear companion to your side. the bear will maul,
That's cool.
slam,
It also
leap,
doesn't
and
cost
do intimidating roars to
spirit, which is
debuff your
nice.
enemies. Now you can specialize more into each of these wisps, but if you want to combine all three of them, then a new hidden power will be unlocked, the power of the Sacred Wisps. This node is free and enhances the quality of all three of your spirit animals. Your bear will take some of the damage you take and
That's
grant you
nice.
life regeneration.
2%
Your
max
stags
life
will become
regen.
more aggressive, leaping towards enemies, and your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all. The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps, such as idolatry, which can give you large bonuses for using idol
Increased
socketables in your
reservation
equipment.
efficiency. That's nice.
And this one, which is my absolute favorite. The
That's
Spirit
why we saw
Walker, having
Crowbell.
attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses, opening up a whole suite of very cool
That's
options for your
cool.
build. Maybe
Beast boss
you tame the
specifically.
mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths.
That's cool.
Or maybe a three-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands. Or then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the frozen talon. There's so many choices. You're going to have to experiment a bunch with this one, and I'm very excited to see what bosses you all choose to have as your trusted boss companion.
That's really cool.
Next up, we have the monk's new ascendancy class, the martial artist. After decades of training, he has mastered 3 of the 7 hollow techniques. Channeling hollow form technique allows the martial artist to create illusions of himself, which
I
then
don't
use a
like
skill
how
of your choosing.
like you have to stand still
Perfect
though.
for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can
It is cool,
obliterate
though.
packs with ease.
Wait, hold on.
Into one.
So images can create within 6-meter radius of you. Creating an image spends 80% of the skill's cost. Creates 2 additional images when consuming power charges. So it is power charge based. Less attack speed, less damage. Interesting. Okay, that's cool. Any martial weapon. That's also nice.
Ones that can
Cool.
obliterate packs with ease. Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take Way of the Mountain, which causes you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too. By hardening your weapon in stone, you can deal even more damage.
That's cool.
After taking Hollow Focus technique, you can manifest your spiritual energy into objects. In this case, bells, which will appear around the martial artist and can be shattered by any of his attacks.
Like how he
Even
shatters
ones
it
from the
after all
Hollow
of the
Form
enemies are
technique
dead.
earlier.
Sounds about right.
Hollow Resonance technique furthers that by adding a manifested bell to your back, which rings each time you deal a critical strike, damaging
That's
all
cool.
enemies around you. Through all the martial artist's thorough training, he has mastered the flow of internal spiritual energy too, and has engraved runic tattoos around his meridians. By doing this, he can gain the benefit of extra runes.
Yeah, 5 extra runes.
Just open your inventory and add the runes.
That
There is one
no
that counts as a
joke.
helmet, 2 as a body armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots.
Wait, it depends on your
Finally,
use of them, but
your hands. The ultimate expression of a master of the martial arts. Taking Way of the Stone Fist will cause your gloves to become a new base type when equipped.
prefixes and
Each
suffixes are
modifier on the
transformed.
original pair of gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier. For example, these gloves add some physical damage, cold damage, lightning damage, some resistances, and life gain on hit. Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of stone, and not only grant me a bunch
Maximum
more
too.
evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies.
That's cool.
With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers and gloves, there's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with. Now, With so many new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a huge number of unique rewards. There are some pretty cool things in here, so we wanted to show you a few of them. Twisted Empyrean is a two-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the beast's corruption.
So I'm
It
assuming this is a
converts
boss
all of your
drop
mace's
from the
skills
expedition.
fire damage to cold, and visually
Oh,
does
that's
so
cool.
too, turning your volcanic fissures into glacial ones. This mace also comes with its own built-in skill, Starborn Onslaught. Using Glory, you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground, creating Verisium fissures, before calling behind it a storm of cold metallic bolts from the stratosphere.
That looks really nice. I like that.
Next, we have Eventide Petals, an amulet that not only grants runic ward, but also comes with its own reservation skill, Midnight Zenith. This skill causes your critical hits to grant Arctic petals that hover around you. Once you have acquired enough of these petals, they will be consumed, creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do devastating cold damage to everything around it. The Raven's Flock is a staff perfect for minion characters.
Minions.
Not only does it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion
Nice.
damage, it also allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing enemies and making all other slows on them more powerful
That's
for
nice.
maximum crowd control. That's not where this item shines though. It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy.
Righteous Fire?
This skill
Righteous
causes
Burns?
a flock of ravens to circle you, dealing damage over time to anything near them. Killing enemies,
That's
or just
cool.
by
Okay.
standing near unique enemies, causes the flock to grow.
That's cool.
Getting larger and larger. For your PoE 1 players, you can think of this just like a Raven Righteous
Yeah,
Fire.
there you go.
That's not all, however. These ravens are also minions, so they
Oh.
fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill, Mad Flight. This command
So this is
skill
obviously
causes your
from
flock to
Delirium
create a
because it's
tunnel
the
of deathly damage
mirrors.
between a set of illusory mirrors,
Yeah.
obliterating anything in between.
It's kind of unfortunate too, though, that like this is the Righteous Fire equivalent,
Horror's
kind of,
Flight
but
is a
it's
pair of
minion
gloves
scaling.
instilled with the purest of fear. Equipping
is sad,
these causes
probably.
your enemies to become terrified of you. These gloves cause you to gain stacks of fear incarnate when you cull enemies. To aid in your culling, these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy.
Okay.
As you use this, gain your
Also,
stacks of fear and
Delirium.
which increases your culling threshold, meaning enemies become easier and easier to cull, even to the point of being able to instantly kill some monsters from full life.
Wow. That's really good for like the stuff that requires
Sylvan's
power
Effigy
charges.
is a scepter for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions of different types, instead of the normal restriction of just one per type.
Huh.
But what makes this cool is the Asmerian Wolf companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause bleeding,
Even more
and
wolf for the
even
wolf
howls
build?
to buff nearby allies. Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you.
That's cool.
Liminal Coil is a crazy wand. It allows you to apply as many curses as you please, but those curses will have no effect. What's the point
Spells
then?
hit gain
Two
extra
reasons.
chaos and physical per
Firstly,
wow.
your spells gain a bunch of extra physical
Isn't
and
that just
chaos
like
damage
one
for
of the
each
best
curse on
ones for
enemies.
casters in general? Then
Secondly, is the skill it grants called Coiling Bolts. This skill is a projectile spell that fires coiling
That looks
physical
cool.
and chaos projectiles with every cast. What makes this skill truly special though, is that it will split and chain through every cursed enemy, causing an absolute ruckus.
that's
See for
cool.
yourself.
Like how they get cursed by the
Periphery is a
AoE
unique
when they
bow,
get in range.
which utilizes all the powers of the Asmerian spirits by dealing damage of all elements. And all elements
Oh.
can cause all ailments. The coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies. They will pursue all nearby enemies. damaging them, and inflicting a debuff
like
on
you have
them
a
that boosts your
maximum of
elemental
8 at a
damage
time,
even
though?
further. Watch as you
Keeps
mow
capping
enemies
up to that.
down, and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you, melting enemies one screen at a time.
Wonder if you can increase that though with like the limit support gem or something like that.
The Ordained is a new spear, mastering in physical and lightning damage, with high critical strike chance too. This spear allows you to leech life not only from physical damage, but lightning too. It also creates a fragment of divinity nearby periodically. What are those?
Hiccups?
Well, this spear has the skill Righteous Descent, which is an
Okay.
epic divine leap, aided by angelic wings. If you use the skill when a fragment of divinity is nearby, it will become empowered, dealing significantly more
does that
damage,
remind me of someone?
gaining massive area of effect, and bypassing its cooldown.
Oh, what was the
When
oh,
fighting
the
a
angel's
boss,
name from
let
Diablo?
a bunch of the fragments spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc,
the
obliterating
orange
them.
armor, always angry one.
Last, but not least, we have a new unique jewel, Voices. Voices is simple. It consumes one jewel slot to add more.
Oh, that's cool.
There are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one
Or
with
rich.
4 jewel slots.
Wow.
Equip it, and notice the slots appear next to your character's portrait in the center.
Yeah, that's nice.
One of the things we are concerned about is how long it takes for experienced players to replay through the game in each new league.
Oh.
As we learned from Path of Exile 1, one of the things that can really help is having elements in the campaign that tell you where to go, if you know what to look for.
Okay.
We'll
so it's
cover
like
just
hints.
one example per act for Acts 1 to 3, but there are many more than just these. For example, Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area, containing multiple entrances and landmark encounters. Here's an example of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult.
Yeah, 'cause
Now,
it's generally
after
like right in the
completing
start, in the
A
middle.
trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it and find the source of the evil.
Okay, that's cool. I like that.
You may also find corpses of dead animals, killed and pecked at by the crowbell. You'll notice a trail of blood leading away from them. Follow the trail and it will lead directly to the boss.
That's cool. So it's like environmental hints.
We even put a signpost on the road to tell you which way to go to find Ogham Village. In Act 2, in the Mastodon Badlands, you need to find the Lightless Caverns and track down the Abyssal. Now to make this quicker, in the level you'll find these cracks. Just follow them, and it will take you
That's cool.
right to their lair,
I
allowing you
appreciate
to
that.
find and unlock the Well of Souls. In Act 3, the jungle areas have camps of explorers to sell you items. However, they are now even more useful.
Oh.
By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area. Not only that, but it will also reveal it on the
That's
minimap,
cool.
so you can know exactly where to go. These are just some examples. We plan to do more and more of these over time in order to streamline the experience.
Nice. It's a decent way of doing it.
Now, as this is an endgame expansion, it makes sense that we would work on Atlas QOL.
All right, what do you got?
We've added a search box that updates live as you type.
Oh,
Have a
nice.
specific map you want to run?
Oh, that's so
Now
nice.
they will be much easier to find. If there are multiple maps, hitting enter will move you from map
oh,
to map.
nice. Just quick swap between them.
Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be pretty complex. And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy following online build guides. We have a pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds, but we wanted to improve the experience of following them. So, we are introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client.
Oh, that's
Here's how it
great.
works. Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format, a build file. Once downloaded, the builds appear in the in-game client, and selecting one will show you
That's
everything
so
you need to know
nice.
to make that build. So you can see all the passives you need to allocate, ascendancy points you need to take, skill gems you need to equip, and recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well.
That's
For
awesome.
items, the build designer can specify which uniques to use in each slot, or, if needed, just add some notes to the item slot to say what kind of item you
Help you
need.
die listen, I do.
In fact,
That's funny.
build creators can add notes to just about any of these areas,
Little
allowing them to
Cicerone
explain different
nod
trade-offs in context, or just give more info about how these things should be used.
That's cool.
They can also give level ranges to each element, allowing recommendations to change over time.
That's cool.
Great for builds that need to respec after they reach a certain level. Now, all of this is written in a standardized build format that creators can use, and we imagine that a lot of community build tools will be updated to add support for this format.
Yeah, no
Now
kidding.
that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more easily. Control-Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing you
that's
the
nice.
current prices. For rare items, it's handy to exclude some mods, so we added the ability to enable and disable each mod so you can see what effect each one has on the price.
That's cool.
Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter
Wow.
packs for Return of the Ancients. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Blood Reaver and Divinity packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic
insane.
and do
An
not
hour
affect your
and
character's power
20
or
minutes.
progression in any way. The Blood Reaver series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Insane level.
Let blood
Of new
fuel your
additions.
bloodshed. The Exsanguinator weapon effect draws the blood of enemies you've slain and funnels it into your weapons. Turn the appearance of your endurance, frenzy, and power charges into orbiting globules of blood with the Blood Reaver
Hard
charges.
to tell what they are though.
While your charges are active, these blood orbs will grow in size when you absorb more blood from nearby enemies. There are options to have pure blood charges, or
Oh, there you
charges
go.
that still display which kind of charge they are at their core. A taste for blood doesn't negate a taste for style. The Elite Blood Reaver armor features crimson leathers and golden accents to set yourself apart from uncivilized leeches. It also features a back attachment, fashioned out of the wing of a colossal bat. Alongside every Blood Reaver is their trusted gargoyle pet. In true gargoyle fashion, they take the form of a stone statue when you are idle,
That's cool.
leaping into action when you're on the move again. What good is immortality if you don't have a vast mansion to come home to at the end of the day? The Eternal Blood Reaver supporter pack contains the Blood Reaver Manor Hideout. This exquisite 2-story estate features an organ, a grand dining
Played the
table,
organ though.
and cages for your visitors. You can alter the walls to create as many or few rooms as you like.
Okay, that's cool. And I already know people are going to abuse this by making a maze for people that teleport into their hideout. And they have to solve the maze like we're playing The Sims in order to get out. I'm betting on it.
Last but not least, the Servant of the Manor, eternally bound to the Order of the Blood Reavers. This henchman will manage your store, so you can spend more time spilling blood.
Stop that. We won't disappoint you. But if we do, you've our permission to beat us most violently.
The Divinity Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Call on Divinity to aid you in eluding enemy hits with the Divinity Dodge Roll effect.
Okay, that's cool.
As you sprint, actual divine lightning wings will form out of your back, leaving a trail of radiance as you engage or escape from combat. For situations that are too dicey, call on the gods above to send down the Storm of Divinity portal to create a safe passage for you to retreat through. Adorn yourself with the Knight of Divinity armor set, a highly revered attire only bestowed to
I like
those
the armor,
deemed
but I'm not
worthy
as
for the
keen on the
divine
helmet
cause.
for some reason.
Equipping the Divine Surge character effect empowers you with a storm of divine energy. Using skills causes the storm to burst from your character, spilling raw divinity into the area around you. The Arbiter of Divinity wings are the final piece remaining to emphasize the force Divinity has over this realm.
I like this.
This ancient precursor machine was found locked away in a highly guarded vault. Its original purpose is unclear, but it has been altered to fuel your maps using the pure, everlasting divinity within the statue. The pillars surrounding represent how many portals you have left for your map. This map device also tracks your progress as you complete the new Origins of Divinity storyline, added
That's
this
kinda cool.
expansion. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. On release weekend, we will also be releasing the Return of the Ancients mystery box, which will contain 2 armor sets, a set of map devices for your in-game adventures, a new tracking scroll that records the amount of currency you've gained from the currency exchange or your shop, and much more, like a set of finisher effects and affinity stashes.
I saw Void Sphere
That's
finishing
not all,
effect, but where's
however.
my Void Sphere?
The Fragment Stash
That's
tab
what I
is
wanna know.
finally coming to Path of Exile 2,
Nice.
and with it comes some tabception. Inside this one tab,
I
there's a
wonder
tab
if
for
we're
your
going to get this
various
for
boss
free
key
if we have it in the
fragments.
first game.
There's also a tab for all your precursor tablets,
Like for maps.
with each type of tablet getting 6 tabs of storage. Finally, there's a tab for your Djinn barriers and inscribed ultimatums.
That's nice. We don't have to keep
Both
them
of
in
which get
standard
their own
inventory
6
now.
tabs. That's a lot of tabs.
So that's everything in 050. This is by
That's a
far the
lot.
biggest update we've ever made to PoE 1 or 2.
I
New
don't
in-game
doubt it.
storylines, pinnacle bosses, crafting systems, items, ascendancy classes, and so much more. Now, because
Kinda
this
sad we
update
didn't see a
contains
new
so
class,
much in-game
though, but
content,
that's
we're
fair,
doing
considering
significantly more
everything else.
testing than usual. For that to happen, we're taking a little longer than usual between the announcement and the release.
That's fair.
050 will be released in 3 weeks on May the 29th, with the patch notes being released on the Friday before that, on May 21st.
Oh, so May 21st.
But there's
we
just
gotta
one more
look at
thing
the
to talk
notes.
about. Now that the endgame is up to scratch, we have to start talking about our plan for 1.0 release.
Okay.
The feedback we've had during early access has been critical for making all the improvements that we'll be making to the game. At the same time, we had to create enough in-game content to make an RPG that can call itself a successor to Path of Exile 1.
That's fair.
Well, with 050, we now believe we have reached that point. And so this is going to be the last full-size league
Ooh.
during early access. That's right. The next big update is going to be 1.0.
Let's go.
Now, normally we would do our next big content release in August, but in the run-up to full release, our plans take a little longer on this one. As big as 050 is, 1.0 is even bigger. So we'll be launching 1.0
Sorry, it's even bigger than this,
this year sometime after ExileCon.
which is I think
But
November.
that doesn't mean we won't be doing updates in the meantime. In this final phase, we have a lot of things to polish throughout the game and balance to improve. I'm sure there'll also be feedback about the new endgame that we need to incorporate too. The difference is that the focus is not going to be on adding more content like the previous updates, it's going to be on improving what we already have. But we
That's
still want to
fair.
encourage people to try out all the balance changes and improvements that we're making. So we're going to be running a few event leagues during this phase alongside each update. Think remixes of existing mechanics or features. And speaking of ExileCon, don't forget to pencil it in on the weekend of November the
Yeah, it's
7th in
November,
New
okay.
Zealand. ExileCon is a gathering of our players, and a chance for us to showcase everything we'll be working on for both Path of Exile 1 and 2. And this one will be particularly important for us, since we finally get to unveil some of the coolest content that we've been working on for a while now with Act 5 and 6.
Oh yeah.
Tickets for the in-person event are currently sold out, but don't worry, all the announcements and talks are going to be streamed online for all of you to watch.
Nice. Okay. So that was the end of the content reveal. That's insane, though. Okay. I have no idea what I want to play on League Start. I'm thinking minions, but with the new like Frostfire, Druid might be good. Although I guess that would work with incendiary grenades too, and the oil grenades. But also the new, I mean, the monk also looks good, but I think the Spirit Walker looks really good too, especially doing like a companion build, because we tried doing that earlier before when we were playing, but it just didn't work as well as doing like strictly minions instead of companions. But oh man, I'm gonna have to think about that. So this one is the new one that they added last night called grenade launchers in PoE 2.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts,
Hi, Mark.
Game Director on Path of Exile. Today, we'd like to showcase 2 new unique items. First, Nightfall, a shield of the Breachlord Tull herself.
Eye in
And
the
then,
middle.
Redemption, a
looks
Trathan
cool.
weapon of absolute destruction. These are both being added in Return of the Ancients. Tull ruled her frozen, barren wasteland with an eye cast outward to worlds beyond. She wanted more for her brood, and being the formidable breachlord that she is, she waged war to get what she wanted. Nightfall gives you the opportunity to wage war like a breachlord.
Fire damage taken
Using
is cold,
Soaring
lightning
Midnight,
taken is
you
cold.
throw
That's
the shield
cool.
outward. If you do nothing, it will return to
Little
you.
Captain America.
However, using the skill again while the shield is airborne will teleport you
That's
to the
cool.
shield and slam it down for ultimate devastation. Catching the shield or destroying ice crystals will reset the cooldown, allowing you, in the right condition, to become an avalanche yourself. Now another unique,
cool.
Redemption. This is certainly no ordinary weapon. It specializes in all things that go boom.
Okay, I want to read this, because if we decide to go mercenary. So, cannot load or fire ammunition. Increased physical damage. It has a lot of physical damage. Hits with this weapon have no critical damage bonus. 22% reduced cooldown recovery rate. Gain explosive rhythm every 2 times you use a grenade skill. Remove all explosive rhythm on reaching 10 to get explosive fervor for 10. Okay.
This weapon was created during the peak of the
So
Trathan
cannot
Wars
crit, though.
and wielded by none other than Ratha Azadi herself. It was designed specifically for her to send a message. Never again would a rival house doubt the ferocity of House Azadi. This modified crossbow cannot use normal ammunition skills, but
That's
is
cool, though.
particularly effective at leveraging various grenades
Wow.
to demonstrate your explosive rhythm. That's because this isn't really even a crossbow at all. In fact,
The fire
we've made
rate.
an entirely new base type for this unique, which you can find at endgame and craft to be a
you
rare
can
item
just craft
too,
them yourself, then.
including having a more grenade-oriented mod pool.
Redemption guaranteed.
Armed with Redemption,
Wow.
and once you have caused enough trouble,
That's cool. I like
How
that.
you like this?
you're ready to unleash Explosive Fervor, which causes you to ignore the typical cooldowns of grenade skills. On
Sorry. Explosive Fervor is a buff that grants 15% increased attack speed per different grenade skill you've used recently. So I think that's 4 seconds. Causing grenade skills to ignore their cooldown and fire an additional projectile and makes grenades explode on any impact. You cannot gain rhythm while you have Fervor. So there is a guaranteed cooldown, essentially. That's really cool, though.
top of dramatically increasing their fire rate
Wow.
if you fire a medley of grenades, allowing you to go on an actual rampage, obliterating everything in sight.
Yeah!
That's cool. I like that.
You'll be able to find Nightfall and Redemption as in-game unique items in Return of the Ancients. Join us for the release of Return of the Ancients on May 29th.
That's cool. I like the grenade launcher. Being able to shoot that quickly.
Rating everything in
Now, I am assuming that this is more endgame, he said. But let's see. Hold
to
on.
find
Yeah, so the minimum is level 65. Requires level 65 for the white version. So yeah, it will be later on. But still, that's really cool. I mean, the shield's good too, don't get me wrong. I love the look of it too.
the opportunity to wage war like a breachlord.
Especially the secondary.
Using Soaring Midnight, you throw the shield outward. If you do nothing,
I
it will
wonder
return.
if it's here. Physical to cold. Modifies to projectiles apply to targets pierced.
To you. However, using the skill again while the shield is airborne will
Destroy ice
teleport you
crystal
to the
with
shield
embrace.
and slam it down for ultimate devastation. Catching the
could see
shield
the
or
embrace, the
destroying ice
fall.
crystals will reset the cooldown,
See, I want to know what that double explosion is there for the larger
allowing
radius.
you,
If it's just
in the
a
right condition,
echo.
to become an avalanche yourself. Now another unique,
That's really cool.
This is in all things other than Ratha Azadi herself. It was designed specifically for her to send a message.
I wonder if we could do a combo with this. Like, what we could do is do a huntress with, or sorry, the spirit walker, and use crossbows with it, and then focus on doing companion and grenades. Because if I recall, the companion nodes are southeast of the tree, and then there's more like on the direct south side, that's where the mercenaries' grenade skills are. That could work. Maybe that's what we try.
Never again would a rival house doubt the ferocity of...
That's cool. I have a couple build ideas we'll go over later, but... Alright, and then the last one here is the Q&A.
The teaser for Return of the Ancients expansion and its complete overhaul to just every single thing in the endgame, complete endgame overhaul. The Runes of Outdoor League with a frankly somewhat confusing amount of crafting and systems and things in it. It kind of keeps going. And then we've got like the Kalguran skills that work across weapons, the extra looking ascendancies, and some insane uniques and all that sort of stuff. But honestly, it's kind of easy to talk about what's not part of 0.5. So with that very elegant segue, let's do that first. So I think some people definitely had an expectation or a hope that there was going to be a new class or a new weapon type here, swords perhaps.
Unfortunately, it's just the case that making a class is something that takes longer than a single cycle. So yeah, it was never going to be on the cards for 050, unfortunately.
Yeah, the one thing I remember, I wasn't sure about the class, but I think in one of the the first trailer they released, there was a sword there, so people thought swords were coming, but apparently not, sadly.
But
so it wasn't even that it was moved in this case.
No, it just
really
wasn't. It just isn't something that we can do in that short amount of time. So it's going
Which
to
is
have to be
fair,
the next
considering the
one
amount of stuff they're
before
doing.
we're able to get.
Well, last time you guys teased like the druid and the huntress beforehand. Right?
Exactly. So it's kind of funny seeing everyone like this. Like probably the mistake we made was having a sword in the teaser.
Oh, there
for
you
the,
go. Yeah.
Breach stuff.
I thought it was a fishing rod.
yeah. So no one thought about that, but yeah. It's just kind of funny.
It is a shame, but it seems like you guys have kind of. Well, you keep raising the bar on yourself as far as class design is concerned. Like,
and it's not like we're not working on it in the background, right? Like that is definitely happening.
I've been seeing a little bit of work going on there.
We're simple people from New Zealand. Like swords, they're advanced technology that we haven't
Right, okay,
gotten
yeah,
yet,
so we just don't understand.
You know, we're trying to learn how they work.
Just like get on the map, aren't you?
There's like a straight line. There's like some metal. These are complex
There's
things.
a lot to figure out there. But
What are you gonna do about the pommel?
do you care to speak at all, like kind of what your plans are in that regard as far as like classes and?
I really shouldn't, just because it'll spoil the reveal for that will come
Not
some
exactly,
of the time.
but like, what are you kind of hoping towards getting, like, from 0.5 onwards, in the lead up to ExileCon in terms of that? Are you hoping to get like all of the classes in the game, just one or two more or something like that?
Well, so I think that what the main focus is going between 050 and 1.0 is going to be more about like improving what we have, like polishing everything, and 1.0 is where you're going to get the like the big new content update, like that's going to include the Acts 5 and 6. It's going to include like class stuff. It's going to include like all that sort of thing, because really ultimately the main goal of what of early access is like make sure that all the systems that we have in the game are good, right? So we need to make sure the end game is good. We need to make sure that all of the the skills, just the way that combat is good, and like all the various things, like
The needs of the game,
even stuff that isn't good yet, like ascendancy trials, right? Like there's going to be stuff that we need to do before 1.0 to get good, and so like that's kind of so long as we can get that stuff, then I think people trust that we know how to create like an act at this point, right? Like so that isn't exactly something we need to test per se, so really what we need to do now is like assuming that people are happy with the end game.
I did like the
release
lore in
in
the first
050,
game,
that
but
will mean that we've kind of checked all the
Path of Exile
boxes of
is
stuff
way
that we
better.
need to know, and yeah, there's still stuff that we need to improve, and like that'll happen between 050 and 1.0. But like that's the main thing we need to be sure of. And then once we've got that, it's like now we can get the big update, the ridiculous update that is 1.0 ready.
And I heard you mentioning that recently as well, that you don't feel like you really need to get the last acts in for testing.
No. I mean,
you
like
know how to do that.
we know how to do that. It's one of those things that like look, people saw when for. Like we know what we're doing when it comes to that
Yeah.
stuff. It's just
So the plan's obviously to get like those last acts in, finish the story, and have all that come out at launch.
in
to be
1.0
that
exactly, and
exciting
that'll be the launch. Yeah.
conclusion to the story then. Yeah, exactly. So you have done, though, one extremely gigantic update here for Endgame.
Yeah, no
and
kidding.
it seems like you've done a lot all-in-one expansion.
Yeah.
And you've got this plan to like kind of do a little bit of like some other stuff in the interim. So why did you go for this route of trying to do so much all in one instead of spreading it out over, say, a couple of expansions?
So in retrospect, maybe we should have spread it out, but honestly, the reason is because we wanted to actually make it so that like we wanted to deliver a patch where like this is what we expect the end game to be. Like this is the template for what leagues look like when they're in
spend
end
more
game,
time,
and that kind of thing. And I feel like if we'd just done a couple of them, it wouldn't have really got that across. Like it needs to be like, once again, this is what end game is, you know, and it really is fulfilling a lot more of what we had hoped for in terms of feeling like a world that you can explore. You know, that there's things everywhere and that kind of stuff that we had wanted for. And the other thing as well is there were just like a few things about the current end game, right? It just didn't really give you goals in the right way. Like you get to end game, you don't know what the hell to do, and a lot of players just leave right there. You know, there needs to be the case that when you get there, like there's objectives, there's things, you know, that feels like there's actually a storyline there, this kind of stuff, in order to entice players to actually go further than the campaign and actually get into endgame. So yeah, I think that if we hadn't have done all of the leagues at the same time, it just wouldn't really have kind of gotten across what we're really going for there.
And it sounds like the plan now is to be able to focus on a little bit more polish in the lead up to
absolutely.
ExileCon as well.
So yeah, I mean, we plan to have some more leagues, but they won't be like content, like mega expansion type leagues. Like it's more like kind of like the 1 month event type things that we've done, and that's really just because we want to be able to. We still don't want to do mid league nerfs, and so to be able to do all the balance changes we want to do, because there's a huge amount of balance still to do. You know, in order to do all that stuff, you still need to have an economy reset, and so what we'll probably do is like more event type stuff, like remixes of existing content, but also adding stuff where stuff's missing. So for example, like we still have a lot more uniques we need to make, especially like mid-game uniques, so that kind of stuff. Like we now believe we've got the standard of where a unique needs to be in PoE 2 in terms of like, you know, and it's like way more than what you need in PoE 1 in terms of being like to reach the standard. And so now that we've got that, we can expand on that, get more uniques, sort of, you know, mid-game ones, that kind of stuff. You know, so yeah, there's stuff like that that'll be coming in the sort of the updates between now and 1.0. But yeah, like it isn't going to be the kind of like, you know, mega content craziness that we've got for OFO here.
We have a lot to dive into as far as endgame things. While people watching live, get your questions in the chat for all of that. In the meantime, I want to ask you folks about the new league, the Runes of Aldur, which this is like an expedition rework, but it's also its own separate league. This encountering remnants, uncovering these runes throughout this storyline in the campaign, and then into endgame. And I was like, really, like, it's a lot. There's a lot of like crafting and items and reward types and systems and stuff going on here. In fact, Jonathan, you showed me this rather unhinged looking spreadsheet. Like, I was like, oh, so these are just like random rewards or something. But then you showed me this spreadsheet, like that's like the recipes of all how different runes combine together to make different things.
Yeah. We probably put too much thought into it that honestly needed. We're like, like we have to make sure that like if it's an iron rune, like what kind of stuff would be, you know, creating that, like, you know, that's just something that like the recipes have a lot more structure to them, and I suspect a lot of that players won't even think about. Like
That's
they just see list pick for item, you know, like that's something they don't really think about. But there is some thought put into that of like what things go to what recipes.
One way to look at this league has the most spreadsheets we've ever made. Like
that's saying a lot.
The other day I was looking through all the, we have this
like that means it's more than like Necropolis, which for those that don't know, you had like massive Excel sheets to be able to craft specific items that sometimes required multiple plot builds, which was insane in and of itself.
Giga, it's called like Verisium crafting or something.
Yeah.
I was looking through all the tabs, and I was like, I was on like the 60th tab, and I was like, the heck is this? I was reading all this stuff, and it said like Mark's ideas, and I was like, I don't remember coming up with any of this. I did. There's just like pages and pages and pages of crafts and stats, and just like honestly, I've lost the plot a little bit with respect to how many like different things we've made, and like it's honestly just been crazy.
Idea writing.
Some of the rune stuff is like also super bizarre. Like, what's like? I don't even really understand that rune that's got to do with uniques. Like, what's going on with that?
It's called Olroth's Legacy. And it's a rune that you can place in Ezomite and Kalgurin uniques to destroy the unique, and it takes one of the mods off of it and creates a unique rune.
What?
With a slightly modified value sometimes, because obviously, and then you can
Oh.
put that in the same item class of a.
I don't even know about this system. What it's like just the system's just
That's
here,
really
all the
cool,
choices.
actually.
There's just so many crazy crafting things going on, but it was kind of like, well, when we were designing the league, we're like, okay, we've got Kalgurans, like what kind of crazy crafting and magic systems would Kalgurans have, like that would
Yeah,
be
it
different
seems
than the
about
stuff
fair.
that's going on in Rayclast. And so, you know, the whole magic system is based around like this star metal that they have Verisium, and then they like, you know, like the
Eldritch metal from the
words
stars.
give it power and so on. So we're just kind of thinking, we're using that as inspiration for all the different crafting things you have.
Blue shapes.
Yeah, all the blue runic shapes and everything. So it was just a lot of
little nuts on this.
yeah, we
one.
went definitely. So there's so many crafting things. Like in fact, there's even more crafting stuff we had. Like, there were entire crafting benches that we have designed and practically like 80% implemented and then discarded. Like, there's just like a huge amount of that
we
stuff.
can do this or some other
Yeah,
way,
yeah,
some
exactly.
cool way. Yeah, so like because I saw that there's like, oh, you can bench craft a thing and then it changes the unique and it has a new modifier, but now
Yeah.
you've also got a rune that steals modifiers off uniques as well, which I had no idea
Why
about.
not?
Why not? You like making more work for yourselves these days. That seems to be a running theme. I keep saying this.
That
too.
is a game designer thing. Is I have this idea. Why not? Yeah. That's how feature creep happens.
Like, why do you do this? Like, why do you do this?
Yeah.
Why do you make it so you have to like
By the
from
way-
now on you always have to look at all the modifiers on gloves?
100%. So yeah, because of that monk ascendancy, now every unique we ever make that's a glove unique, we have to design extra mods that it changes to.
One
so.
other axis on that. All these new runes we've added, all of them. Remember that shaman that has that whole bonded modifier on every rune that we need to also add?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Does that apply to the ones that come from uniques like that?
TBD. We're going to try.
committed.
Yes,
Yeah.
we are going to try to do it. Yes,
Yeah,
but yeah, the
Wow.
idea is all of them will work. Yes.
So that's like there's some really unusual ones too, because there's runes that are designed to just be put into an item to metacraft and then be replaced, right? So
I'm really proud of that one actually because I really like the way that like it's like doing metacrafting in a more understandable way I reckon than
Yeah,
what
it's-
PoE1 had.
much
So
more feasible.
yeah, you put the item in, you can start rolling different mods, but then you can take it out again by putting another rune on top. So
and
I really
I
like
guess
it.
there's going to be maybe some process where you put one of those in, do a craft, and then put another one in, do another craft.
Almost
and then
certainly. Almost
change it,
certainly.
layer
Yeah,
it all
yeah, yeah.
together.
That one's pretty cool.
Crazy.
We got like chronomancy mods on boots. You got like a berserking themed one for helmet. There's like a kind of decay damage over time one for gloves, and there's a few others there. So we've kind of tried to theme them as well.
Yeah, that's like even a different thing to what we've had in the past with meta mods. Like that's not just shaping how we access the current modifiers, but rather new modifier pools
yeah.
entirely getting added to items.
I mean, we also have that new modifier pool thing going on with Breach as well, where you know, with the new minion set of mods and the new caster set of mods on rings and stuff like that. Like,
Crazy.
yeah. But the thing is, part of the reason for this is because we really wanted to make sure. So one of the things we're in the sort of early design phase of this is we're kind of like every league needs to have something that you're going to keep, like, if you want to grind Justice League, that there's a thing that, like, a reward that, like, you can keep on, that keeps on giving, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That there's, like, a reason to keep on doing this, like, economically. So therefore, every league has to have some kind of crafting system that you can engage with for a very long period of time. Like, we didn't quite have that for, like, some of the leagues sort of had that a bit before, but now we want to make sure that every league definitely has something along those lines. So that, you know, just a reason to keep going.
Yeah, people can absolutely find like a niche, a thing, a service.
I'm
they
still waiting
provide
for
the
Blight.
For
community
sure.
or whatnot.
That's the
which I
thing
quite
I'm
like
waiting
to
for.
see, especially the breach tree getting real deep cuts on some of those things that you can do there, and now with the runes and everything as well. So for the back to the runes of Eldor, you're not actually needing to like find those runes that you're inscribing on those encounters, right? Because I wasn't quite
So
clear on how that works.
thematically, that's how it works. But in reality, the way that you'll engage with it is when you find a rune that's sort of inscribed on a thing. Then, like, all the recipes that relate to that rune will be displayed, except for that there's a few hidden ones that you have to do some quests to get. So there's some more quests throughout the campaign, and also some stuff in endgame that you can do to unlock a few more recipes.
Yeah, but you're not having to like physically like cart these sorts of things around.
No. There's nothing like that. So effectively, like, you're just picking from the book every
So
time.
you
So like, if you want to
gain
just
the
look at this as
knowledge,
like,
you
you know,
unlock
walk
it.
up to the object, there's some
Yeah.
recipes, just pick which item you want. That's effectively how you can engage with it. But thematically, there's kind of more stuff going on with the way that the recipes form and how and what we
Which
decide
is
to put and
cool.
stuff.
So you showed that these remnants then, this new remnant system, obviously it shares the name with remnants from expeditions themselves.
Correct.
And in endgame it actually replaces those.
Yeah.
remnants. So you are still finding these standalone remnants from the League mechanic, like in maps as well as expeditions.
Correct. So yeah, every area there'll be a remnant, and you do the sort of standalone remnant mechanic. But then when you do expeditions, all the what used to be called remnants there have been replaced by these remnants, which serve a similar purpose because they both give you an extra reward, but also make the monsters harder. And even just making the monsters harder in itself, by the way, does add more rarity to the monsters. So like the more runes that you are adding to the fight, the more rewards you're going to get. So it's worth doing even aside from the reward that you're picking. There's still like extra juice.
Which I kind of like better too, because now that you can choose the most of the runes that are in it, I think one of them's always locked in. You can then dictate what the monsters get. Unlike in the previous one where it's just, this is a remnant that gives them lightning damage and they have lightning immunity. If your build's lightning damage, you can't take it, so you just skip it, right? So this does give you a little wiggle room to be able to customize the difficulty effect that they get, which is nice. So
that you're adding to the monsters as well.
We've effectively got a more unified monster mod system now, and so anytime we're pretty much adding mods to monsters, be it now runes, and we've even updated delirium mods to apply to the same system. They all go through the same. They all add. There's like a rarity, XP, life, etc. columns, and so we're just trying to make sure that there's a whereas before it's like system over here, system over here, system over here. They're different reward axes, and we're just trying to make sure it's all difficulty equals reward.
Yeah,
right. And that's the key thing. Like, we always want to make sure that whatever the difficulty we're adding, we're always adding rewards in kind.
Plus, it's like
a lot of the stuff in PoE 2. I mean, it's been quite hard to balance it, but it's one of those things that, if you get it right, then it feels right, and if it doesn't, then you kind of don't know why things feel off, and like why things is like this thing's too hard and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So on that topic, actually, so each of these runes has its own different modifiers that it does to make monsters harder. Is that something you can kind of engage with? You're like choosing the recipes?
So when you're choosing the recipe, you're also choosing what mods effectively go on it, because each rune that you're inscribing effectively comes with like, the thing that the monster's going to do. So there are definitely situations where you might want to decide to like pick something easier because you don't particularly like this mechanic or whatever, but it means you're missing out on whatever item is in that recipe. So like the goal there is that the harder, like the rarer the item, the harder the runes are that will be, the rune modifiers that will be added to the monsters.
Makes sense.
There's some pretty, like in expeditions and what we're now calling grand expeditions, because as what people knew as logbooks before.
The logbook is
the logbook is now exploring the ocean. So,
it's actually a thing,
You get the cool things where, okay, let's say there's like 12 remnants and you want to get them all in the detonation chain. Each remnant you do the fight, and then one of those runes is passed on to be additive with the next. So it doesn't manipulate. So effectively, the monsters have the mods of the remnant, and then all of the next remnant's monsters have one of those runes as well as all the ones they had. So every remnant's harder than the next, getting more and more and more mods. And you can imagine if you go down 12, you can have technically up to 22 extra mods, which you'll note is the reason why we don't display a whole bunch of lines of text on it, and we instead have the bar of actual runic symbols.
So you can mouse over those or something, can you? Like to see the modifiers?
You were meant to be able to, but probably not right now.
There's this thing that we'll do later, which is this pause rework. Yes. I'm going to just spoil it now because it's like one of those things that we're going to do. But effectively, the intention for frickin' ages has been, we just haven't had time to do it yet, that when you pause the game, you can mouse over all of the different things and find out information
UI,
about
that's
them.
really nice.
So the intention would be to be able to expand all of that stuff, like so look at all buffs and explore like what exact stats they give and that kind of stuff. If you want to do that, we've just been planning on doing it for ages, but we didn't get around to it. But
I've been really keen on that.
Do note when you are the runes do say what they do on the remnant, and when the one that moves onto the next remnant has an extra icon above it.
It's not actually moving on all of them, because I was going to say, because it's kind of like each remnant has a lot of modifiers. So it's not. Is it?
So let's say you have a remnant with 5 runes.
Yeah.
One of them will have a symbol above it, and that one forwards onto the next remnant.
Okay.
And so you can do a little bit.
So you can also tell.
You can have a crazy encounter, but the next one is maybe not as bad. You're like, maybe.
So like for example, if it's like rune slot 1, depending on the crafting recipe that you put in, you can determine which one of those runes moves on. So at the start, you could choose easier runes to get passed on that you may not want that particular loot from. But the later runes, you could do it without as much worry of having to face like really bad effects on the monsters for the entire expedition.
If I just make it through that, it'll be okay in the next part of the expedition.
Yeah, but then and so the order of them kind of matters as well. And then, like, okay, let's say obviously each remnant gives a reward. There's a little bit of a more, if you're a juicer, so to speak, you're going to want to do a thing where you're like, okay, I want to get as many runes as possible. And so you want to kind of do things like avoiding overlaps. You want to make sure the last remnant has the most amount of runes, probably. And there's all these like different little things you can think about to try and
expedition. Then
there is, yes, and it's the kind of thing where people are like, I'm going to try and squeeze the most amount of rewards out of these out. Or if you just want to just go blow up a bunch of stuff, also that's completely fine.
On that note, extreme archaeology is still a thing with this new system. Then the giant explosion.
Not in the direct sense.
How do you mean?
Well, not with grand logbooks.
Right. Well, with the regular encounters and maps, that was always
I
the thing
believe
anyway.
it's on one of the master nodes.
Oh yeah, cool.
I need to double check that because I can't be sure, but I believe it is. Yes, we are.
Yeah, that was always the thing for regular expedition encounters anyway, right?
But like, obviously, you don't want that in a grand expedition because you're just like, well, okay, I'll get 1% of the island, I guess. Yeah, for the regular ones, it should be there.
Yeah, awesome.
But
cool.
If it's not,
It's funny though. Like there's also a sort of hidden amount of work that we sort of glossed over there as well in all of the like logbook islands, like what used to be called logbooks, but now the Grand Expedition Islands.
Yeah.
Like we put a lot of effort into like making a bunch of unique islands with weird shit. Like like every one of them has got like unique things to fight and blow up that like are kind of weird.
Or the
so it's not just a bunch of generic maps with expeditions in it.
Yeah. They're actually got a lot of effort put into them in terms of every one of them has 2 to 3 things that only spawn there that are interesting. So yeah, there's quite a bit there.
So I wonder too if you can use if there is custom things like that. I wonder how it interacts with things like the delirium fog. I wonder if you can put the delirium fog in the ocean biomes or it's only on land. I can't remember if we saw them use it on the expedition logbook islands.
There too, like it's kind of like we didn't want to spoil too many of them because it's quite fun, like finding out, oh, maybe this will explode, maybe that'll explode. There's like things like that you can do, but it's quite a fun one.
There's even like there's like special logbooks you can find now that a logbook is just you click it to reveal a section of the ocean.
Yeah.
We have one that you can get that you can turn on, and then when you click it, all of the islands revealed have extra modifiers on them, like expedition themed modifiers, so like more explosives, more radius, and a whole bunch of stuff like that.
That's nice.
You get late game.
Yeah, I guess kind of somewhat filling the role of how towers work in the rest of the Atlas as well, but for the islands. Like
but
an
then
AoE craft of maps.
Well, but then you also have ones that reveal like guarantee. Olroth will be there, for example. So it's like a little bit, which is a way to trade for like then getting Olroth kills.
Spicy,
of course.
Nice.
Well, you can always, of course, just trade for like the pinnacle boss keys themselves.
Anyway,
so,
yes,
yeah, but
he's not the fake pinnacle anymore.
Right.
And you are actually using regular Waystone, so you can kind of juice up the expedition maps, the grand expedition
Exactly.
maps now.
Yes, you can.
Potentially quite a bit. Cool. That's pretty juicy. It seems. I think you kind of mentioned, Jonathan, that it feels a little bit like Delve in some ways.
Yeah, it is a little
That's
bit.
what I
the
said,
Explorer is sort of supposed to feel that way because it's one of those like sort of infinite expanses that you can go down.
Delve ocean.
Yeah.
Delve sideways.
I still want to make proper Delve one day, but at least we've got this.
You also don't have to run around the islands reading all those giant blocks of text anymore, hoping to not get some.
Oh, you remind me actually. So with the runes, is there modifiers like immune to fire damage and can't leech from them and stuff like that? They're just gone.
Thank goodness. Now, to be fair, we have to deal with like the Geonor moonbeams, but the immunity is being gone and stuff like that's really nice.
Traditional modifiers, and then there's a set at the top. Like there's one called Power Rune, which is the rarest. It takes every mod and makes it tier 2. So there's some meta-y ones, and then there's the ones some we showed, and there's one that causes all monsters spawned by the remnant to share a life pool, which is actually crazy and also very satisfying.
That kind of sounds fun, yeah.
The funny thing about this is that if we had been a normal live stream where we were just doing a league, like so much more of the stuff we probably would have delved into.
Yeah,
but instead, because we had so much in-game stuff as like other things as well.
You're doing like 5 leagues.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you couldn't really show any of this stuff.
Yeah. There's tons of like hidden stuff.
It's like,
in there.
I can't believe you glazed over this thing where like a rune steals a unique modifier.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like that's a big one.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh yeah, we didn't have time. We had to cut it for time.
Well, I mean,
You can kind of craft
another one of
uniques
those we
on
cut
each
for
other
time
now.
was the ability to upgrade runes that. There's a thing that will upgrade a rune that's already in your in your gear.
Yeah, you can
Oh,
get, like, a
nice.
perfect
So you get a
iron rune.
perfect rune of any rune can be upgraded past the normal level that it can normally go to using one of those. Like it's called the Masterwork rune.
Rub your runes
So
together.
there's something like that as well. Like, there's all sorts of
Which
stuff.
you can then do incursion, extract, and trade. By the way, just to be clear.
Yeah, because there's the
can
incursion
extract
and
them.
I forgot
stuff.
about that thing.
Yeah, so you can actually trade those the upgraded ones if you wanted to.
Oh yeah, and you've got another category of ones that absolutely can't be removed. And I assume not with that either. because
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
like-
So that's like the
they're
dual
like-
socket thing and
It's
stuff like
almost
that.
like vialing an item.
Yeah,
like, that's
yeah.
done.
Yeah, yeah.
This is where you're going to get the weird economy where the upgrader item is for some reason cheaper or something than the rune that's taken out of that. There'll be some weird
Yeah, 'cause
someone's
they're gonna
extracted
be
a
using
perfect
them to
rune
keep
because that's like an
extracting.
abnormal thing you got to do incursion, and the upgrader item is like for some reason going to have a weird price differential to the rune.
Yeah.
It's gonna be it's always
It's
the
gonna be
case.
a wild economy. I mean, not to mention just like 100 new runes in general. That's kind of like rather a lot, isn't it? That's
Yeah,
a lot
it's
of
a few.
runes.
It's a few.
I think it's 160.
160 now.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it is the runes of Elder, like you know.
That's right. All right.
It is the league.
If it didn't have some runes in it, it
Gotta
would,
go with some runes,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, it'll just be Elder League otherwise.
And that's not even all. Like there's the alloy crafting too, which is like
Yeah.
Yeah, the alloy is really cool too. Is like the remove one mod and add one from the hidden pool of whichever alloy it is. I think that's what it was. Like it's a cool chaos orb, or not cooler, but like for one, it's like a targeted chaos orb, so you can kind of determine the type of mod you want to put on it. But also that they're adding their own pool of rolls that it can get.
version of their essence crafting because of course you
Exactly.
do, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, like essences.
do you view this league just as like it was a crafting focused league from the outside? But it was
I mean, we knew. I mean, the Verisium stuff. Like they're known as like a whole culture of blacksmiths and
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
doing stuff, right? So they're
Makes
gonna,
sense.
yeah, they're gonna do some crafting.
Do you think there is like a too much for crafting options, or is there some way that this is like kind of segmenting out that makes it feel like it's still manageable?
Well, I'd like to think it's manageable. Honestly, I find the rune stuff. I mean, you can always add more socketable type things like this because every time you find one, it's like it's just a thing in itself. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why we steered away from like too many crafting bench type things. We've got like mega lists.
Yeah.
It's like it's honestly way cooler to find an item and then like, okay, now this is a physical thing that I've got. So yeah, like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll notice the Verisium Metallurgy one we have, the rune smithing, rune forging, whatever the names we ended up going with, it's just here's your input, here's your output.
Exactly.
That's it.
Yeah.
So that one can be simple. You don't need to have the giant. I think that the giant lists are part of what scare people off from crafting as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think doing it the way we've done it here is honestly
Yeah, like doing horticulture and stuff like that in PoE 1. Like, I know a couple people that I've, got to play the game, and they were, like, the first time they ever did, like, harvest, and were just like, okay, I'm trying to do this thing. It's like, oh, it's in the harvest bench. They put it in, and they just scroll down through the list of all the different crafting options, and they're like, here, you do it. So, yeah.
honestly more new player friendly than the kind of than the giant list you feel like you need to understand when you see it.
Yeah,
But of course, as these things go core, we'll see what works, we'll see what doesn't work, we'll see what worked in endgame and didn't, because again, once the things are core, how
Well, that's what I was going to say too, is like if they go core, they don't have to bring all of them. Like, for example, say the alloys, don't really work well, but like the majority of the runes do. If they could just say like these particular like ones over here are going to go core, but the rest of them are going to be pushed out. So there are ways of even just bringing in a few of them if they determine that those are good, but
they appear in the campaign. You don't know. Maybe these things work really well in the campaign and need to be pulled into a system that's more campaign friendly without having to have remnants in every area and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
it's always nice.
Like you can get them from like the blacksmith after finding his tools in like the village or something like that.
To keep an eye on that and see what works, what's good for onboarding.
Or vice versa, if they're not good for the campaign, maybe leave it for like King's March when you first free the Raven Trickster, because you need to make the Verisium spikes for that. So maybe that's the point where you unlock the rune crafting if they're trying to push, like it's too powerful early on, but they want it for later in the campaign or into maps.
What's good for campaign progression, what's all of that kind of stuff. I mean, honestly, all of this stuff, if you're using it all, you're going to be significantly more powerful in the campaign. We have a bunch of those kind of purple runes, those powerful runes appearing throughout the campaign that you can get from the remnants as well, and like they do.
Was that even in the live stream? The purple.
Some of them were, I think. Okay. But like there's the rune for bows that gives you 50% chance for an additional arrow, and like that. It's not like that's end game. That's just early. Now, of course, you're going to get the thing of like, do I want to use it early or do I want to save it till late? Because it depends on how many you get and all of that. But like, the power is there if you need to use it and if you want to use it. So it's kind of up to you. And if they're abundant enough, go free. And
but to go back to your original question as well, we do sort of want to make sure that each of the crafting systems does like have specific domains most of the time. Yeah. So in the case of the breach one again, that's about jewelry crafting. If you're into like these specific things, and in particular, you've got the.
And I kind of like that too, because like he's saying, for the Genesis tree being like jewelry focused. Now, if someone wants to specialize in that, they have a reason to do so, especially with the new like specific modifiers that you can roll on them through the tree. It gives them like a actual end game market thing for trading if they want to do that, or if they're playing solo self-found, target crafting their own jewelry. So it kind of gives each different mechanic a thing that it's particularly good at, which is nice, because then you want to do it for different reasons if you're into trading and stuff like that, but also if you're doing SSF stuff, you're able to go to specific content for specific things that you may or may not need, which again improves your target farming
and minion stuff as well. Yeah. So you're kind of looking at that and you're like, okay, like if I need to cast, create some minion jewelry, then like this is the league I'm playing. But then if I'm not having to create that, then I don't have to necessarily understand that one. So we do try to we're trying to make sure that it's not like for every single item slot or every single use case you have to know about every crafting system. Like there are specific ones that can help with specific areas.
Yeah, okay, and you can look into that, and that does divide it down a little bit more.
Yeah,
make it a bit more.
That's kind of the intention. Yeah. This was actually one of those things we discussed way back in the early days of PoE 2 about how we would differentiate crafting from PoE 1. Is like try to have a little bit more segregation of the different crafting systems and different item slots.
Yeah, exactly. So you've also got this other crafting system in this, because we're not finished through that list yet. So you can use rune forging to upgrade items, including unique items, to increase their base damage, or give maybe some armors new rolls with ward and things like that as well. This is like another route to modifying uniques, which you've been doing a little experimenting a bit more with over time. And this has an ability to change affixes on uniques as well, right?
Correct. So the changing affixes part, I believe, is mostly the Kalguran uniques where it does that. Is that not correct?
Can you tell what is a Kalguran unique?
We are going to add a way for you to tell what's Ezomite Kalguran, because Val for the other one as well.
For the weapons, it's mostly about increasing the base damage to make it so that a low-level unique can actually be something you can use in endgame. Because there's obviously a lot of uniques there that are interesting, but not viable for endgame because they just don't have the damage. So that's kind of like one of the main things we're solving. And then for the armors, it's all about being able to make that ward versus other defense trade-off as well.
For the Kalguran uniques, what we've tried to do is have that, because most of the Kalguran uniques are endgame, right? That's just drops from Olroth, drops from the new Pinnacle, a few others, and
we saw like the minimum that the base type drops was like I think level 65. So
have multiple outcomes for them, and you don't get to pick. So, for example, there's a new shield being added. and it is a strength dex shield, so armor evasion, and it comes with raised shield, and it has some mechanics around that. In the Verisium bench, you can put it in, you can craft, and it can turn into a full ES base, a full evasion base with parry, or a full strength base with raised shield. So you can, if you want to get away from it being hybrid, and like that's just one example. Now you might have to get a few of them to get the one you want. Deal with it.
Yeah.
But for all of them, that's kind of the idea. Is like some are just mods, some are a bit more transformative. You know, there's just like, okay, there's a weapon, and one of the outcomes might be that it's just higher damage, slower speed. One of it might be that converts all of its damage to lightning, like it's got a Tempest theme. One of it might be that, you know, there's like
Cool.
just a whole bunch of different stuff like that, and like some.
Ooh, then I wonder what happens when you put the grenade launcher in, because that's a Kalgurin one. Huh.
A bit more niche, some of them are a bit more spike, but the idea is that there's generally we're going to try and aim for 3 different outcomes for every Kalgurin unique. There are some other niche cases. I don't want to like spoil them because by the way, there's more crafting things. I'm just not going to tell you because they're secret.
Oh boy.
I'm getting all my secrets in. But I hope people can find them out and enjoy it. But yes, there are some other things as well that are a bit more out there. You know, one that isn't so secret, but like there's the kind of the questions of like what happens if you know, try and add runic ward to something that has no defenses to begin with. Tabula rasa. You know, like
like tabula rasa.
it's like weird things. Where it's like, what happens when you convert nothing into something? I don't know. You know,
That's
so,
interesting, actually. Okay.
There's some other weird
I never
cases
thought
as
of
well.
that.
So
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, there's going to be a lot of exploration and tinkering, and it seems like a long tail of discovery for this league as well.
Yeah.
Months in, people might
Which
be
is
still
really
discovering
cool. I
stuff.
like that.
That's
Well, we
pretty
all
exciting
know
to
it. We
hear.
like doing our discovery here.
With the
so.
uniques in general, like I think this crafting, the ability to modify uniques, change how they work a little bit, has been pretty popular. Do you feel like, are you worried at all about like losing?
Oh, the one thing I didn't see is I wonder if they have like the unique thing, the breach uniques that can be birthed from the tree still from Genesis. Because that would be cool to see like if what happens if they do have them, you get those uniques and then you also rune craft those. That'd be cool.
The identity of uniques, or what makes them unique, or what is the feel of a unique, or do you have kind of like an idea?
Like
of...
the void, or not void touched. I don't remember the purple modifiers for the uniques. They didn't show any, so I don't know if they brought that in too. We'll see.
how you can maintain.
I think that it'll be possible to break that, but I don't think that we have here, because at the end of the day, the uniques are still like each serving a specific purpose, and that is different from rares and how they work. You know, like so. I think it is okay. Like what I wouldn't want to do is just be like, oh, now a bunch of rare mods can spawn on uniques. Like I'm not a fan of that at all. So as long as we're not doing that, I think it's okay. I mean, like we do push the boundaries. Though. Even just the fact that uniques have socketables that go in them kind of changes things a bit. But I think a lot of the time when you do that, you're not really looking at that as like the unique has got random mods. It sort of feels more like it's just an extra place for things to go on your character. So I think it still works in terms of the flavor of what a unique is supposed to be.
Yeah, it feels like a separate layer. Yeah, I guess a lot of the time you are changing one unique modifier for another unique modifier that's like a twist on the original concept, so it still retains that identity quite a lot there as well. So kind of like transitioning. Oh wait, first I did want to ask about the runic ward thing. So runic ward obviously has undergone a bit of a redesign, a bit of a concept change here. It's now a layer under your life. How did you arrive at this design? Kind of what's the reason for it?
Well, once again, we were thinking, okay, we want to be able to make a magic system that feels like it's fundamentally different than what you'd have on Rayclast. We were trying to think like, okay, how do I say this? So, I feel like I've lost myself here, but like I guess it is really just something that feels a little bit different. And we wanted to make a colorless skill.
Well, the other thing too, is like it feels like if they're talking in contrast, right, with raid class stuff, raid class all their defenses are on top of their health, and this being below does give it that kind of different feeling as well. And yeah, the fact that they're colorless because it's this own form of magic not relating to the corruption gems is cool, but not just in a thematic way, but also because then you're not limited in your skills or weapon usage or attribute requirements.
Skills, right? We wanted to make a thing where these skills can be used across classes, so all of those skills we want to be used. But we didn't really feel like we would be able to use an energy system that wasn't independent of the existing ones that we had.
Right. Yeah.
And so then we're like, okay, if we make something here where you get to be able to trade some level of defensiveness for offense because you're spending effectively part of your life pool, then we'd be able to make a system there. But we probably couldn't have used life because if we'd done that, there's so many other things that like are going on with life that wouldn't have really been able to. That wouldn't have been able to work. So
especially with the changes they're making.
It's just a completely different thing than what Ward was in PoE1. We just sort of used the term, but it means something completely different in PoE2.
I think it's just a significant upgrade from PoE1's, just like kind of one-shot energy shield. I mean, that was like hard carried by uniques. Whereas this is a way more... just applicable system. Like you can just have a little bit of it, and you're just happy to have a little bit of extra life. Effectively, works way better in the campaign. Works just as more of as an isolated system, and doesn't need to have like, okay, here's now 4 unique mechanics, and now my ward is a build, which is fine. If it's all in game, that's fine. But like you were talking about having something in the campaign here, a full league and a system we want to engage with and get some, borrowed power out of via these skills and whatnot. And so, it just works a lot better.
I wonder how early on we can get the skills.
One thing I should mention with the ward is that in the early base types, it's usually strict upgrades. Like if you're during early in the campaign, you're not trading off anything, you just get extra bonuses. But as you get into the end game, that's where those bases start to be like, okay, in order to have more ward, we're going to be trading off your other defenses.
Oh,
and that means that when we finally do potentially move it into core, it's going to be like, it'll be a question of like, do I want to go for, like, it's not going to be something mandatory, because if it had just been always additive, it would have been that every single person needs to put ward in every single base type, and we don't want it to be that way in the end game.
So if you're doing armor stacking in the end game, you might not want the ward, because it actually will significantly subtract the armor value from your actual, body armor chest piece, which makes sense. So it is like a defensive layer choice later on, but it's more power to make the campaign easier, which is why strict upgrade.
We want it to be, once it gets there, it's like a choice of like, do I want to engage with this, do I not want to? So that was kind of an important consideration there at the end.
We've actually also handcrafted every outcome. So every single, like, generally how you would expect this kind of thing to be done. Here's the formula. It converts. Right. We've just gone and said, let's do it manually for everything, which means it was a metric amount of metadata to add.
Every base type we add has to have the ward, the rune-crafted, rune-forged version.
At endgame, you get some cool stuff where base type A might become very, very heavy on runic ward, where base type B might have just a little bit, and some are in the middle, and some sacrifice a bit more defense where others don't, and then the same with the uniques. You're getting like crazy different outcomes where it's a similar thing where it's like, what is Calm's Heart going to do? What's Brass Dome going to do? There's like different kind of things that people are going to play around with, and it's like, is it worth it? And the good thing is you can of course see the outcome before you do it with these non-random ones on armors. I
didn't realize that.
When you have both the slots, if you mouse over the right one, it will show what you're going to get, except for like those Calgary unique outcomes, like I said. So that's a bit more special. But most of the time, you can see what you're going to get. So if you're just no, I don't want to lose that armor, then don't lose that armor. So but there's some crazy stuff. You'll get some runic ward stackers. You'll get some people that just have a supplemental amount just to stack, maybe just enough to use a skill, or just enough to use a support. You'll get people who are just trying to spam the skills as much as they possibly can. You'll have some people that have low amounts stacking higher regen of it, and like all kinds of stuff is the goal. All done via the metallurgy, the runes, the different skills, like. The whole suite is there, so there's just all kinds of stuff you can do.
Yeah, and on the topic of the Kalguran skills, this is like, especially because this is like something that gets asked all the time, is like, can we have more weapon agnostic skills? Things that kind of like blur those boundaries a little bit now that you've got those established. what's the design process or the goal, or how you
So
approaching
it's a little bit
making those
tricky
skills?
because we have to make sure that these things are going to be things that can be used across classes. Like I don't want to just be like, okay, this one's only for
Yeah, like the Frostfire
one
works with,
particular
like, anyone that
character.
does burning.
These kind of span them, and that means they tend to need to work with things like existing debuffs and existing
work with the Infernalist, it could work with
existing
the,
buffs. We've got one
Dragon
that
Druid, it can
generates
work with the oil grenades.
sorry,
mercenary.
they've got various things that that just play with all of those different mechanics.
Yep.
So like the example we gave in the presentation of like converting fire to frost fire,
Oh,
like
there
that
you
kind of
go.
thing. Like there's a lot of different builds, a lot of different character classes that be able to play with that.
Yeah.
And ideally that means that it can just open up the different different ways to be able to synergize between different mechanics all over the place. And then because
I
they
want to see, like,
spend
a Frost
ward
Dragon
rather
build, but
than
there
some
wasn't
other
a really
resource, it
good
means
way of
that
doing it.
there's no issue there either.
Yeah, potentially slot into any build and don't have attribute requirements or colors.
That's the other thing, of course. Yeah, they don't have strength, dex, and attribute requirements. They just have level requirements.
Yeah.
So that way,
The
they can
Calgurans are a little bit more ahead of Rayclass times, it seems. Oh, well.
There's a bit more of a technological magic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool that it's often the case when we add these things, it can feel a bit shallow. Like it can feel like here's this whole new magic system, but only there's this little amount. Whereas here, I feel like we've actually gone, here's this whole
pretty
magic
expansive.
system. Like here's a taste of it, and like
It's
in
also
some
really
cases,
cool
like
from a lore
sure,
point of view too.
25 skills now. We'll see what happens later, and like there's things to expand on, unless they're of course terrible, in which case they never existed. You know what I mean? But I mean for the long-term health of the game. But you get this thing where it's like it really feels like, with respect to the Calguran magic, the Calguran technology, we're just like getting further and further and really learning more and more about how these people gain their power, how it's different
Yeah, I
from
really liked
everything you
working
know
with
on
them in
Rayclass,
King's
and like
March.
it's honestly been just quite cool. And like Runic Ward, as I said, it feels way more than just like. It feels pretty core. Like it doesn't feel like this just secondary
It's
thing. Not that you
hacked
have to do
on,
it. It's not
yeah.
mandatory, but it feels core when you do engage with it, which is very cool. And I wouldn't say we've gone this deep into like a extra resource system and thing like in any league ever before. Not in this regard. So
Yeah, it's like
I'm trying to think of like the only other resource type. Like the only thing I could think of is like charging things, but that would be like Sentinel League, maybe. Yeah, probably.
like usually just like on some map thing, you collect petals or something.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Seems a bit more engaging than that, a bit more fundamental character builds. Okay. Well, it seems like that's something you would probably want to keep long term then as well. Like as long as it works.
I mean, if
presumably.
it works, then we will.
Yeah, if people like it ultimately. Since we're talking a lot about gear, just kind of zooming out to a bit broader picture, some outstanding issues from our last meeting. If I consult the minutes here, plus skills is often brought up as something that's has a very high level of impact on your gearing choices and can feel for some, I think, a bit restrictive as just because it's so much stronger than other
We did have a big
options.
conversation about that. I can't remember what we finally decided on there.
Yeah, it's one of those dexterity-like conversations.
Yeah. It was a
I
while
think
ago.
we are trimming a few levels off the top.
Yeah, that's right, I remember now.
Or more so,
Yeah.
more so, we're trimming some off the top and moving some of it up so that there's still a high-level mod. But doing that for the weapon mods. But like, there's more to do here, for sure. I would say that given the like this league in particular, like I remember we started it and we were like, here's all the things that we've discussed we need to fix, we need to do all this, and then it was like, oh, and here's the like 8,000 other balance runes and crafting systems and everything we want to do and new classes, and it was like new versus existing having a bit of a conflict, and we were so I wouldn't say we got to do as much of the balance fix up to a lot of the stuff we've discussed previous that we wanted to do here, but as you were talking about at the start of the Q&A, like.
But that's also, they've said that they're going to work on this up to the 1.0 launch, where they're going to be working on balancing and fixing and kind of tweaking what they already have in the, these upcoming like mini challenge league type things. So they have more time to do that, just not right now.
Like that is, and what Jonathan said is that is a lot of what we want to do. While we have the team making the acts,
Yeah.
like that's a different kind of balance. We don't have, you're not adding runes and crafting systems to the axe in the same way,
Which
right?
means that those designers
it's
are
a
freed
different
up
team. Yeah, so
are freed up to be able to work on all of those kinds of larger balance
You
concerns.
can pretty much do some balance leagues between.
We
now
do,
and-
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And we do have a big list of stuff we want to change there. Like, there's a lot.
it is a list.
Which isn't to say that we didn't do some balance for this
I
one.
expected you to do almost none on this one, given the scope.
No,
of
there's
what you
definitely
wanted
some.
to do.
There's
We actually
some
have done a few,
important ones too.
which we'll cover a few of those.
Got like some chronomancer stuff. There's we're doing a bunch of stuff, but honestly, it just is as much as we can, to be honest. Like we're not sitting idly not doing it, but yeah, like I understand that there's a few things which I assume you're going to bring up a couple others that are left unresolved, and
Certainly.
hopefully maybe one of them's resolved. We'll see.
Well, the next one was rarity, reprising our earlier discussions on rarity from the last Q&A, where you were saying that you were eager to at some point remove rarity from.
I am interested in doing that. It's still a question of what we can replace it with. But there is one other change to talk about around that is a bit more subtle, and I don't know whether it will matter or not. But one of the things we identified, I mean, look, the thing people often say with rarity is they just don't want it to give currency.
Yeah,
That's like a common thing that they'll say. Like people who say they want to keep rarity, they'll often say, "Oh, but it should. You could just remove the currency from it, and then it'll be okay." So what we were thinking about is like, there's this sort of market dynamic that goes on in PoE 1, but hadn't been going on in PoE 2 so much, where people couldn't really respond in PoE 2 to the market by like picking the reward type that they would like to get as much.
Yeah.
So in PoE 1, it's like if currency is becoming more valuable, you can respond to that by farming leagues that give you more currency. And if uniques are becoming like more valuable, then you can respond to that by farming more uniques and that kind of stuff. So there was like a little bit of an aim here to make it so that the league's a little bit more like by picking what league you're also picking more of what types of rewards you want to get a little bit better, which can mean that like if there's a gap in the market, you can fill it that way, and that should result in like more price. We're getting total economist here right now, but it'll mean that people can respond to the price signals that the market is giving them by farming the correct thing to like get the thing that like the market is valuing more right now.
So we're actually seeing that phenomenal difference between the two games on like the economic statistic level.
Well, I think it's not so much looking at the statistics, but just realizing that like without the ability for players to do that, it can mean that you can get endless inflation in one thing because people aren't able to respond to that by effectively getting more of that thing to drive the prices down again. So that kind of stuff actually can matter. And so one of the things we have been doing is making it so that here's a league you can farm more to get more of this thing. And like even with regard to something like Breach, because you can pick there's mods for picking what type of womb gift is going to drop more often. You can be like, okay, if currency's more valuable right now, I'm going to pick that one.
Yeah,
I'm going to have that tree be the one that I'm getting more of, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so like if the items aren't worth as much, but the currency is, you don't need to be target farming and crafting the gear to sell through the womb gifts. You can just do the currency itself, trade that currency for other things you need, and then just keep going that way.
It's like giving a little bit more control over what the rewards are, which should actually lead to a bit more price stabilization here as well. But we'll see how that works. Like I don't know whether that's actually one of the things, but it does seem related to the fact that in PoE 2, since rarity effectively boosts everything, it meant that that mechanic wasn't letting it be one of the levers that people could use to respond to the market that way.
Yeah, exactly. You were just going to do it because it was clear.
Sorry, guys, for turning into an economist all of a sudden, but it's like
I like it. It's
one of those things.
I think it's just ignoring the whole economy aspect. It just gives players agency to target what type of loot they want anyway, right? How is that not just straight up better for like, here's what I need, here's what I want, I'm going to go get it, and here's the different levers I have to be able to achieve that, be it via choosing a different league, be it by choosing different...
One thing I never really experimented with, which would be interesting to see, is if you're target farming base types for crafting, you want white base types. So I wonder how it works if you want to get like Ventnor's Gamble or something, or different modifiers that give you negative rarity, so that you could actually go negative, so that you're less likely to find blue, like magic or rare items. I've never really experimented with that. That would be interesting to see. Because then you could even sell base types if you're trying to farm that.
Multi-choice Atlas tree things within that league, be it...
Which is kind of normally the opposite of what you want, but it would be interesting to see if that's like a weird thing that we could kind of mess with.
Picking a certain master and taking a certain... Atlas master skill that changes the rewards of one of the leagues. Like there's many different axes here, which is very, very cool to just be like, all right, we're going to try and get the best out of the uniques today, or I'm going to try and target farm this or that. And like, it's just a win, even if you're just like, I don't care about inflation and all of the trade and all of that. Like, it's just good. So win-win on that regard, hopefully, assuming
But
the
in
economy
saying that,
adapts.
that doesn't necessarily mean that we're like happy with how item find stuff is. Like, there still might be changes.
Yeah, correct.
Well, it sounds like you're still eager to replace that.
Yeah, I am.
Given that you can find the
it's one of those things that's surprisingly hard, alongside Leech, alongside decks and various other things
What
like
to do with deck bonus.
the forever topics that always seem to come back and to haunt us every time.
Yes, keep you awake at night. Since we're talking economy and inflation, is that something you guys are kind of like interested in looking at in some way, like sinks for exalts or divines, or kind of managing that sort of stuff, or you just kind of like see what happens?
This is a weird one because some of the perception.
I'm just gonna guess really quick first, especially with like they're adding so many new crafting things. I'm gonna guess it's just kind of a see what happens and then adjust based off that. Like if you're adding runes and the amount of new crafting options, it's gonna be very hard to say yes, people will have a ton of resources to sync before actually seeing it. But we'll see. Because you don't want to add something that's a sync that people actually want to do when... Like, there's been a few leagues in PoE 1 that have been, like, scarcity leagues, pretty much, where it's like it's very hard to find currency. Or there's something that's really needed to be a currency sync used a lot, so people dump their currency into it, so you kind of get into a scarcity setting, so...
that people have about like what each thing means can be backwards from what people expect.
Yeah.
But I do think that that's gonna come down to that sort of ability for people to respond to the market. I think that's going to help. But as I said, we'll see. If it doesn't help with that stuff, then we'll revisit it and see what
More
happens.
syncs for exalts is an inevitability for sure. It will occur at some. It just kind of has to. Syncs for divines. I don't know, find Mage Blood, see what happens.
I was like, you have something in the works for that one. I know how you do.
Good luck.
I wonder if Mage Blood is kind of what they did with the new belt in PoE 1, where it's shrine buffs. Because I don't think they've shown it at all yet. So maybe it's kind of like that.
Wait and see with that.
Or if it's like notables from the passive tree, because I could see people spending a ton of divines to reroll to get like the perfect notables that they need from the tree.
On the topic of crafting, are there any, with all this new stuff, are there any changes to like the existing stuff of crafting, like how the crafting systems work, the currencies work? How happy have you been with the introduction of Greater and Perfect orbs?
I would just say that Greater and Perfect are too, especially Perfect is just too common. Like we're probably going to have to nerf the
Especially
control of
transmutes
those.
and orgs. Yeah.
And because effectively it's sort of being a problem in that kind of early in the in-game crafting is like probably a little bit too easy. So we'll probably nerf the drop rates of some of that stuff a little bit. I think it's probably just a little bit too far. Like not to make them like impossible.
Mostly
to find
transmutes and augments.
Mostly transmutes and augments. It was just making it a little bit too easy.
Yeah.
So
I guess the outcome of that is that they become the norm like immediately, right?
Sure. So there'll probably be a change there. But yeah, like I think that it was just making it a little bit too easy to progress in that early in-game part there.
Which is interesting because like when we were playing before, I would say that we stopped earlier in the end game. Like we did some of the Atlas stuff. But I remember having almost none of them. Like graders we had a few of, but perfects I think we found like 5. So it's interesting. Maybe we were just a little bit unlucky when it comes to the drops, but yeah.
All right. Now I'm going to hit you with, I usually do this at the end, but right now, a surprise QOL UX round. So you've got this in-game build planner, which is an awesome addition. Very excited. And kind of...
Honestly, I think the build planner is one of the biggest additions out of everything that they've said so far. Like, that is a massive change. And one of the biggest things where I talked to people and they didn't enjoy playing the game as much was the skill tree. But it's like, oh, the builds exist. But a lot of people were like, yeah, but I don't want to go into separate programs or out of the game in order to do that. Now you still kind of do if you want to download the build file, but there's so little like stress to entry or friction to entry in that, because you just download it and it's in the game. You don't have to jump into Path of Building to do it. Like have Path of Building up and that kind of stuff. And that also kind of makes me interested to see how the other tools use this. Like, for example, is Path of Building going to be there and eventually we could just export? Like, for example, if I go through, make a Path of Building build, can I export from Path of Building into a build file to use in the game? Because that would be really nice. Because I like right now, I use Path of Building when I'm making my own builds and stuff like that, right? But I have to like tab back and forth sometimes to be able to like see what's next, that kind of thing. Because my memory's bad, so trying to remember it all, right? So if they have a way of exporting it into a different build file from, I think they just export as JSON right now. But that would be really handy. That'd be super, super handy. But yeah, so I think for a new player point of view, for an ease of access and a general, you know, not hardcore general, I don't want to say casual, but just people that aren't as hardcore into the game, I think this is going to open up way more people that don't have that wall of seeing the skill tree and kind of like, I'm out. Because I have seen it is a joke in the community more so, but I have actually seen that happen where people have like this, like they're enjoying the game, they get up to the level, like level 1 in the starting area, they look at the skill tree and I just kind of freeze and they're like, Erwin, this is too much, this might not be for me, right? So this being actually in the game now not solves it, but definitely helps reduce that friction.
I'm surprised that you did that as well. It's like,
Well, that's the other thing, like Ziggy said, like I'm surprised that they added this, because like for a long time they haven't even mentioned this. Like it's been requested for in Path of Exile 1 for like the longest time, which is interesting that they did it in PoE 2. I wonder if it's a code thing, like maybe just because of the spaghetti they have from Path of Exile 1. You know, maybe adding a integrated build file, like a new file type that you upload in, is just not as possible or not as easy as it was for the, you know, the new coding style that they're using for Path of Exile 2. But I'm glad to see it regardless. Very, very nice.
a huge leap over what you tested in the past that kind of went away for a while, which was like the ability to plan passives.
Yeah.
So I guess that was the reason why that went away, since you had a bigger project in mind. I'm curious, what
sorry, even to be like, not just the fact that it's just like it highlights what you need. I really like the fact that it has the different scaling by level, so we can actually program in, you know, when they reach this level, update to this plan, and like you can actually, like when they were showing it, you can do that. But also being able to add notes to the gear slots and stuff like that is really, really cool.
Let me take a different angle on this. What don't you want to do with this? Like, where is the line of where you don't want this to do? Because this is something that helps like players a lot. It's very in-game.
Right. Well, some people have asked us, like, you know, are you going to suggest builds? Like, is GGG going to be like, here's some builds to play and that kind of thing? And I don't want to be doing that. I do want to leave it to the community to decide what is that stuff. So that means we're not going to be like, what I don't want it to be is like, okay, you like join the game for the first time and the game's like, pick a build, you know? Like, that isn't how it should work. Like, it needs to be that that most, look, I know that a lot of players wanted to follow build guides, and that's absolutely fine. We want to give as good a tools as we can for that. But at the same time, like, I still want the desirable theory of the game to be that you join the game having never played it before and you just explore and find the stuff that's interesting,
which is what I prefer.
So you know, but then like if you're already going to a website to find a build guide, then at the point you've done that, like we might as well make that as easy as possible for you to do and follow and all that sort of thing. So
we've actually made sure to keep it hidden unless you know to do it.
So unless you basically drop
you don't open your passive.
Yeah, so it's not like shoved in your face right away. I do like that. I think that's a good choice, especially for people that have it. But I don't know, because then if it's hidden, it doesn't actually help the new player, because if it's hidden, they won't know how to look for it unless they already know about it. So that actually kind of debuffs my original thing about it being better for newer people, because if the option isn't even there, I agree with them that they shouldn't recommend them, like create their own, but if the option isn't there, they don't, so they might not even know that that exists at that point then. So we'll see.
Tree, and it's like load files, and you're like, what the heck is going on here?
Now, I should mention that we didn't put it in the live stream because we weren't like 100% sure that it would be there, but it is being worked on right now, that there's going to be like a one-click solution for getting a build from a community website, right? So the idea is like,
okay, that helps. I wonder if they're going to use like Maxroll or something for that, or if it's going to be like just a import from XYZ. Because like for right now, we still have, like, we can import, actually it might work the same thing as like loot filters. Like you can just subscribe to the loot filter and then it brings it in. So
a community website can put a like a link, and when you click the link, it'll just add it to your account.
Like with filters, like what?
Well, there you go.
Exactly, like with filters, right? So then it can just add it to your account, and that way you don't have to screw around with files or anything. And that's important for console players as well, because they obviously can't put files on the console.
Yeah.
So basically,
that's
they'll
a
be
good
able
point.
to add it to their account just like an item
because
filter.
I obviously play on PC, so I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
And then now it's just going to appear there, and
trust.
then stuff will work.
I know right now you have to have a real trust in your filter creator.
Yeah,
because they can just hide mirrors. So hopefully your build creator, hopefully your build creators,
right?
So April 1st, your build creator just completely just changes your build randomly for a day.
No.
The documentation for how to do the build files should be going up today-ish.
Oh, nice.
And that means that what I'd expect to happen, although obviously it's up to them, like the various community projects like Path of Building and that kind of stuff, to all like adopt that and make it so that you can so that you can export a build from those tools, and then then creators can create websites showing those off and that kind of thing, and like that kind of stuff is what we'd expect to.
Yeah, it just improves the actual like physical act of like having a build guide and implementing that, using it for people who are. That's awesome.
And if we also find that like build creators are interested in adding notes to more places, like we tried to get everything we could think of, but there might be places where you like because the idea is like anywhere where a creator wants to be able to say like here's some more tutorialization that they want to add. The idea is that they can kind of do that.
So it's customizable for the build creator.
That's the sort of.
I can tell people to upgrade their life flasks for life flasks that heal more life. Than
for sure,
one.
exactly.
That's
like the example we had in the video.
Love it. It's very true. People overlook it. So another one from our outstanding minutes is the mouse and keyboard and controller hot swap.
I know, and it's becoming a running joke at this point of like people promising it every league and then not delivering it. And the annoying thing about it is that it's one of those things that like someone will work on it for like there's a surprising amount of code to do to change it, but then every time it's like the guy, like someone will work on it for like a month or something, and they'll be like, oh shit, we've got this urgent league UI that needs doing, and then they get derailed. But I promise this time this time that we will get it for 1.0.
I took him for the fragment tab. Sorry.
Yeah, it is actually legitimately.
But also not
it legitimately
sorry.
was.
But not sorry because the fragment tabs kind of I want it.
Yeah.
And I need it.
It's like I think
the hot swapping from controller to keyboard would be nice, but I do agree the fragment tab kind of wins out for me.
I think there was a bingo card that you saw where you're like, so many people want this.
Yeah,
fragment.
Fragment
so you can actually blame the bingo card makers.
I guess so.
Hot swapping was on there too. I had my hand over it. I was like, look, they want the fragment tabs.
I see.
I wonder if he's going to ask
I want the
about
fragment
if we own the maps tab and stuff in the first game, if that's going to translate over.
tab.
Another one that I haven't mentioned before, but revisiting is visibility issues. So skills, I think.
I was also going to say the Delirium fog looks a lot better when he brings this visibility issue up. Like in the actual preview, like it's a lot easier to actually see the monsters around you, that kind of stuff. So I really appreciate that.
Are being designed to look as cool as possible under normal circumstances a lot of the time. Like the artist, I imagine, is working on them in that situation. But then they can become extreme on endgame builds, right? You're adding like 10 extra projectiles and screen size AoE.
That was another one I just remember. The grenades. We weren't like actually flashbanging ourselves when they were shooting all the grenades from the grenade launcher skill, or from the weapon. So that looked really nice. That's obviously been improved.
Scaling and attack speed. So I think like a good example is explosive grenade. Phenomenal looking skill, immensely satisfying. Sounds, visuals, but now we've got like grenade nova projectiles with totems firing out multiple rapid
it can get pretty extreme. It can get pretty extreme.
You got to put your sunnies on, man.
I know.
It's funny when I'm streaming, you can see the face just light up whenever you toss a grenade.
It's one of those things where, like, you know, over time, ideally, we're able to just improve the situation with regard to effect.
Well, to be fair, they also have in every single update, they always add the line constantly updating visuals and UI and environment, and they do, to be fair, and it's always welcome. So I don't doubt that they will improve this over time.
So we do have some systems for limiting this kind of stuff, like to prevent certain particles from spawning.
I was wondering if like some sort of dynamic culling effect.
We do have stuff like that, but it's one of those things that it's easy for it to get left till the end and then not done, because the effects artists are obviously optimizing for what looks good. And whenever you're like, you know, if effects artists come to me and like, hey, what do you think of the skill? It's not I tend not to be like, okay, now let's see it when there's like a bajillion of them, you know, like, and like that's one of those steps we should probably take at some point. But it's like we do have systems for it. It's just, you know,
Like
a matter of like
testing
spending time working on it, and
much.
that's the kind of thing that just over time will slowly
It
improve.
honestly is a time problem.
Yeah.
Like we do, it gets tested internally. It does get reported. There are issues, tasks that are made, and they say, "Help my frame rate, help my eyes." It does say that, and 100%. And then it's like, I could optimize this. I don't quite know how, and a few people have to collaborate to do it.
We definitely do fix the worst cases, like when they're really bad. We do.
They did fix the
before
flashbang
you see them, ideally.
Yeah.
But
because I remember like when the flashbang came out, or when it was updated with the grenade launcher turret, I think. I don't remember who it was. It might have been Zizarin. Did a grenade totem build, and it was so bad that they actually stopped it and made a new character, because the viewing experience, both for him and the viewers on the stream, was so bad. So.
Also just be cases where it's like we didn't realize that a build would be created that could get to this level of insane.
Well, yeah, when explosive grenades were added, there wasn't a way to do all this
exactly.
stuff.
So then,
And,
you know,
and
3
here's the
leagues
thing,
later.
sometimes it is the balance that's the problem, right? And then so that can be a bit tricky when it's like, how do you know, is this an engine task, an art task, is it a balance task? And
that's the funny thing about it as well, because all of those sorts of issues have to actually go to a game designer, because they're the ones who can decide, like, is this even acceptable in the first place? And that's like a sort of a very tricky thing. So like we do,
because then the game designer actually has to go through and like kind of categorize it, which is then disseminated down to like the team leads, and then the team leads are like, okay, this is for, you know, this task goes to here, this task is actually related to this. So it's like it's not just here's the problem, here's the person that can fix it. It actually has to go through like a bit of telephone tag to actually get like assigned as well. So yeah.
Some nerfs in 040, I believe, to some of the grenade spam stuff that you could do. But then I believe there were some other mechanics added that kind of made it come back again. So, you know.
Yeah, it was
it
was like slight enough and then way more.
Which is funny that they mention that now that they're adding the grenade launcher that allows you to fire it even faster.
It
happens.
Yeah.
That's good.
But, you know, like we'll resolve them over time. Like we will get it better.
And just to reiterate, because in the past we'd asked about the idea of like transparency sliders or brightness sliders.
I'm not a fan, honestly. Like I think it does fundamentally kind of ruin something there that I'm not, you know.
That's like the.
I want to try and fix it so that you don't even have to think about it. That it's not a setting you need to do. It's not anything.
Yeah, it's more of a. Personally, I think it's more of a band-aid fix too. Now some games, I think it's fine. Like you know, like some of the Survivor games have it where you can turn down your or the enemy visuals just so you can be able to see the ground and like the AoE circles that the enemies are putting on that you need to dodge. And for that, I can see way more. But for a game like this, I do think it's better just to balance the visuals themselves versus, you know, make the player not able to actually see the abilities that they're using as much.
Like that.
You want to take the hard route on
Yeah,
that, which
for sure.
is
Always. Every time.
Yeah.
The hard route. That's the best route.
The last one I have, maybe, unless there's some extra chat ones in there, is you guys are you guys looking to get full Steam Deck verified sometime?
Yes,
soon?
yes. Well, I was
Green
telling you
check
about that earlier. So this is a there were a few things around the UI that made it so we couldn't get Steam Deck verified, like UI size. So we've actually added a lot of options for UI scaling in like different areas now.
Cool.
So pretty much everything, like like hovers versus like the like just like all these different areas are now scalable. All the different parts of the UI, and that means we can now have defaults for Steam Deck that we can now go, okay, hey Valve, can you Steam Deck verify us, please, and get all that stuff.
Please verify us.
And we're sort of testing on the Steam Deck now. Like we
Give us
have
the
Steam
stamp of
Deck
approval.
stuff internally. It's a thing we're taking seriously because we know there are a lot of people who want to be able to play it on the deck.
Yeah.
So it is now a thing that we're I really want to make sure
Well,
that
especially with
by
the
launch
Steam
especially that it's
machine
like a perfect experience. There's still some performance issues at the end game on Steam Deck, like it's still not quite there that we need to work on. But during campaign it's fine. But
I'm
like
not going to play
during
grenades on
game,
Steam Deck.
yeah.
Oh, no.
So there's like a few things there we still need to do to improve, but in terms of like the experience of like the main experience and all that stuff, it's way better now.
Great news, excellent. I keep seeing in the chat, so I'm just going to ask it. Like, people are asking, like, tell me about Mage Blood, but like, quite clearly,
We're not going
want
to tell you about
people
Mage Blood.
Yeah. I don't think they will.
But, I mean, you did drop some extra hints there, kind of subtly. But people can, maybe you can rewatch the Q&A and kind of like find out what those hints were.
I know how to tease a unique.
This is
You
like,
know?
I mean, this is like outside of a headhunter or something. This is like one of the most like chase
Sought after
long-awaited
items.
items.
And the tricky thing is
right?
making sure that people actually like it as well, because we don't want to disappoint people.
Yes.
That would be
Yeah, like for example, some people had mentioned that maybe it's related to trinkets, but I hope like that would be something that would disappoint people. I think if it's just like, oh, all of your trinkets are active, I think there would be some cool build things that would allow, but I don't think the majority of people would be happy with that. That's why I'm thinking like maybe like just a random guess, like 4 notables on the passive tree, or the shrine from I don't remember the belt from PoE 1 that just got added with the previous league. Things like that. They're more impactful, they're more visual, you can feel them way more actively, I guess. Comparatively to something with just trinkets, something like that. So, or maybe they've completely reworked it so it's not just a passive bonus of some kind, where it's a more of a build changing or impacting thing. So we'll see.
When we're
It's going to be
filming,
insane, though. It's going to be insane.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
When we're filming the trailer, you make sure that Mage Blood's on the screen for
Yeah.
a second. You put that text there.
There's one frame of Mage Blood. You can
They're like, but
dig through all
it's
the
so
frames.
rare. I'm like, I don't care. Do it.
Excellent. There's one
Little
thing to look
Palpatine
forward to.
coming
Before we jump into the end game, let's talk a little bit about campaign leveling. So there's a pretty nice signposting tricks additions there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In
like
one
the
case, completely
environmental-
literally signpost.
Literally
but,
signpost. I did
it's one of those things that I like. So we do understand that if you're a repeated playthrough, like it needs to be that it can be efficient. We were thinking about like what is better in PoE 1 than PoE 2 in this respect, and we're thinking there's just like people have just learned a lot of tricks.
Yep.
But then we're like, are there even enough tricks in PoE 2 to learn?
Yeah,
like,
like,
like we want
you know,
more mastery
following the
things. Like, we
blood
want it so
trail
that if you're
through
paying
this is
attention, you
probably
actually
the
can
best
work out, hey,
example.
like this thing leads to that.
Or like in the caverns of anger, wherever the phantom of Maryville like disappears off to, that's the direction in the map that she is, like things like that.
Thing and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, go nuts on that. I like
So
it.
yeah, we are just going nuts on it, right? Because it won't actually affect the time it takes for a first-time player to play through, because like they're not going to know what it means.
And that's the secret, isn't it?
yeah,
That's the
exactly.
secret sauce
Yeah.
there.
And like in some cases we have shortened some stuff. Like for example, at the end of Act 2, there was like 2 areas of the cart. The Farragut cart. Now there's
the
just
Juggernaut.
one.
Oh,
nice.
nice.
Yeah.
The one that there is like very slightly longer than one was before, so like it doesn't feel like a complete compromise of that. But like it is definitely shorter than what it was. There's just stuff like that
Okay.
all through the game. And then there's some counterintuitive things that we've done, like in some cases you want to take an area and that was linear and actually make it non-linear, but with wayfinding, right? Because if something's linear, there's literally only one path to go. Like it entirely depends on what your clear speed is.
Like one of those I could see would be like is it Act 4, the Forge, I think. Act 3 Forge, where it's where you're chasing, well, the guy's chasing you down with the molten gold. I don't remember the boss's name. Like, that entire map is very linear.
Is to get from one end to the other, whereas if something is more open, but then you've got things that point you where to go. It's like if you know what those are, now you can get through it faster. But if you don't know what they are, it's still like an area that's going to take you a little while to get through.
Yeah, so if you know what to look for, you can optimize kind of your clear speed through the map and getting through the campaign. But if it's your first time through and you don't know to look for those things, you still have that like feeling of exploration in the map instead of, you know, I must follow this directly there and miss out on, you know, the environment and stuff like that.
Possibility.
So exactly. So things like that can actually be something kind of counterintuitive that you can do, because a lot of people just assume, like, in order to make it shorter, the way to do it is just make the level smaller, you know. But that would compromise the first time experience. So it really is about, like, you know, how can I make it take you less time while also not making it take you less time if you were playing for the first time.
Yeah. Even like the jungle ruins now, Silverback, the big
gorilla.
old quadrilla, is now in the direct center of the level.
Right. So that means you can always find him easily, right?
If you find him, you know, northeast, southwest, you just know.
Yeah.
And then obviously you can find the camp is another way. You know, there's all these different ways. I mean, if you find the venom crypts, you escape out the other end.
Yeah. So there's an extra exit in the venom crypts that comes out directly next to the exit of the area. So if you want to go down through the venom crypts, it's actually can be a faster way to find the exit to the zone.
Oh,
it's like a shortcut through there. So and then the venom crypt. Here's an interesting one. All the snakes. This is one people probably want to notice. I'm going to tell you. All the snakes will go towards where the venom crypts are. Oh. So all the snake.
Oh, that's
snake
cool.
critters, yeah, they're going home. They're going towards it. So if you see a snake, that's the way that the venom crypts are. So there's like little details like that everywhere. Just
it's like little Easter eggs
like
that help you out too.
That's so cute. I love it.
Pay attention to the detail.
Little bit of stuff with monsters as well. Like there's in the venom crypts again. Towards the boss room where there was the shaman making the whole venom potion, now you get more of the humanoid monsters of that tribe.
So that was an area. It was really hard to find that final place like where it was. But now that you know, like, oh, if I find those type of monsters, that means I'm getting near the place where the you know where that.
It's like using environmental storytelling to help you navigate.
Density of monsters increasing, or more so, the other types of monsters phasing out as well. So an introduction of an abnormal monster or one that's not natural to the rest of the area, or in some cases, one that's natural to the area, and then you get to a section where now only those monsters are there and all the other monsters aren't spawning.
Arrows.
For example, the snakes in Keth.
Yep.
Right around Kabbalah's section, the boss there is only Serpent Clan. You don't get the other
if you want to find Kabbalah, then you run in the direction where there's more snakes.
Yeah.
You know, like that kind of stuff. And so that is it. I don't know if we'll get it all perfect in one go. But we're going to be doing a lot more of just that sort of stuff all through the campaign.
The fact that they're
definitely
adding
got more to do, and we're just going to keep going.
Excellent.
And also what we're finding is it's just adding more flavor to the areas. It's adding more identity. It's adding more interesting things. And it's just an upgrade overall and on every axis.
I had a little bit of hands-on time, and I was especially a fan of the Yogam village change because, like, now you actually you come in and there's an obvious cobblestone road there, and if you follow that, you get to the blacksmith.
Exactly.
It's
that was so annoying to find before.
Yes. And it actually, like, it makes the zone feel a lot better as an actual zone too. Now it actually feels like a village, like a town. It doesn't feel like just a random maze like it was before. So it actually, a bit more of a, believable, realistic area. So good stuff. On the leveling topic, something that comes up somewhat often is this idea of, like, so you've got new skills getting unlocked all the way through into like late Act 4. And I always thought of this personally as like a good thing, right? Like you've got a nice steady progression of new stuff to play with. But recently I saw some interesting reasons why people don't like this. And that's the idea that you sometimes spend hours leveling a build that it just isn't your build. Like you play all the way through to Act 4 on some other build that you don't want to play until you get your top tier ice skill. there. So I have to imagine you're like a fan of having that like long tail of progression. But are there other reasons why you kind of like want this spread? And how do you feel the idea of compressing, I don't know, maybe the main skills down to the first 30 levels or something?
That's actually not something that I've had come up before in terms of being a problem like that. So that's very interesting to think about.
I've seen. I prefer the slow unlocks personally. That's my style. I prefer.
I mean, it's certainly if as a first-time player, you want it to be that you kind of get that.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it feels like your build is still progressing as you get through the game. So, but it is interesting.
Yeah, I'm guessing is more of a problem if people are using build guides, because then they're like, oh yeah, this is my, my main skill. And then it's just, I am using things in the end term until I get this. So it feels like kind of a drag. Although it would be interesting to see if they did something like Spectres, where you can nullify it, but it keeps its base level. So for example, if you keep leveling up, Ice Shot, and then say you unlock whatever at, skill gem 10, the ability to change, like spend a resource to change that and like recut or reform that gem into a different skill might be cool. Something like that, because Spectres can do that right now, right? Like if you bind a Spectre to your gem, it's a little different, but if you bind the Spectre to the gem, if you want to change it, you don't like it, you want to, get something else, you can just spend it with I think Scouring or whatever the orb is, and then it deletes the Spectre from that gem, and then you can use it again to rebind something else. So even though it's still the Spectre gem, you could do something like that with the lower level skills, where they could be like recut or resets, something like that. So then it doesn't feel like they've wasted those leveling things on those gems.
And of course, to think if you want to just speed through and you want to play a certain build, like that is certainly something
even on like the experimentation level. So like, when you respec to a character at endgame, it's like just trash. It feels bad generally to do that, because you didn't have that evolution of that build over time. And I feel like maybe if you're swapping over at level 52 to your actual build, then because that's when you get the skill, then you don't actually really have much of that progression evolution of your build to test.
It might be more of a matter of just swapping where some skills are given.
I think
it also can also be that we're not necessarily, like, it's not necessarily clear when we're creating the build, like what some skills might end up being ones that feel like main skills in that way.
Yeah,
I imagine that needs
so
review
it's probably likely that that's like one of the issues there is just like moving things around where they start.
Yeah.
It's just that we don't want something that's like too flashy to be something you get really, really early, because otherwise it feels kind of strange in the power curve. Like you feel like that level of progression of like the skills get more epic. So
I imagine like it's pretty okay to have things like those glory skills and stuff like that right down the bottom there.
Well, certainly.
Like
the last row tends to always be those sort of ultimate type things that, like in theory, those are not things that your entire build is like made around. So it's more just sort of extra.
The examples that I get see brought up usually aren't that sort of thing, but rather like what's that ice skill that shoots projectiles everywhere? That round spinny one. Winter something.
Is it Winter?
Winter
Is that the name?
Or Eye of Winter.
Eye of Winter, that's the one. Yeah, Eye of Winter is an example that I see get brought up because like it is on that last tier and it is kind of a main skill and it's not really like a big cooldown skill. Point.
Yeah, that one honestly might be able to come down.
Well, there you go.
All right, so that's something to
maybe.
I suspect there's some tweaks to the levels. There's some reorganization. There's possibly. I mean, I could see a thing where also once we have the full campaign in place. Maybe there's a point where we're like, okay, you want every skill by, and then we come up with a new point. Like. But
I honestly suspect the rearranging is the solution there.
Nice. Okay, that's good to hear. I think that'll be good for these people who feel
like. Yeah, because you got like the penultimate kind of skills and stuff like that, like they said, like with the glory skills, like I'm trying to think of the name of the spear one where you throw the spear. It's like the giant like laser beam from the heavens kind of thing. Like that definitely feels like it would be a final skill, just from the style of it and things like that. But yeah, Eye of Winter was always one that was weird to me when we were playing, especially when I was playing the cryo chronomancer build before. But yeah. It's interesting that like he brings up that point That's one thing I love about these Q&As and like interviews that they do is like Jonathan and Mark are pretty good about, like, oh yeah, I'd never even thought of that. That's something we should probably check. So
The
fact that they're
they
that
built for a long
open to it.
time there.
Right.
Kind of.
now they are
carrying on
like
with
steadfast in some of their beliefs on it, but like if something's a problem that they haven't heard about, the fact that they go and check on it is nice.
Topic of skills, builds, and balance. We have the two new ascendancies, which you seem to be getting a little bit like with the classes. They're following a similar trajectory of getting a little bit more, a little bit extra, a little bit more high effort each time. So,
Well, as we kind of learned from PoE1, like we have changed some, but ascendancy classes are kind of like just forever things.
Yeah.
You know, we obviously have a whole alternates classes league and stuff like that, which is cool. But we don't. On rare occasions, we're obviously going to change the balance, change kind of what the skills are, but who those characters are and the identity of that,
Yeah,
most of them are
stays
going to
the
remain
same.
fixed for like a long time.
Yep.
You'll get rebalances, you'll get changes, like obviously, right? We've done that a lot, but like, I wouldn't expect
Like for example, they've reworked the Slayer's stats and stuff like that, but the Slayer is still the Slayer. The Gladiator is still the Gladiator. Like their theming and like core identity doesn't change too much.
Deadeye to despawn anytime soon as an identity. If ever, just by the way, just and so like they just need to be high effort and they need to be, something that we are like something that comes up a lot and you'll notice it in these two. Like now for every single beast boss, the Spirit Walker,
Yeah.
yes.
we have to make a tamed version
This is what I keep saying. Like,
for
why do you
every
do this to
pair of,
yourself?
for every mod on gloves, of which we just added a bunch of alloys, and there's it goes on and on. We have to. It's a maintenance. But the thing is, as I said, these are forever classes. These are identities. These are very important, and so it's like always very worth it. But now we. Just a bit of a rant here about those beasts because it's come up a bit recently where I'm like, what is a beast?
Oh no.
Are the new pinnacle bosses beasts? And I'm just like, oh no, what's going on here? What are we doing? Like, there was
Is it
the
a shapeshifted one who turns into a werewolf, a beast when they're in shapeshift form?
wow,
for example?
exactly. So,
Oh, I never
you
even
gonna
thought
tame
about
the
that.
count?
Yeah, Count Geonor.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, only in second form.
only in second phase, yeah, maybe, or maybe because
I mean, cool.
or maybe specifically. Nah, I don't know. I don't know where we're getting with that. I don't know. The point is,
I'm guessing it would be undead instead of beast, but the Mastodon boss, part of the Mastodon and the Necromancer in the Badlands area there, the desert.
it gets a little bit complicated. It's like, where does it end? And, how much you're talking about, visibility. How much of your screen are you willing to have
sacrifice
be
for the
a
boss, yeah.
pinnacle boss? And thing is, like, changing the scale is not actually as trivial. Like,
Yeah, I was like, I thought you make them smaller, but then I saw like the giant bird boss. I'm like, nope,
Yeah.
that looks
Oh,
like
I
a
just-
normal size boss
I
right there.
think that's fun, but we did limit it to 1. We did internally have it that people were running around with 5 for a while, and it was
Oh my
a little
goodness.
bit off, a little bit out of control. But
Which is
it's quite fun. But I'm so excited to just see how honestly, it's such a weird thing to say. I'm so excited for how much work we've created for ourselves in the future.
I'm very glad to hear that.
That's a
That
very
is-
game designer
That's
thing to
the
say.
right mindset.
I
I think.
appreciate that.
Excellent. So with the tame beast thing, like when you get your first ascendancy, that tame beast gem is actually a higher level though. Like, is this something you?
Yeah, we are. We do have a thing that we're going to do about that.
Okay.
Oh.
Got a-
Yeah,
got a
there's
solution that works
a
for that?
solution I believe that we had for that one.
Yeah, all right.
But yeah.
And with this being the idea of being a big single beast, and a lot of the time, like, I don't know that bosses compared to say like aura beasts don't have a bunch of utility stuff on them. Like, I'm sure there'll be some, but not as much exactly. So I imagine you want these to actually be things that kill stuff. So how do you make the big single minion work?
Oh,
we
yeah,
have
that's true.
honestly, I think it might have even been. We've tripled the damage, I think, of tamed beasts. Just
Oh.
FYI.
Cool.
We're doing a few changes around that because we want like damaging companion builds outside of
Yeah.
obviously just Wolf Zerg to be more of a thing.
Although I do like the Wolf Zerg thing. That would be pretty cool if we... I know that there's the first boss at the beginning. The witch, I don't remember her name, where she does like the ice attack. She summons the undead wolves. So I'm wondering if there is a boss that actually summons as well that we could use. I don't remember all the beast bosses off the top of my head, but... Oh, maybe the bird boss. There's the bird boss that's in the Temple of Chaos. I don't recall what it is. The cursed bird, the black one. Because that, I believe, spawns the little parasite guys that run around and attack you. Maybe? I don't remember what... I think it's a beast base type. There's so many cool options.
So, you know, we're doing a bunch of changes to... For example, we're trying to give them a longer revive time. The idea behind the revive time on that, which I know sounds bad, but I'll just let me explain the thing, is that with obviously an undead build, you generally have a swarm. And so the revive time's a little bit lower, and the assumption that things are dying and reviving more frequently.
Yeah.
Companions should be a bit more...
It's a
you
beefy
obviously have one
single
or two,
guy.
and you have a lot fewer of them. They're more significant, so they should take longer to revive. And so these like uninvested aura companions, and when they die, you should feel that more. Like you should be having to invest into them to keep it alive.
Okay.
On the other end, we're making them deal way more damage, so they're more of just an aura bot. And then for the bosses in particular, what we've done is gone through, and for every single one of them, we've gone, okay, are you good at stunning? Are you good at freezing? Do you, maybe they have,
so they have like specialty,
you know, the primed for stun thing. Maybe they have, we're trying to just really give
the
each of
frost
them
boss.
something that can
Leaning
complement
into
your
their
build.
themes a bit.
So
Yeah.
it isn't just a question of just taking the boss as it is and being just like,
No,
hey,
you're
it's like,
actually, like-
all of them are actually like designed
Yeah.
That's
in terms of
cool.
like what they can be.
Crazy. So it's even more effort
Yeah,
there
yeah.
because
It's more like, you know, it's just more like taking a creature that's got existing animations and be like, now we have to completely do AI and everything.
We're adding a bunch of new passives for companions. There's obviously a bunch of uniques. There's some of, I think we showed one or two today. But yeah, playing into that archetype a lot more for sure. It's definitely way more fun to play. Like lately, it's just running around with your kind of mini zoo. It's kind of fun. So.
awesome. On the martial artist, the Fists of Stone that converts gloves, you showed that working with a rare, and that was quite spicy. A lot of uniques don't have like modifiers that are like actual kind of like regular modifiers. So does this work on uniques?
Certainly does.
Crazy.
Why not?
Why not?
Every unique glove from now on, you gotta find some way to convert the
Real
modifiers
question
into
is,
something else.
does it affect the mods that go on the runes that are in the item?
I don't think it affects socketed mods. No,
right.
it's
So
meant to affect every explicit mod. We talked recently about vile corruptions and whether or not it does or doesn't. So TBD. But yes, it does affect uniques. It is intended to affect all essence mods and alloys and all of that. But like, honestly, you will go as far as we can with these until we run out of
you've
time.
got the rune modifiers that have their unique modifier pools now. So I guess you're doing those too.
I was just trying to think of some.
Yeah, because then you also have to... So, like, if you have a unique glove, you have to make this stone skin or stone fist version of it. But then if you take that glove and then rune forge it into a different type, then they also need to have a stone fist version of the other type. So there's like 3 different versions of it. Plus if it's getting valed. Like if you get corruption, you know, enchants or something on it too.
Uniques to talk about, but I can't remember a whole lot of specifics.
Yeah,
it's one of those find out things.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm wondering what happens if there's like a pair of unique gloves like grants a skill or something like that. What are you going to do with that?
We generally don't touch the skills.
Oh, like they'll actually stay there, so you could still
Yeah, you
use
just
it
have-
potentially.
yeah,
Well, that's
yeah.
interesting in its own way too.
Or like, you know, we're not. Look, having to remake a skill for this is a little bit in the okay. I talk about creating work for ourselves. That's like that's not a bang for buck win. So like making a new skill of a skill for this, that's a line that would have to be very special to cross. So maybe in the future, but not right now. Yeah.
Right on. So normally patch notes would be right out of this Q&A, but thankfully we're not holding that hostage today, as that's coming out a week before.
Yeah, so it still needs to be that it's a week before launch because there's still too much that will change between now
Or
and then.
usually going right up until
that's
the end.
If
for
you
that.
got them now, that'd be inaccurate, and then you'd get disappointed or even happier. Who knows? But too much would just change, and you know.
But maybe we can speak like on the bigger picture intentions, which to some extent we've already been doing a bit. But like a classic another minutes from previous. You've done some buffs to armor and evasion, added some new mechanics here and there. Is there any additional love for those on the card in some way, or defenses in general discussion?
Defenses. So we looked at a couple of things. Like the first thing we identified, because I'm all about like just reviewing the fundamentals. Is we're like, okay, we at some point in one of our many millions of spreadsheets, we're like, okay, here's obviously you have an expected amount of how much defense does someone have at a certain point in the game. Now that we have obviously enough players, enough statistics, we went and then had a look, and we were like, oh, people are way low, especially at say between interlude, act 4, mid game, early end game. People's defenses are significantly lower than what we had deemed as what we wanted them to have.
Oh, interesting.
And you can look at that in a few ways. You can say, well, okay, people aren't upgrading gear.
Yeah, like if they're not upgrading gear, maybe they're not swapping gear out, because I'm bad for that, where I've, just missed gear pickups or just not gotten good drops and I'm still using one from levels ago. New players may not know to invest in certain defensive buffs on the tree, especially that life isn't on the tree. Yeah. I'm surprised that it's that much, though, that even they were surprised. Like, I'm assuming there's obviously people like me, for example, that forget, but that it's significant enough for them to be surprised is surprising.
As much as we wanted or expected. People aren't upgrading. I wouldn't say expect is definitely more of the thing. People aren't maybe taking as many defensive passives as we had expected, etc. And there are obviously many reasons for that. Some of them are garbage. But at the end of the day, right, we balance the game for people to have this much of a defense or this much EHP, and
at that point
they don't have it. So let's get them to have that amount is our plan. So instead of obviously changing, you can either change monster damage at that point, or we can give people more defenses. So we are generally buffing all of the base types on all of the defensive gear, on all armor and evasion, I should say, up to the end of endgame. Because like peak characters, there's a lot. You can get a lot. So like we've taken some of the outliers that are the things that make the end game characters have a lot of those defenses and kind of brought them a bit down. So it shouldn't be worse, it should just be the same, but relative to rares they could be a little bit worse. But yeah, ultimately
this is mostly from Act 3 onwards, right?
Pretty much, yeah. So more armor and evasion is the start point. We've done a whole bunch of other stuff, like Energy Shield there's a thing where it has too much recovery available, like too easily for recharge, and like we've done a few things. A lot of them are outliers, not necessarily all of them.
Like
we've done a bit of changes to a whole bunch of stuff. But in particular, we're also doing like the deflection equation is honestly kind of not good enough. It's too...
Yeah, because I remember deflection, people were like, oh, if you get a bit of it, it's really worthwhile, but it's actually not worth nearly as much when you actually like put all your resources to getting it all the way up to like say 100% or something like that, or whatever the top value was. I never did deflection personally, so I'm not too familiar with it, but that was from my understanding.
Rewarding for little very little investment, and then there's like a kind of weird thing in the formula that I was trying to figure out the other day, but and then for investing beyond that, it's kind of like, well, not worth it. The passive tree nodes are too weak.
A lot of people are saying that.
There's all these clusters there no one cares about. Well, mostly. There's
like even the ones on the armor. Like, people were obviously getting armor applies to elemental damage, but the nodes on armor for deflection, I rarely saw.
Things like the armor applies to elemental, like there's a bit of it. Generally, it isn't weak, but I wanted 5 clusters for it. I wanted you to be able to actually invest in it if you were in different parts of the tree.
Oh, he's saying that it wasn't as strong. He wanted more of it. Okay, I see.
Currently, there's only like 3 nodes that granted in the strength section. It's not.
Yeah, and I think most of them are like at least one of them is the armor applying to elemental damage while shape shifted. So it's specifically druid.
Not enough. And then all the way through to like things like the hybrid section of the passive tree, where normally you have armor in the strength section. Over here you have evasion in the dex section, and then combined you should have both of them on the nodes, and you do for armor and evasion, and then you have. I know, big rant here. Then you have things where, like, okay, all the armor and evasion notables are like kind of hyper conditional. Some of them
Like
don't
the
even
shapeshift.
grant armor and evasion, and so there's just like a ton of work across the board. And then those secondary defensive defenses don't generally have hybrid nodes, which they should. So if you're now playing hybrid, you have to double invest in the secondary
that's fair.
axes, and so there's just all kinds of just like. Honestly, what I would establish as fundamental problems going on here that just need to all be addressed. And, you know, when I look at all of them, I'm like, well, they all are just buffing it. So that's great.
Awesome.
Except for like a little bit of energy shield problems, I mean, you know, other hybrid going more northeast, like we looked at all pure evasion versus pure evasion with 1,000 energy shield or more kind of thing, as in a ghost dance user.
Yep.
And like the differential in power
It's
of
insane.
using ghost dance with 1k ES is just out of control.
Yeah.
And I know everyone will be like, make everything like that. That's how this works. We're not going to do that. So like ghost dance needs some changes, but then also playing hybrid without that needs to be brought up. So there's a whole bunch. And then also, I mean, the highest death rate, just to be clear, and by 300% is armor ES, which I don't have an exact plan for yet, but that needs a lot of love.
There's a missing piece of the
Wait,
puzzle.
sorry. The highest death rate by like over 300% is armor ES. Wow. I wonder if that's just this league though, because we had the Druid launch, obviously, so there's probably more people playing it. But I wonder if they're including that, like, on average player use. Although, to be fair, I never thought of that, but I didn't realize it was like over three times the amount though.
Yes, and it's obvious, right? You look at it and you're like, obviously, but it's I don't exactly know what the solution is yet, but we need to do some more love there. But like generally speaking, yes, there's a couple of OP outliers, but everything should be getting raised up for average player, especially mid game, early end game, without having to. And you don't have to. The only way to play it shouldn't be this one very specific node to take this very specific skill or use this very specific node or use this very specific unique, and just trying to make it just more broadly like investing in defenses no matter what feels good. And we're not there yet. So anyway, Giga rant. Covered a lot of things there, but anyway.
Oh, those are good
I
though.
saw a few questions about it in chat. It does surprise me a little bit. I thought there was more of a consensus that life on the tree was unpopular as it was kind of in Path of Exile 1, and it was always deemed as like a tax, like, oh, I guess I got to pay my life node tax. But I'm curious how you obviously removed life from the tree in PoE2 effectively. What led to that decision, and how do you feel about it now, kind of like 0.5 of the way in?
Again, I personally prefer it not being there. I think it makes the decisions of what I'm taking on the tree more interesting and where I'm pathing.
To not have it.
I think, to not have it. I think that will increase over time. I think I am less penalized for hunkering down in a certain section as opposed to having to get this like minimum life percentage.
Yeah, because that is a bit of a problem too, is like if you're doing life, for example, you're pathing to every single life node, and like that's the majority of your build pathing in PoE 1 is making sure you're actually getting all of those like nodes. So you can't really do a lot of changes with it. So yeah, I can see why. It also kind of adds like a base layer for armor evasion that they can work with. Like if you're not having life on the tree, we can assume, let's just say random number, but let's just say you have like 1,000 health on average at this level, then you can kind of look at armor and evasion estimated health pools much easier, because then you don't have to worry about how much of the player base actually got life nodes, how much life nodes did they get, that kind of thing. So then you kind of have a more flat value to compare the defenses versus each other than having to worry about scaling it. Even though there is some like, there are some uniques that add HP. There's the new rings that actually we saw from the Genesis tree that have 6%, I think it was, on each of them. So There is some percentages and stuff you can do with the items themselves, but not on the tree.
Threshold by going to certain spots. I think it allows you to be a bit more free, but I also understand why people are asking for it. Especially, like, I see a lot of people comparing life and energy shield.
Well, that's the other thing too, is like, if you're comparing life and energy shield, that's not good because it's like a defensive layer on top of your health, like armor and evasion, right? So if it's being compared to the equivalency, probably energy shield needs to be brought down a little bit, which sucks because I do like using energy shield. On tank characters, obviously I prefer health and armor, but sometimes you can't have that. It's interesting because you want to bring up, you're trying to balance the builds around a bit, where a tanky character building with like heavy plate armor wants to feel tankier, but also the mage character with a lot of energy shield needs to be tanky enough to survive. So it's kind of like this weird medium of you need to make both archetypes happy. Because if you bring energy shield too far down, they just explode like someone, popped a balloon. Quite literally. So it is a bit tricky. But it's not like you can directly balance it to where they're the same EHP, because then if that's the case, why not just go for the extra damage that energy shield build has while still maintaining the same EHP?
Where it's obvious, right? They're both your life pool, but energy shield should be compared to armor and evasion, and obviously they're asymmetric, so I can understand how that can't be so trivial. And I can also understand that when people are dying to a thing and they don't necessarily understand why, the answer is I need more life, and I get it. But that can not that it can be that the problem and the solution don't have to be the same thing. Like, there's an obvious path.
Like, one of the biggest things I see a lot too is like where people are dying very quickly, and sometimes it's just the gear, right? Like your gear isn't up to snuff, whether it be through crafting or purchasing or whatever the case may be. But the most common one I see is resistances, where people don't realize it because they die to something they can't tell what they died from. Or this has been a big thing they've brought up a lot in the past leagues, is having like a death system where it kind of shows you the damage you've taken and what type from what, that kind of thing. Because like one of the big things is chaos damage, for example. Most people don't build a lot of chaos resistance, so if they get hit by a huge chaos attack, they just explode. So having something like that to better inform people would be nice, which is something they've talked about wanting to do before, but they said it's a little more difficult to have, so yeah, we'll see.
To the solution when you're dying, you're running out of life.
Yeah. So so what I was saying is, like, it's not necessarily just I need more life. It's I need more layers of defense. So that could be armor applying to elemental damage, right? Because if you build a ton of armor, but you don't have any sort of elemental protection from said armor, someone's doing elemental damage to you, they're bypassing all of your armor defensive layer, and they're just hitting your resistances. On top of that, there's also the damage take so you're, instead of taking 100 fire damage, you're taking 50 fire damage and like 50 cold damage, and your armor is better applied to those because armor is better versus lower numbers. So there's all these different like defensive layers that may not be there. So instead of breaking it apart and diminishing the damage you're taking so that your health goes further, it's more that they're just saying, I want more life to survive this. So I can see what he's saying, though.
Can be that there are other ways to solve that problem, and when I look at the defenses and just identify fundamental problems, how much of that problem will be solved by just fixing those fundamentals?
You want to make those juicy to take and actually.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
not
or just better
ready-
nodes on the tree and stuff like that that help with those.
just yet to like, you know, but that doesn't say things like these are off the cards for sure.
Yeah, I know you've been
But if
discussing.
the
like-
defenses are bad, then we should fix the defenses first and then
Yeah,
see if it's
Yeah, that's
really,
fair.
I'm just gonna go follow the trail of bad
Mm-hmm.
until and then we'll see.
It's
But-
just that the reason why we don't want to do it is really we just don't want to make it so that, okay, if you don't know to pick life, then you're just gonna suck. And this is a thing that PoE1
Yeah.
has, right? If you
Yeah,
don't
you
know
have-
that
you
you
have
need
to
to, you
pay the
have to
tax.
pick life.
Yeah.
If you don't know that, you just die. And we wanted to try and remove like noob traps, right? Of just things where like, okay, like the things you just have to know. And so ideally we can get to a situation where we just don't, you know.
thing is, I'd even rather solve it with the more immediate options. So, for example, if you're dying a lot and you're like, I need more life, here's a cluster 12 passive points away. It's like, okay, so I got to level 12 more times to now feel
Yeah, that's
a bit
fair.
stronger.
Exactly.
I would rather
Or
just
res-
immediately.
Or you'd have to respec and lose a bunch of your build in order to get those.
Go, if you need more life, then the way to get that should be itemization solutions. Like you should
Yeah.
be doing it on your gear because
Like adding runes or something like that too.
and that should be something that is readily available via things like essences or various
Yeah.
crafting systems. Like, I mean, Runic Ward kind of is that in a way. It's like, I'm dying. Okay, let's add some Runic Ward. Now I'm probably going to die less. Like, I understand that's more of like a campaign, newer player problem kind of thing, but
Yeah.
I don't like, you know, I need to be tankier now because I'm dying. I can't overcome this boss. It's all good. I'll be able to solve it 2 days from now if they're playing only like an hour or two a day. So I also just want to make sure there are immediate solutions to these things as well via
And crafting
optimization.
is a good way of doing it too, right? Because then even if it's not dropper related to something, it pushes people to actually craft things more to get them into the crafting system. But also it promotes more in trade too, like the market. Because then, you know, people engage with it more, learn the systems more, that kind of thing.
So it might be even that we need to look at that more. I mean, okay, I am looking at that more recently. I was like, damn, a lot of these runes that go in your armor, just because we're doing the martial artist and you get these
Yeah.
rune slots. And I was like, okay, in game there's some chase stuff, but these ones in the campaign are just kind of sad. Like there's some sad, like obviously resistances are fine. I got no issue with that, but some of these other armor runes, I'm like, well, that's just
Yeah.
that's not okay. I put that in, and now I'm like just I'm what 2% tankier. Like, what am I even getting out of this? Like, I want to
Yeah.
make sure that. So I was looking recently, and I'm like, we just need to buff all these armor runes. Like, those were meant to be problem solvers for holes in your core stats throughout the campaign, and
Yeah.
so even just things like that, where it's like, yeah, you should be able to just get a lot more of that just by using defense or armor slot runes, as well as adding new ones, because honestly, there's kind of a thin selection, and it just ends up being
Yeah, because like it was before, it was kind of the selection was like, are you needing armor? Okay, it's the armor rune, and you use the lesser until you get the moderate, and you use the moderate until you get the greater. But that was pretty much it.
resistances in most slots.
Yep.
Until endgame again. Well,
Yeah.
even still sometimes just resistances there as well. Depends, but yeah,
Most of the
obviously
time I use the
we're adding
resistance
160,
runes.
so that's a big difference. But I wanted to make sure there's a lot more in the campaign, and the campaign ones are buffed as well. So I don't know. There's heaps going on here. It's like hard to real nail down to a single problem and a single solution. And I know there's like the easy way.
Plus, it's also the kind of metaphorical, you know, the gopher situation of when you, if you picture like the game at the, whenever you went to like the carnival or something like that, or where you're hitting the moles on the head with the hammer. When you're trying to solve these, because there's so many layers, when you bonk one on the head and solve that problem, another one pops up that you either didn't see before, but you can see now because of that change, or by solving this problem, it created a different one. And sometimes there's multiple, because we've had this, like when we've worked like in the studio on like bug fixing and stuff like that, where we've solved a bug, but then it's created two more because of the solutions. So we have to kind of look at those as well and say, well, is this the correct fix that we did for this thing because it's causing this? And if it is, then we need to work on, okay, well, these things need to be able to work with that fix as well. So it kind of gives you, like, the more you have to work with, the more problems solutions actually can make.
out, and we spoke, we don't like necessarily the easy way out, and I don't want to have to make these kind of compromising decisions that I feel like have made a very good upgrade in many ways, when we have just fundamental problems left, right, and center still. So we'll just keep fixing them, and that's part of, again, this lead up. Like, we need to address a lot of these fundamental balance concerns by release, right? This is why we're wanting to do, these intermediary patches, and here on out, just like make everything better, plug all the holes, get everything good. Because it's really hard to do that when you're adding 100 new systems and crafting systems at the same time. You're like, okay, we're making holes faster than we can plug them, and it's obviously not that dire. Like, most of the time, it's like pretty.
Flex Seal doesn't
things
help
are pretty
with that.
comfortable, but it's obviously my job to make these good, and so I look at them with a lot more self-criticism. But at the end of the day, we will get it pretty damn good, if not, perfect. Balance is never perfect.
We were talking about yesterday, how do you make the passive skill tree good for launch? Like, how do you get that? Like, what are the problems with it? Because it's something that, like, you're adding more and more cool stuff to it, but at the same time, there's still people that just kind of like don't like the passive tree for some reason, and it's often a lot of different reasons, like the size of it, the travel nodes, like the downside nodes.
Oh, the other one was I've heard is that they've a lot of people don't like it now because they I think it was the last patch. I don't remember if it was the last patch or the patch before. They actually removed a bunch of jewel sockets from, like, the web travel nodes. So I know a lot of people didn't like that.
It takes a lot of massaging to get the tree into a good kind of state, and it's really, really tricky detail work as well. Like the difference of just like one node here, one connection there can like make a huge difference to quite a lot of stuff. So it's just.
I've identified. I mean, as I said, issues with defenses. There's issues with lack of interesting mechanics in some, and some of those is just due to the absence of classes. Like
Well, that's fair too, because like there might be other classes that are coming that have mechanics built into them that they don't want to release yet because they're still working on them, maybe, or need tweaking, just not ready. That could plug those holes on the tree, but before it's releasing, they don't want to make changes that when that class is released, they would need to actually like revert all of their changes, or it could cause more problems later down the line.
You'll notice the parts of the tree that have two classes for the start point have just generally a lot more going on because there's a lot more stat design, mechanics design, and stuff that's happened.
Yep.
So, that's the thing that expands, and as you get more ascendancy classes, as I said, we're doing the Spirit Walker, all of a sudden companion stuff's going to be a lot more fleshed out. So this is stuff that's just going to happen over time anyway, but we're going to do a big push to try and fill in all those gaps. There's obviously just like a bunch of just terrible clusters. As I said, there's notable armor and evasion notables with no armor and evasion, and like, they have a stat, but why can't they have like a, immune to ailment thing, but why can't they also have armor and evasion? Why must it be only one or the other? And there's all kinds of just things like that kind of everywhere, and it does take time. It does take a lot of like really fine work of going through and tweaking everything, and iteration after iteration after iteration, but it'll be all right.
I think some of us feel like a little lost on what you need to do, the passive tree, but we walked away from that conversation with you. You seem pretty confident that you know exactly what you need to do. You're like, give me a day, I'll fix this section. Like
100%. I mean, I did literally say,
pretty confident.
Give me a day and I'll fix one of the slices. And it won't be perfectly fixed because, again, but it'll be, twice, 3 times, 4 times as good. But like getting a day is not exactly entirely trivial, but that's all right. We'll get there. I am confident we'll get there, though. I have no doubt in my mind that I see a road to success there. So it's just a matter of getting there. And it takes time, and I don't want to make things worse in the meanwhile as well. So obviously knee-jerk reactioning everything in, and sometimes stuff you can't come back from or makes it very hard to come back from can be very dangerous. But I would say that like, if there's any criticisms after 1.0, which there always will be, like, of course you can't. There's always going to be some finer than others, some broader. It should be significantly less core issues by that point. If hopefully the majority of all of them are addressed. So but hopefully if we do a couple of cool eventy league economy resets between here and full release, we'll do some substantial passive tree updates as well at the same time. That way we can get a lot of feedback and testing, right? I'm not just going to take a shot in the dark without people being able to get their hands on it. So, which is similar to why
I'm excited to
doing
get
the
the patch
endgame now
notes.
is very important, because you need a lot of testing and a lot of eyes on that for quality, for just making sure people really enjoy the endgame after 10,000 hours, not just, how it looks at the start. There's a lot of time there, and obviously the player base is capable of testing this at a significantly faster rate than we are. And so that's the joy of being able to try and get all this done before the release and have it be as flawless as possible.
Excellent. On the build meta side of things, one of the ones that came up was fire and ignite builds, but kind of like damage over time builds in general. In particular, there's kind of like absence of the pure damage over time build. Like, it seems to be always better to...
This is something that I mentioned this last time we played, that I love my damage over time, but there isn't like a way of just having a pure damage over time build. You need to like layer it within other things. Which is why I love to like just like our essence drain multi-missile cats from the first game kind of thing. But like poison, just damage over time I really enjoy. Like, even if it's a slower build up to, same payoff, I like that. Like, what was the fun one? We did like in Ancestor League, there was the inverted void sphere with poison that we did. That was really cool, where it would knock enemies away and poison them, so you had like a safety bubble that you could kind of use, which was really cool, especially with the Trial of the Ancestors mechanic. But yeah, no, I like using like there was also Cold Dot for a while. That was pretty nice. But yeah, I kind of fell out of it. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because it required so much more, mixing of things rather than just doing damage over time, but let's see what they say.
Scale the hit damage and treat things like Ignite as an add-on. And there seems to be various other problems with Ignite as well in terms of like scaling. It seems to be always correct to go like stacking, or in some cases people are saying like, well, the best way to play Ignite is chaos damage. So how do you guys feel about kind of like the state of that sort of thing?
Those keystones are always going to have that level of like, one way is quantifiably better than the other in an interesting way. But this obviously is not fully fleshed out or fully right. Like, you can tell while playing this, and we do want to do more. It was number 3 on I had my like top 5. Here's the things I want to fix. So like defenses was number 1. Number 2, I think I actually had some stuff to do with some minion stuff, which, I mean, we've done a lot of itemization for, but I didn't get to do as much as I wanted. We had the Ascendancy classes in there, had Chronomancer in there, and I had, there was like some Gemling stuff in there, and we had Chaos hits, and, by correlation, Archon, we had Ignite. Like, these are all in my, I was saying top 5, this is now a top 10 list,
That's
I guess.
more than 5.
But, like, they're all up there, and so as soon as we actually get to haul ass and start fixing all the balance, more than we, have been able to with this patch, given that it's kind of the same resources, trying to ensure endgame is good, and there's quite a bit of overlap there, and with all the crafting systems in the league, like the same resources that are going to be looking at all of these. So as soon as we can get to, as soon as we're like back focused working on the campaign with our core content, monsters, pipeline, etc., and thus doing less systems, we can have those guys come in and just like start fixing all of these balance systems.
Is the intention to get to there being builds that are like the pure dot feel, like where you don't really have the upfront hit damage, so you dual flame blast and then it's just pure ignite, that sort of thing?
Oh, like the whole spreading wildfire ignite fantasy, 100% needs to be a thing where you're just doing like,
see, that's good. That's what I like.
There is the thing where like when you take away hits, things can lose a lot of satisfaction, but there is a different kind of satisfaction of just watching the world burn around you or decay around you. So, you trade one for another, and different players have their different preferences, but 100% that is something that we want to support. We had a bunch of keystones.
Well, the first thing is they should, I don't know if this is the thing they should do, but one of the biggest problem with the Watch the World Burn specifically was the proliferate being such a small radius.
Mind for enabling it. We had different supports that we thought we could try to enable it. It's just a matter of being time to execute it. So I would be very, very surprised if it doesn't come in
Also
one
the
of these
time delay
interim patches between
on
here and
that.
full release, though, for to at least some
Like,
degree.
I think before it was like they had to be around you for like 2 seconds. So, like if a guy got burned, the proliferate would take 2 seconds of another enemy being in range before it would actually go over to them.
That wanting to get things right for 1.0, there's I have a feeling that like 1.0 is like where you get to establish like here's the baseline of what the game is supposed to look like, and that's what you were saying with endgame, indeed. So I kind of wonder about like how you feel about a few things and how close they are to where you want them to be for that game's foundation thing. One of them is the pace of combat, especially in endgame maps across the build spectrum. So like from the lower end build to the really high end builds that are just currently like 100 move speed through maps.
It's a really tricky question because like people get such different experiences here. I mean, like there are definitely a few like part of the issue that we have is that people often judge things by watching streamers who are often playing something that's completely cracked and out of control.
Sure.
And so people don't get an understanding of what the average player is actually experiencing. And it can even like affect like our designers in some ways because like when you look at people and they're just like completely trivializing things, it's easy to forget that the average player isn't like is actually taking it longer. And when I say average, like the true average is like way worse than you might expect in terms of the number of minutes that it takes them to kill bosses and so on. Like like it's easy. Yeah, it's easy to look at it and be like, oh yeah, like everyone's killing bosses in 5 seconds, but really there's a lot of people out there who aren't.
So do you feel pretty good about the lower end of things, but less good about the higher end of
well,
things?
I mean, there's things that need to come up as well, for sure. But it's more just that, like, okay, like, there's some things that are a bit out of control with, like, on the top end, like, there's some of the stuff going on with triggering, and like, is a bit out, it's a bit out of control.
Like that,
and so there's stuff like that, and like, as I said, I think a lot of people judge the pace of combat from things like that. So like, I guess that's
ultimately it comes down to if you have a mage blood or equivalent, you should be cracked.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think I've said before that the ideal situation is the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a pretty damn tough fight. But then after that, you're getting more stuff. You like the post pinnacle content of getting uniques and like pretty like leads to like craziness, and then you feel like a complete god. Like you do want to get to that point. It's just that
There's a power fantasy for a
there's
reason.
just
By the way, I have made a change in that regard, by the way, which I know will be nice for some people. Every boss where you've had to farm for the fragment and go through 60 maps and you finally got there does now have infinite attempts.
Nice.
So once you've earned it,
nice.
unless you
Great.
decide to log out and
I thought we did that in 040.
we did it for some things and not for others.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just it is
across the board
now.
Nice. Okay.
If you've done all that, you can try. Well, you can try it. You can die 150 times and keep going. But of course, if you just like let your instance time out and die, that's a different story. So if you go to bed, sorry, my bad.
Go to bed defeated and failed.
I would still love to be able to do that, so that if you log back in like the next day, you're still there and able to do it. But there's a slight technology gap there for maps right now. But
The amount of instances that would remain open.
It's the whole the reason I bring that up is because that whole like, I don't want to fight the pinnacle yet because I might fail it, and or fight
And then what
the
that
boss.
then leads to is that you only do it once you've over prepared.
Yeah, and
so
then
like
your first
so then the
encounter is
first encounter,
disappointing. I've done that
exactly.
before,
So that's the reason.
You're like,
why
that was kind of lame.
Yeah, we definitely felt that
Not what
a
you
little
want.
bit.
You want to go in early and have an uphill battle the first time, don't you?
For sure.
Yeah, exactly.
But I guess what I'm trying to say there is that I think that like that the pace of combat is correct in many instances. It's just that there are some things that then lead to that being bananas. But then you still want it to be bananas after the point where you've done that. So it's
like
it's just a
curbing
question
it
of
a little bit,
the
I
power
guess.
progression needs to be right.
It
Sounds like if
through the
anything,
game.
you just want a wide
There's,
spectrum and just tuning some certain points of that.
For sure.
There's crazy things you see where even when you go and ask a lot of our designers, you're like, how long do you reckon the average boss fight takes? And you specify a boss. You're like, how long do you reckon the average, I don't know, what's a random boss, that killing the Forsaken Sun takes, let's say. And like, honestly, I would say my experience at this point with understanding how to gear my character and build my build at that point, sometimes it's honestly 8 seconds and sometimes it's 20 seconds. And it's like, is it ever really more than that? Yeah. And then you're like, and then you get that with obviously a lot of our designers play and a bunch of people. And then you go and actually look at the stats and you're like, oh, it's 119 seconds average. That's 2 minutes. That's what we intended for it to be.
Yeah.
And so the average across and that's the average, which means there's some people taking 4 minutes and whatnot. And so it's actually like, okay, the numbers are not as bad. And yeah, it turns out if you know what you're doing and you are good and you play a lot, you kind of kill things quickly. I know a lot of people might be like, you should have that be flatter because what the hell, an 8-second fight's not necessarily fun, right? You're not engaging with any mechanics and stuff. And some people are like, nah, if you're that powerful, you're that powerful, and if you know what you're doing, have it be that fast, right? So it's a bit of thing where some people want the way less variance between character power, but also then that feeds into the end game of, you want characters that feel like God.
And the other problem is if you decide that that's not what you want, the only way of really doing that is either bringing down the high end a ton, or add invincibility frames or phase changes to bosses, which some people like, but most people don't. So, like, a literal you can't damage the boss state is the only way around that.
Gods among gods, right? Like, you can do that, but it is, again, just comes back to who... do you have item X,
probably
item
other ways
Y,
of dealing
item
with
Z,
it, but like that's the main way
kinds.
generally
So
people do it.
when things are too cheaply OP, as in almost free, and I don't mean economically, I mean like as in your general time to earn, generally that has to come down.
And I think that really is the message overall of like, if it cost you a lot, then you can be a god. If it didn't cost you very much, maybe that's going to be something that we would consider nerfing.
So Leech.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, that's my next one. The state of recovery, especially because like really fast life recovery tends to lead to situations where in combat the only thing that matters is the thing that kills you instantly. So how do you feel about recovery overall?
So we're definitely unhappy with Leech. And this is one of those things where we attempted to simplify it from PoE 1 because PoE 1 had the most complicated Leech thing in the history of the universe.
So funny.
And so we're going to simplify it. We're going to try and make it simpler. But unfortunately, the simpler thing has not led to a good result. And so now Leech is, it's a bit of a problem. So we are changing it drastically. Like, are we fine with telling people how it works now? Like, we could go into it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, all right. So basically, the key thing that we're first changing is we're going to a single source method of doing Leech. Which means there's only one Leech buff active. So whatever is the big...
I wonder if they still stay on the stack though. So what they're saying is like if you do 100 points of damage and 50 points of damage, it'll only take the 100 point of damage Leech into consideration for regeneration. But when if there is multiple stacks that are active, it'll then take, when the 100 one runs out, it'll swap down to the 50 and you'll start still regenerating. But I'm wondering if when he says it's only one, is it that 100 and then when it's gone you have to get it again? I'm assuming it's the former, but
biggest hit that you did, like you're only leeching from one place, and that obviously then means that we need to change all the balance of leech and everything like that to make that work. But it does mean that there's a difference between there's more of a thing with like life gain on hit versus leech is like a thing between like fast hitting and slow hitting builds. Like higher hits are going to lead to more leech. But the other thing we're changing as well, and this is just kind of to retain the idea. Like, so one thing we liked about what we had was that when you get more leech percent, you do get more leech. But the thing is that the way that damage scales, like it just gets completely cracked at some point, and like it gives you insane amounts. So effectively, what we want to do is add a cap to the amount of damage that leech will consider when calculating how much leech you get.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what that number will be. Like, I don't even know what order of magnitude it is, right? But let's just say that it's like 1 million or something, right? Like, I don't know, maybe it's less than that.
Yeah, it's hard to say what that number is. It's more that there's a goal of the kind of expected rate per second you get for various levels.
Effectively, there'll be a number that's like 1 million or 100,000 or some number, right? That'll be like, okay, like after when we go to calculate leech, we're first capping your damage to that. Like, you're still doing the damage, by the way, but like just like for the leech calculation, and then we apply your leech percent to that. And what that will mean is that it's always the case that getting more leech will give you more recovery, right? Like if you double the percent.
Okay, so it's like they want to incentivize actually getting more leech percent instead of just investing in more damage to get more leech. So you're actually investing in the leech itself versus just every other damage indication.
character, you get double the recovery.
Yeah,
so there's no like capping thing like that, but it
there's
just
no
means
max
that
life
yeah,
related capped
exactly.
leech
But then
now.
at some point, like getting more damage isn't increasing your recovery.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's like the key thing that we need to
That's what you're trying to
prevent.
disentangle.
So, and I mean, the intention really is to sort of get it so that, you know, like a typical character who's like investing in leech, who actually cares. It's like they're able to recover their entire life orb in like 3 seconds or something like that. You know, like that's the kind of thing, right? And yeah, you could go further than that with like even more investment, but it's probably like not worthwhile compared to other stuff. And then like other characters who aren't investing are going to get less than that sort of thing. But like you do actually have to, you know, like we don't want it to be so ridiculous that that's the only like source of recovery you would ever need.
Like
Yeah,
you
Because
just instantly
it's now
regenerate in,
capped,
like,
we can
half a
give a
second
lot more
sometimes.
leech early
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well, because that was kind of a bit dead.
Yeah.
If you're not
leech
dealing
only matters if you're on
significantly
a
high
certain amount of
damage.
damage.
So then we get to buff all those values and that
Obviously,
kind of thing.
some people know about leech resist on monsters. Like, you know, currently you leech less from a white or magic monster than, say, a unique monster.
Yeah.
Because the assumption was you're hitting
You're
many, you're
more
AoEing.
of a-
Now you only get one instance. That's flat.
And then that means that leech will be more consistent
yeah, it's
between boss fights
consistent.
versus not
that's
boss fights,
nice.
which is another thing I think a good thing. Like you kind of can rely on that in some
Yeah.
level.
But if you have all the affixes, you know, you got some investment, you could anywhere between 20, maybe up to 40, 50% of your life recovery per second.
That's where you're aiming
which
for.
is obviously still pretty fast, but and then yeah, we're removing some of the instant leech just because obviously that's then bypassing that.
It's funny though, because I remember you coming to me at one point and you were like, either we can nerf like all these skills by 10 times, or we can nerf leech. Like that was the thing that you were saying.
It's
like,
part of the just like
yeah.
damage begets recovery, which also
damage,
begets
yeah.
energy triggering, and like it just feeds into itself, and then you have characters getting 3,000,000% of their life per frame.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
while
And
triggering
this is part of the meta skill equation
infinite
as well.
triggering per frame, and it's just like, what are you supposed to do? And hence the 200 million DPS, like infinite recovery and immortality builds. You know,
The leech explanation sounds like complicated, and it kind of is on the back end, but the player-facing side of it is now just that you get a leech percentage, and that's the only affix.
Yep.
And you get more of it, you get more. Like,
for
there's
most
no other...
people, yeah, you get a mod, and now your life starts recovering.
So it's very
honestly
simple.
better than
And-
before.
And more importantly, and better than before, but also importantly, doubling
More
it doubles
consistently.
the amount of life you're getting.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, so like
it's just-
there's a lot of calculation going on to achieve that.
Very
but,
simple on the
but the
player
one
side.
player-facing thing that is important to know is that there is a point beyond which getting more single-hit damage is not going to increase the amount of recovery you're getting.
Yeah.
At some point, obviously, getting damage gives you damage, but at some point, getting damage
No longer
is
increases the
less
recovery.
valuable than getting more leech investment if you are simply wanting leech investment.
Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. There's obviously going to be some adjustments there for people to
For sure. It's a big change.
with the meta skills and custom crit comments and
Yeah.
things like that, and their interactions with these various things.
For sure.
Yep. So that's going in 0.5. This stuff for people to
Yep.
figure out.
Yeah.
Cool. All
Go
right.
test it out. It's all fully changed internally. Feel free to go have a look at it.
Oh, all right. and with that, so like I mentioned, the part of the core problem ultimately is that you, aside from the meta skill stuff, you're if you're recovering so quickly, then things have to kill you very quickly. Does that allow you to look at things that are killing very quickly? Then, once you start to feel like recovery is
That's
getting a bit
actually a
more under
good point.
control.
Well, part of that, I mean, that folds into the whole the defenses and everything thing. But like outliers are outliers for sure. I mean, obviously, some stuff is intended to mess you up. It's kind of the point. But you know, it all folds into the same, be it recovery, full life, one shots, characters having significantly lower defenses than we anticipated, tools for getting more life via runes, like all of that folds into the same problem here of, if
gotta
you're
test it
absent of
first
all of these
before-
tools and you don't know how to do the like very,
Yeah.
you know, I guess the meta strategies, then you sometimes are just going to get obliterated by things. So I'm just hoping like, obviously, that leech is a case of bringing down the top end, but I think more the defense is bringing up the defensive tools, like i.e. body armor runes, etc.
Also, I still think that it'll be like people will die less then, because if leech is more consistent across the board, when you're playing your character, you actually know what to expect more consistently over time, versus like getting massive influxes or lack thereof of regeneration. Because, like, for example, if you know that you're super tanky when it comes to physical, you can just walk through enemies. right? But if your tank randomly disappeared and you just explode, then, you can't really manage that as well.
Like ward, everything, all of this is going to help contribute to ideally things feeling more fair. And of course, as expected though, if anything's just like one-shotting you and you don't think the telegraphing's enough, you just let us know, because it might be on our radar, but it might not be on our urgent radar, and maybe we need to do something about it. Like, we have improved a lot of these.
They did that with the gorilla. I mean, he can still slam you, but I think they cleared a lot of the
things
one-shots.
either via increasing telegraphing or lowering damage. Like, we had problems with a whole number of skills, especially early. I'd say the number of those is dwindling, but they're still there, and obviously we might add some new ones on accident. But, just keep telling us about that stuff 100%. It's not the intention. I mean, the important thing is things feel fair, less so than damage one way or the other. So, if you're getting insta-killed by something you couldn't even see coming, that is a problem.
Yeah, like off screens are the worst.
We're obviously adding a ton of new pinnacles and all of that, and we're going to do our best to get everything as well telegraphed and as, the correct damage output and everything. But, we miss things, and if things feel unfair, just raise the alarm.
All right.
Yep.
With that, we'll change topic a little bit to endgame, and I've seen it getting asked a lot with Temple going core. Is there any major changes there to how Temple snaking works? Especially,
we had to get rid of the snake strategy. It caused a lot of
makes
problems.
sense.
We actually had a solution for the snake strategy, the proper solution, as it were, that we wanted to do right after the league launched. Like, it was actually this one was actually on holiday, and like, I was like, okay, I need to like fix the snake strategy. But the problem is, the one that we came up with is that we felt like it would be a mid-league nerf if we deployed it. So we made like a few band-aid fixes, but it wasn't really the correct strategy. And ultimately, what the snake strategy is it comes about because there are rooms that the game wants to delete, but it can't delete them because it would disconnect the temple. And so what we've got as a solution to that effectively is that if that would happen, then it will just create an empty room there that still connects it up, but isn't the room that you had there before. And that just means that there's no incentive to kind of do those weird strategies anymore, which should result in all of the weird, really broken stuff from happening. Like, you can kind of take it more at face value because you don't have to worry about this like particular way of organizing things to be able to, to be able to do well.
And to be clear, the current snaking is resulting in what we deem as 1,000% unacceptable levels of item drops.
The item drops are out of control due to that.
Out of control.
But there was there's always the situation when you've got the stuff where like we would love to nerf it, but you can only nerf something like that if it hasn't gotten too out of.
Yeah, because then like you have like players that have done. I think this was the main issue too. Is like people were doing the staking thing, making like hundreds of divines, and then you have your average person that hadn't done it yet, and then they nerf it by fixing it, and then all of those people on the high end that were doing it have all the currency, and then lower end that didn't do it are now behind because now the market's very bloated in comparison. So I'm pretty sure that was like one of the main reasons they said before that they didn't change it, but
containment before you nerf it. Because the moment that people feel like, 10% of the player base have like gotten well, then I can't do it, and like you're pulling the ladder up behind them and that kind of stuff. It just doesn't feel good. So
the whole thing.
We just sort of had to let it be. And the thing that sucks about it is that it can make people's perception of what the correct level of item drops is to be incorrect, and that can then mean that like when we don't have the like bananas temple
they think it's
loot going on, that
what's
people
going on
might not be as happy with
drops,
that. But it'll be a thing there, like one league down the line after they've forgotten about that part, it'll be okay. But yeah, like that was it was out of control and we didn't love it. That being said, like there are also some. Did you get the extra reward stuff for the reward rooms? Is that
we've done some buffs to the reward rooms.
So basically, just like if you play it conventionally, there's some buffs to the rewards when you're like for the stuff that was like pointless to do before. So in particular, the reward rooms that you get for killing the architects, like those weren't good enough. We want to make sure so people weren't even bothering.
There was a strategy where people were using those to like get quick at Zeri runs and stuff as well, and we fixed that problem. There's a bunch of algorithmic problems with like how rooms get deleted or decide to get deleted or swapped have been changed such that there's not like some of these weird
you know, they got to the point of being honestly a little bit exploitative to the point it's like, oh, I hate that I have to do this thing.
Yeah, we certainly don't want anything where people feel like I have to do this weird thing that I don't enjoy doing in order to get the most rewards. Like that's the key thing we want to. Yeah, because of course they will do it, right? Because that's the most rewards.
Couple cool things. The Atlas tree now applies to the temple.
Cool.
Right.
Oh, nice.
Whole thing. And we're obviously relevant. There are some cases where obviously there's no summoning circles in there, you know. And obviously it has its own Atlas tree now. Now that it's core, and its own entire quest line on the Atlas.
Interested to
we can
see
go
about
there and
that.
do the thing.
Which is interesting because they didn't mention the Atlas quest for it. I don't think so.
Place where it physically is.
It's like you get all the points, and there's parts of the tree that are blocked behind killing the architect, so you're getting like little unlocks and stuff like that.
There's supposed to be little districts in the city where like you kill the architect and now this district is unlocked and you can go in there and little things. Yeah, there's just little things.
Sort of exploring that. Very nice. Yep. Production, could I request a brief intermission for us so we don't have to rush the rest of the endgame discussion? We'll be right back, folks.
Okay.
Firstly, I'm very happy to see that the world looks like an actual world now.
Yes.
It's an atlas, an actual map. It's where you go and do exploration. So was this kind of the goal for the outset when you were making this whole world map style atlas from the beginning?
Well, okay. I think that I didn't realize when we were making it the importance of having those fixed locations, like knowing where things are.
Okay.
And like, so it's like we wanted it to feel like there was a world of stuff to explore, but I think that we did make a mistake in not necessarily like realizing that, you know, it is important that you can get your bearings and that kind of stuff initially. So having the fixed points like has worked even better than I expected, honestly. Like I was a little bit worried it would make it feel like too samey every time, but honestly it's like it's really cool. Like in all of those points
especially
of interest,
like for new people that are first getting into endgame, but also like just to have like a thing for your brain of this is the next thing I need to do is super helpful.
Like how easy it is to sort of get to the things, but it's usually to get to one of the league things. It's only like 4 or 5 maps away from the sign location. Like when I was first showing it to you when you first arrived, like, you know, like you do just go. Like I started with it just all fog of war there, and I'm like, okay, if you just go down this way a little bit, then you get into the breach area, and if you just go like, you know, ride a little bit, then look, there's these abyss cracks here and stuff like that. So that's really cool. And the other thing is as well is just like, you know, the fact that there's like a giant ocean to one side means you just got your bearings. But like, okay, we're on the edge of the continent here. Like this is where we are.
Yeah,
and we didn't even
gives you, like,
try
a
to sort of
lore
think, okay,
location,
well,
too.
like in the physical Rayclast map, you know, like this is the direction in which like all of the, you know, the temple of, you know, the Zeri's temple and everything of Laraval was, and like, so we're going to put it in that direction. We try to sort of like have our bearings so that all those things are sort of like have some kind of real world analog, which is pretty cool. And there's even, if you go far enough into the ocean, you will find Oriath over there.
I didn't know you were going to
which has
Wait, really?
which has the beast is you know the apocalypse is there. You see, it doesn't actually do anything. Like there's not a reason. It's like
really
we wanted it to
cool.
feel more like this
We
is
need to go by
actually
Frac
like
5 and 6 for that, right?
yeah. So it'll change later once we've got the rest of the campaign in. But
That blew my
really
mind, though.
cool.
You can just go in the ocean, as long as you pick the exact right direction.
yeah,
'cause you'll miss it
exactly.
if you-
It's
if
kind of
you-
more of an Easter egg than anything. The fact that it's there, but we do want it to feel like it is Rayclast that you're exploring. That this is like, you know, like things are at least broadly where they're supposed to be, and you know, like while it is like the biomes and stuff like that are all randomly generated, like what maps are there randomly generated, like the initial layout of where the landmarks are is you know is like really nice.
We could have like a world first race to Oriath or something like that.
I don't know, maybe.
Expedition race, so you can get over there first.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So I think before, when you first started Endgame, you just kind of ran maps, and it took dozens of maps for anything to kind of
Happen,
interesting.
yes,
to
I
start
agree.
happening.
And now we want that to be way shorter. So, like, you know, the first time you open the Atlas, like, you know, there's towers that rise out of the ground, and like, there's a quest marker right there to do that. But you don't have to do that, right? You can go a different direction, and pretty soon you'll run into like a breach or something, and then you'll be an NPC. You know, like within 1 or 2 maps, there'll definitely be an NPC telling you, "Hey, look over here," and like, you know, it'll appear in the fog of war. You'll see there's a quest marker. You're like, "Oh, right, there's something over that way." You know, like that's the kind of experience that we want to have, of like feeling like you are exploring. Like
Good
a kind
changes,
of,
honestly.
I guess it's more of a sort of. It's funny because it's a little bit in a way it's sort of a bit more like that sort of open world game design.
Yeah.
That you would get from a kind of open world game, except it's on a kind of like Atlas level.
Yeah.
So you need to be thinking, get that
actually points
feeling
of
of like,
interest.
but there's points of interest and stuff to find and that sort of stuff. And not only that, but we did want to make the
Especially
kind
with
of
the
the
quests.
infinite part. Like once you have done all the quest lines, the infinite part needs to be more interesting too. So now what we have is all of the leagues are adding Atlas mechanics, right? Like so you've got things that, and I guess that's one of the other things I really
Plus
want
you
to make
can
sure.
like target like specific locations, like with Breach now. if you're exploring the Atlas, even after the quest line, you know exactly like what the area looks like, that like devoid of life area. So then you can be like, oh, you know, there's obviously this in this direction. That's what I want to target.
People are aware of is like all the leagues do have things that interact with the Atlas in interesting ways. So like, you know, you've got the Delirium
Yeah, I was gonna say the
fog thing where you're spreading fog over, and the, you know, the positions of things matter, and where you pick to do it will matter, and
Actual
like that sort of
abyss
stuff.
cracks that
Yeah,
you
yeah,
close
actual
on the
abyss cracks that
Atlas.
close on the Atlas is really cool. Like I really like that one. That was one of those that people thought I was a bit crazy when I suggested that one. But, you know, it's one of those things that's just yeah, it's just really cool.
No, it's crazy.
You know, so
yeah, a little bit of
and
world building there.
it's fun to come up with those kinds of mechanics for leagues and think about how they can escalate and so on. But it also adds like another sort of deeper layer to everything too. Because
right, but not just that though, but it's world building, but it feels like it's your world building, like your character is doing something that changes the landscape, even if it's small. Like it has that emphasis of what you're doing actually has an effect and matters. So
is one of the big issues we had with all of the leagues was that they had kind of like their mechanic, but they didn't have like, and here's how the mechanic changes and here's how it evolves, and like there wasn't kind of a lot of that going on with those initial 0-0 early access leagues. And it's really adding all that extra depth that like makes an actually interesting thing. And like part of the reason why we identified that is because like when we came to write a quest line for them, we're like, well, there actually isn't enough here to write a quest line for.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Like there just kind of wasn't really stuff enough to do. So it's like we have to add a bunch more to make it so a quest line is reasonable to do. And so the quest line actually sort of drove in some ways, like the making sure that there is an evolution that happens across the course of every league. And I guess that really does set the standard now for what you have to make a league for PoE2. Like that it's going to have things like that and mechanics like that.
It seems like you're really trying to min-max the breadcrumbing here in particular, because like you leave the town as like literally the second map is a tower, and then like 3-4 maps after that is the gate of the giant fortress.
Yeah, exactly, right. Like, we want you to get to that stuff quickly, right? And the funny thing is that it also like, what we said earlier about how the different sort of amount of time it takes for like the average player versus what people believe is the average. Like it really does need to be that minimal number of maps to make that happen, because for some people, like they're taking a long time to complete maps, right? Like, you know, like if it's taking like, you know, 7 to 15 minutes in some cases to a map, like you don't want it to be multiple hours of gameplay to get to the first.
Even that's fast by the average.
Yeah, and it's like we don't want it to be hours and hours later when you finally get to one of these things. So it really does need to be just a few maps. And obviously, if you're a fast map runner, you're going to just blaze through that real quickly. But yeah, you do need to sort of consider, you know, what that experience looks like if it's the first time, because a lot of this questifying stuff is for people who don't even know what's in the end game. Like an issue you'd have with a first time player before is you'd go in the end game. It's like,
yeah, like for me too, it's like it's not necessarily that I don't know that it exists, but just for my brain, the quest focused, you know, here's a thing to do. It kind of cuts out your bit of like information overload or information paralysis kind of thing. Of now you have tasks and you just pick between the ones that are right here in front of you, instead of, well, I could do this, and which gets even worse the more league mechanics and things there are to do when you have like no direction, right? So this just is better, I think.
is there even anything out there? Like we don't even, you don't even know.
Well, especially before when there was like way more space that you actually had to get through in order to get to the different mechanics and stuff like that, and to actually like get to the fortresses. But then you had to clear out the nodes to unlock the cities to, you know, clear the mystic swirling sand around it, but then you had to find them first. But having all this like within a couple steps, a couple nodes of your starting location makes it so much easier.
Right? It's like you need those kind of like a few guideposts to even get you started, to be like, okay, well, like here's some stuff that I might be able to find.
Yeah, and even if you don't go like that tower into the fortress,
no, you can
like,
go another way.
Literally pick any direction. Like, because that was the thing that surprised me the most when you were showing me by kind of like revealing the map, was like you literally can't pick a direction and miss.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Exactly. You will hit something no matter which way
basically,
you go.
it actually made like the raid class situation look. This raid class situation is crazy.
Yeah,
it looked pretty dire. You're like basically surrounded on all sides. You're like, you look one side and there's like a giant breach reach for Conquered areas.
Yeah,
There's
it's like-
a freaking abyss over there.
We just wait,
Freaking fortress
wait
pops
till
up.
like 5 years from now.
I know, right? Because now, whenever you add a new thing, you add it as a spot on that.
Yeah,
Like
we're probably gonna have to do a bit of rearranging to make sure that the newest
imagine.
stuff is like close to the center, and there's
Yeah.
like the ring outside that, which has got some of the
kinda
lesser
get
known
out
stuff.
ring
you
of
kind of snag out
shenanigans.
the
It's
Zone, like
currently
weird passive
beset
tree
on all
situation
sides.
where there's like stuff further out and stuff in closer, and that's that is going to be wild. But it also kind of helps solve that problem a bit because like I sometimes I go back and I play like a game that's been around for a long time, and the way that
where do I start?
usually they're like 10 years worth of content is presented as like a giant menu,
no.
and
it's definitely much
it's
cooler that you find
very
it.
difficult to engage with that. But here it's physical places in a world, so
Yeah,
it's kind of almost solved by the fact that you have to travel to them to start interacting with them in some
Yeah, it's like a
capacity.
choice
Yeah, I would
versus
say
a
so.
list.
It's kind of a nice solution.
I mean,
for that as well.
but yet all of them do have events that will occur that will direct you there and like reveal it on the map and show you that it's there as well.
Yeah.
If you do find that in the so you sort of get quests.
We have a few things as well though. Like it's a lot, but I also don't want people to feel like, oh, I have to do all of it every time.
Yeah.
And there are different ways. Obviously, I think we mentioned the way to shortcut the fortress completion. Like if you just want to, obviously. There's a big grid a tree of nodes, right? So you can go like path of least resistance to all that. If you're this is if you're good.
Yeah.
You know what you're doing. You're repeating. Good build. Like just beeline towards that. Go to that. Go to that. Go to that. Kill the bosses. Kill the pinnacle. Right. You've now done the quest line, and now just go out into the infinite and go and farm, or maybe go do one of the other leagues, or two of the other leagues, whatever, and then go out and farm. And every time you then get a set of citadels. You kill the thing, you can then auto-complete a section of the fortress.
And that unlocks a big chunk of
And it'll
passage.
just be like
All
ding,
the
ding, ding, ding,
points
and
from the
complete all the
maps,
maps, and
yeah.
you're like, all right, sweet, there's my 15 points, allocate. And so you don't have to just like hunker down and sit in the fortress for like forever.
Yeah.
Right?
We
can
were
just-
really concerned that what would happen is like you'd kill the boss and you're like, oh, now I have to do all these maps in here like to just finish it off. So we wanted to make sure there was a shortcut for that stuff. So if you didn't do all that stuff while you were going there, so if you're a new player and you don't like burning through the tiers that quickly, that number of maps is intended to be the number that you'd need to be able to do for like a sort of an average player who hasn't done it before to be able to tier up to get to like
okay.
to
That's
to
cool.
get to T5 to get into
So there's
this part
actually
of-
like game design behind, the 15 maps in them. So the estimation essentially is like by the time you clear those, you should be able to go from tier 1 to tier 2 or from tier 2 to tier 3.
fortress and then
If you're
get to
doing
get to
everything in that
yeah exactly. So like
Okay.
it's kind of designed to be like for the players who are normal, but if you're a player who like really knows how to tear up really quick, then you can just like beeline to the quest objectives really quickly and get through that very quickly. And I guess one of the things that we wanted to do as well, even just for the regular leagues, is like if you're like an actual like a player, like we sort of imagine it's like a night of gaming is what it's going to take you to like do one of the quest lines.
Yeah.
Like I mean, I don't mean like a like half an hour. I mean like like a solid night of gaming.
a couple hours,
a few hours, right? Like of gaming is enough to kind of get like a sort of a fairly reasonable player through one of those quest lines.
Yeah.
And then that's kind of that can be like your goal for the night. And then the fortress might be like a couple more initially, but I mean for the good players, they're just going to be able to they can obviously get through the stuff really quick because they know how to burn through every map really quick and that kind of thing.
So with the fortress, so how many roughly passives is there on that core atlas tree that you want?
It's more than 300, I believe.
Okay, so that's like 300 maps within the fortress.
No, but it isn't because some of them give you more than 1 point.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah, so we actually initially had it, so the number of points on the tree was the same as the number of points in the fortress. But the problem was that we
way too
found that
That's
the
a ton of maps.
yeah. Like, the number of maps that was too many.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we need to do some like things here so that the atlas tree can be bigger than what the fortress is.
Roughly know what it is, like 100, 150 or something?
I actually don't remember what the number in there is.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact number
But
either.
yeah, like we sort of wanted to make it so that it wasn't onerous.
There's
to
a
get
few
through it.
options there as well if we want.
Yeah.
If we want. We haven't yet, based on testing really, is what is technically it doesn't have to be every map gives you a point. It can be the first X map give you point. Like as in technically you can fully allocate the tree
and then you could avoid
complete
some
it.
layouts or whatever you don't
It's
like
just
as well.
if we needed to do that, we've got lots of levers to be able to flexibly just go, okay, this is
Yeah,
like
okay.
way
We
too
don't want
long
the
and-
fortress to feel like a chore, though. That's like really important.
Well,
so
that-
we're like,
that's what I was
very
going to say. Is
careful
like
about
I
it,
was
yeah.
a little worried that would be the case, but you showed me that there's like there's little icons over the top of the maps, and that wasn't all of them. Like what was shown in the footage was actually you hadn't done the list yet. It was like half of them or something. But what surprised me, so these are adding like things like, every rare monster in the map is an essences or monstrous treasure or rogue exiles are
strong
fighting each
boxes.
other and you're hunting them down and stuff like that. So all this other cool stuff and. what I was surprised to learn was that these are actually all individual, unique things. Like there's not. They're not being repeated inside of the fortress.
Yes,
There's one of each of those
yeah,
things.
exactly. So all of those mechanics are things that, yeah, like
one-offs.
there's one-offs. And so
crazy.
if you auto-complete that part of the fortress, you're effectively losing that for this run. But they do appear out in the infinite as well sometimes to kind of make the infinite farm part like kind of more interesting.
okay.
But this is like really
So you
interesting.
can't
So
go
like
across them.
even in PoE1, as good as that endgame is, which is really, really good, is it kind of takes like 30, 40 maps before you start getting like stuff to being in your maps all the time, right?
Right,
Like
right.
you've got the scarabs, you've got enough points. But here you've almost created like an endgame atlas area of maps that you can do, but that's preloaded with like scarabs
effectively,
almost.
yes.
Like,
And
is
then as you do
nice,
that,
yeah.
you're effectively then
Which
loading
is that's
it.
what I was saying too, is that it kind of reminds me of the quadrant system that they did in Path of Exile 1, where you apply the astrolabe and then you can guarantee it in those maps. It's kind of the same thing.
more with the Atlas tree,
Yeah.
so that when you do the infinite farm, you've kind of got more of that stuff there.
so when you run out of that, then you've got your passive tree full filled out and everything.
And
That's
the
juiced up.
passive tree does add a lot, and of course you allocate all of it now, so it's like changed quite a lot how the passives work.
Especially with the multiple choices, which
we
is really
have
cool.
had to do some work to the on the level design side to make it so that the maps can support more of the of those kind of mechanics and so on as well, because like for people, 'cause, you've got like especially after juicing and everything, like
Juice
that
is
can be quite a
getting
lot.
A bit too much, was it?
Speaking of things like the completion, there's a few other little bits where people are like, oh, I've got to do every league tree. Like, that's a lot, right? Because that's the same thing. You don't want to be too chore-like. But reality is, there's a few changes around this. So let's say you do the fortress or you do the infinite and auto-complete it after doing the quest line, and then you do just delirium. Now, you can run 3 delirium tablets, and it will scale all 3, and you can just go do that for the rest of your life. And the thing is, people will be like, oh, but breach can randomly spawn, and then I have to get the breach tree, otherwise I'm not invested
So
in
yes,
it.
we have changed how this
And
works.
once you're so effectively your area can support 3 leagues, and juice versions of it. And so when you force 3 delirium tablets, it won't spawn other leagues.
So
And-
effectively, by putting a tablet, what putting a tablet in does is lock what that league will be, thus preventing the other leagues from spawning, which means that you don't have a situation where
you can target it or
by
restrict
not
it.
doing a certain league, you're losing out on on potential juicing.
But then you could also farm 3 in particular, right? So if you have, Delirium, Breach, and Abyss, the others won't spawn because it doesn't have space either. That's really cool.
because you've effectively made sure that like you're going to get the specific content you want. So you can do that, or you can still leave it wildcard by using the generic
irradiated. All of it says will wildcard the leagues.
Yeah.
Can
So that,
you still mix and match like?
of course, yeah, of course,
So you can still do,
yeah. So you can still do
breach delirium
exactly
together.
right, and
You
like
can do
that's
you could do breach delirium if you want 2/3 breach, 1/3 delirium. You can do
Cool, that's
whatever.
cool.
You
Yeah.
combine
So
it.
that's
Yeah.
like
A greater level of control over this. than
Yep.
I like that.
previously.
That's
It's
really
Like
nice.
what it means is that if you just want to all in on 1, you can. If you want to all in on 2, you can. If you want to go 3, you can. And if you want to get them all on wildcard, you can do that.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah.
I
And,
like
part
that
of this-
because that also prevents like the Path of Exile 1 issue where the center nodes don't show this but show everything else, and then you would have to like path around and grab everything that wasn't the one you wanted if you only wanted that thing.
that I was a little bit worried as well that you were like the physicality of the map is really cool, but I was a bit worried that the downside of that would be that you'd be removing this ability to focus on things.
no, you definitely can.
Yeah, okay. And in particular, I was worried about the breachstone thing because I was like, oh, so if you want to use a breachstone, you have to find one of those things on the map to put it in. Does that mean you can only farm a boss if you physically have one of those locations on the map?
But no, all of the pinnacle keys are all tradable, so you can do that stuff.
And if you have 20 of those keys, you can just do the boss 20 times.
Yeah, exactly.
You
So
don't have to
the
find
bosses are all in the so each of the leagues has a kind of hub that like
starting location
where the
area,
league,
yeah.
and that happens like in its physical location,
Which
right?
is nice, you don't have to search
like
for them.
there's the and the hub is where you use the pinnacle keys in order to fight the pinnacle
That's
boss.
really nice
So
too,
that
yeah.
means
I
that
didn't
if you
think of
want to
that.
do them back to back, you just go to the hub, run 120 bosses. That's fine.
Once you've done the quest line 1, you can then farm it as much as you want if you trade. The other thing that we've done is, so Breach is unique in that regard because in order to kill the penultimate boss to get the ticket to the ultimate boss,
Yeah.
you do need the biome. Now you
Because
can buy
those
the key
get
after.
cleared. Yeah.
Right, that's completely fine, and you can buy the breachstone, but that one is unique in that you do need to go find those biomes, or someone has to go find those biomes. So that one is a bit unique in that regard. But for some of these leagues, also, For example, simulacrums. Like you do deliriums, you get this grand mirror, you apply the fog, and there's a simulacrum in there. We do still drop simulacrum splinters, and a lot less of them. And once you finally get that item, instead of that item now just going in the realm gate because that's gone, what that does is allows you to turn a map into a simulacrum on your atlas. And so that will give you an extra key. And so there are some ways, the expectation is that you complete the quest line and experience all that before you complete a simulacrum. But later in the game, when you're farming, there's actually alternate ways to get access to more of these. And so we have that for a few of the leagues. I can't remember exactly which ones do and don't because it's asymmetric. But yeah, some of them are like trying to counter that. So it's a thing with Breach where if we're finding a Breach stone versus Breach biome imbalance, we can do a thing where once you've finished the quest line, you can start getting splinters towards pinnacles without necessarily having to do that. Or maybe there's some other mechanic where you can create a Breach biome, you know, in the fog of war that way. So mechanically create it, reveal one that definitely was there the whole time, and you know, go over there and do that. So there are tools we have to be able to do all this. Cool. But yeah, Breach is relatively unique in that regard. The others are less problematic, but you know, just trying to have different ways.
One of the things that is fun with those ones though is that there's reasons generally to pick one area of the Atlas versus another. Like they're kind of subtle, but like we should have tried to explain that with the Delirium one, where there's certain emotions that only come from certain map boss classes.
Yeah, you did say that.
So what that means is that you're like, okay, if I want to be able to get like this emotion, then I'm like, I want to find this type of map to put it on. So then like, you know, that I get that. So there's little hidden things like that the
biomes actually matter.
Yeah. So there's stuff like that we can do too.
Cool.
And so yeah, picking where to do the Rite of the Nameless can like, you know, and where to do the Delirium, things like that. Ideally, that stuff should be something you actually do have a little bit to think about. You know, because it can affect the rewards a little bit.
Yeah, right. Wild. Okay.
Oh yeah. The Rite of the Nameless, imagine being in an area where you have to fight like 6 bosses at once in a ritual, but the map that it spawns in is like cells. Oh my goodness, that would be terrifying.
Now, it's impossible to say, like, put an hours of gameplay estimate on endgame for Path of Exile because it's, like you said, it's so variable. But how would you say some of the endgame milestones for Period 2 now, like, line up with maybe the milestones from Period 1 that we're a bit more familiar with? So, like, for example, getting to the Fortress Pinnacle boss, unlocking your full tree, so getting that full clear of the Atlas if that's the clear goal. Filling up those nice new progress bars for the league mechanics. Like, where do those kind of pan out?
So it's definitely intended that the kind of like completing the fortress is supposed to sort of be analogous to doing Atlas completion in PoE 1. You know, it's like a kind of similar thing. That you're the similar type of goal.
It is almost like a PoE 1 Atlas on the map.
Yeah, a little bit like that. So
if you can get enough tiers, it's 45, 50 maps to kill the pinnacle if you can.
Okay.
Right? Like, which is honestly not, you know, that out of control. No, that's not Fortress complete. That's that main quest line complete, right?
Yeah.
Like it's, you know, you think you've got a big square with 2 ramparts. You're just going up to this thing, up, over this thing, up, and then to the middle, and then out to the back, kill the thing in the middle, right? And you just follow this path, the shortest path to it. If you can do it,
that's not going to be the average.
Go for it. It's fine. It's entirely up to you. Which again, good players generally will be able to. So like, yeah, 40, 50-ish there. And as you said, the ziggurat to the fortress wall, pretty short distance. Like it's right there and then right there. Let's say Breach. I'm just giving some examples just to give some people some context. Breach is the closest biome to the ziggurat, the closest start. So you just, if you went tower, what is it? 5 maps over to Breach.
Nah, it's less than that, I think.
4, sure. Then you do a few breaches. You don't have to do that many. She gives you the first breach stone. You use the breach stone. You do. You can probably minimum 1 hive, 1 sky hive, and then the boss. Now, this is the problem that we run into a bit here, where I have level restricted the bosses.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can actually do this too fast.
I don't want you to just do a tier 3.
It's tier restricted.
Yeah, tier restricted, tier, not character level. Yes. Yeah. As in, you do need some waystone period. So if you just
need
go
to
path,
have, like, for example,
path,
at least like a tier 5 map waystone before you can do it.
There, yeah, you're probably going to find you don't have the waystones, but if you know what you're doing, you can obviously get pretty far pretty quickly, and then you can kill the Breach Lords, and then you can immediately do the Pinnacle as soon as, because we've level Waystone tier restricted the penultimates. But that's like Breach and the Fortress, whereas like, okay, over to the left of the Ziggurat, you've got Breach, slightly further across is Delirium, so +5 maps, even that maybe. Ritual, +5 on that, like +5, and then the, what is it, 8? Honestly, it's probably only like 8 maps you have to do, 9 maps or something within each. And I'm talking like absolute. If you're just zoom into the end,
So, like the early versions of the end game, the thing definitely burned me out was just like the sheer amount of time it took to just travel through maps. I was even like coming up with theory crafts for like ideas of like, well, what if there was one of these travel maps that are like really fast? So it seems like there's just so much less of that now.
Definitely. And I mean, like that's the experience you're going to get if you know what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
If you don't, it's going to take longer because you're like, okay, I need to be able to put up this. I'm not juicing it as much. I'm not doing all this.
Well, at that point, when you're in that position, you're focusing on the actual content you're doing, not like your goal so much, because you don't have the experience for that anyway.
Yeah.
King's March is a bit further away.
It is. Being on the coast, it kind of, if it had put it too close, it would have restricted the other things that can go there. So we've got like a sort of slightly longer lines that to shorten the distance to get to King's March.
So it's not as many maps.
Yeah, so it's not as many maps as what it would be for the normal conventional distance.
Right. Yeah.
But it is a couple of extra maps further than some of the others.
The cool thing is, because it's now quest lined, as soon as you get to King's March, you're given the first logbook.
Oh yeah, cool.
So you just instantly like reveal a whole section of ocean, start mapping.
Islands.
You're getting 15 to 20 maps per logbook, give or take. You can, if you just want to explore, like let's say the logbook you placed didn't spawn the chase thing you're looking for, you can just shortest path to the edge and then reveal another, and you can go
check another logbook and
up, sideways. It's just a big grid of squares.
A logbook's tradable thing, like if you want to blast through that.
Yeah, the quest ones are not like.
Obviously,
which, by the way, you get your first logbook. It spawns a guaranteed island with a quest marker. You complete that, it gives you your second logbook.
Because the start's questified, right?
So the first one,
therefore you get through those bosses and stuff like that with the first 4 logbooks.
You guaranteed get 2
It
logbooks
actually takes
right
it all the
away.
way to the boss as part of the quest.
Because as I said, because now what we're doing is every single quest line takes you to the Pinnacle boss, right?
so-
Like there's no randomness in the ability to do that.
Because it is the active league, the in particular the Runes of Eldur Pinnacle is more maps than some of those other biomes, because it also it doesn't have a tree, right? Because it is the active league,
Right.
And it has just a lot more generally going on in many different ways. So it itself is a bit more. Yeah, there's more going on.
But then when it's not the active league, we can then like get that to be more like in line with the others and that kind of thing.
Oh man, I'm so excited for this to play it so much. But but the
29th.
funny thing is though, like I heard you talking about very recently this idea of like it's actually good to have a quitting point. Stepping off point, and this seems to be tackling that problem.
So
too.
that was another big thing when we were designing this initially. Is like, so I mean, and at this point we were literally just looking at Steam reviews and being like, okay, like what, like on a more meta level, like why do you get a situation where someone's like, game is terrible, 400 hours played? But like, what leads to that? You know what I mean? And honestly, we're like, one of the big problems is like there isn't an obvious point to stop, and like eventually any end game is going to get boring eventually, right? And if like you didn't have a point of like you felt like you were done, like if you've got a place to leave, then you're going
me, it would be like the
game's
challenges.
going to eventually suck for you.
Challenges
So like we have to be like, we want to actually get you to feel like you're done, and part of the way that you do that is you add more objectives that like have progress bars where like you finish them and then you're like, okay, I'm done with this now. And so whether or not you want to do all of them or not, the key thing is that there is a point where you finish the fortress, you've got all the points there, and like there's progress bars, and like there is a point where you do, you finish the league, there is a point where you finish all of the other league mechanics around, and then and then there's, for other people there's challenges, right? Like part of the reason we wanted to add challenges in this one was to see like there's quite a lot of people who just like the thing that their goal for the league is finish the challenges and then I'm done with it, and so it's like it's just another one of those things that PoE1 had that can give you an objective for yourself so that you know when to quit, because ultimately the goal is like we want you to play when you have a great time, but we want when you decide to leave that you come back with a plan to play again next league.
Yeah, because then too you're not leaving with like the thing in your mind of did I do all I wanted? Am I missing things? Am I missing out on X, Y, or Z kind of thing? But this gives you kind of like a no, I'm done. I did all I wanted to do, or I had to.
league.
Yeah.
And so long as we can get you to that point without burning you out, then you're going to be wanting to come back and play again. So yeah, it's like that. It's just one of those really important things that PoE2 just didn't really have, because it just kind of petered out into like into nothingness. It didn't really have like this.
Yeah,
I'm done with this now.
Ultimately, it's just about having cool core goals to shoot for,
exactly.
like, and then you've got nice clear goals for that now. It's probably like Fortress plus like a specific league mechanic.
Or maybe you want to do all of them, or maybe you don't. But the key thing is like you get to that point, you know when you're done with it, and we've got those progress bars that can pop out the side, so you can sort of see at a glance, like, here is my like in-game completion of like how much of that stuff they've done. And you also know, by the way, that when you do finish that progress bar, that you have seen all the major content that the league has to offer in terms of you fought the pinnacle boss, and there's more uniques you could get and more things you could farm. But like that stuff is really extra stuff. It isn't really the core of the experience of that. So that's part of what we want to do.
And at the same time, for the people who never quit, the infinite Atlas.
Of course, we want to make sure that stuff is better, of course. But like at the end of the day, like it is still important that
Infinite Atlas significantly better.
It is way better. Yeah.
Way more chase drops to get.
Yeah.
And Mage Blood.
And Mage Blood, yeah.
You know, like it's so much more crafting that you might want to min max. Like there's just
not to mention
And you could be
all of the
like,
new
I'm
things
gonna
like just to discover, right? Like not just like, I bet you there's going to be like rare modifiers, like unless there's like data mining and stuff, obviously, but that no one finds for a long time, maybe.
Go and farm the land. The not ocean. Okay.
The not ocean.
You're gonna go
farming mechanic confirmed. Is that what we're talking about?
You're gonna go farm the infinite land.
Time to retire down to a nice life of farming.
And then the next day, I'm gonna go explore the ocean and just logbook, and do all of those.
Yeah.
You know, like different choices, different axes. That's also important and cool. I'm gonna go do Breach this day, and the next day I'm gonna do Delirium, and the next day I'm gonna mix them all. You know, like
it seems super easy to change like whatever it is you want to do if you want to mix a match now. So if you are focusing on expedition, like there's nothing now to stop you from going and focusing on breach for a while instead. Right?
And of course the fate of the Vile Temple, right? Like it actually is unique amongst the others in that it doesn't have an Atlas active mechanic, because the temple is its own whole building a dungeon vibe, and so it still is a tree. It still appears in maps. It has a tablet. All of that. But you know, instead of now like doing the progression on the Atlas, the meta progression layer, you're doing it in the temple, right? Just with less snakes.
Excellent. And the new Atlas tree design supports this idea as well, where this core full tree is like a full completion thing, which is cool, but also like your initial reaction to that might be to kind of like worry that, it seems like it kind of removes some player decision. You have some specific things.
So that is something we're really worried about, and but I'll explain also why we did it in the first place. So we had this problem where designing the Atlas in a way where you don't want to constantly respec really handcuffs you in terms of what kind of nodes you can add. Because if you want to add a node which is like, this cool thing happens when you're in forests, it's like, well, now if you're not in the forest, you're like, it's a waste of a point, right? So effectively, by doing full allocation, you can now say, okay,
because then I'm assuming you could just change the multiple choice ones. So like, if there's one that benefits forest, benefits, I don't know, swamp, benefits mountains, you can just swap the multiple choice because you've already unlocked the node.
It's like they do different things at different locations, and it means that we can just be more interesting with the bonuses.
And they can be way punchier.
Yeah.
Because we're not like worrying about so much about the balance of that. So then when you're doing your initial progression, when you're picking stuff, it's more about like, you know, what stuff do I want now versus later. But the issue with that is you can't add difficulty if you've got a full tree. So we're like, and you still wanted the idea of having a build for your character. So then we're like, okay, we're going to solve this in two ways. One of the ways is we're going to add multi-choice nodes to the regular Atlas tree, so that those ones can be like, am I going to go difficulty, or am I going to go like more difficulty, more rewards, or am I going to go less difficulty, less rewards? So that example in the stream of like, okay, for shrines, like, do I want the shrines to go on the bosses, which is going to make it so that they're harder with more rewards? Do I want to make it so that when I go into a boss fight, I get an extra shrine effect, thus making the bosses easier? So you've kind of got that tweaking you can do. And so on the regular Atlas tree, you'll find things like that where the design space there is that they're decisions that you're going to want to make, but not very often, right? So it's like, you know, as my character gets more powerful, maybe I'll flick that node from one mode to the other. But it's not
like that's what I was going to say, is like when I would start in maps, I'd start with the giving you a shrine buff when you enter a boss arena, but then once your character level in general, or just character power, gets to a point of where you can deal with it, then you would swap that off in order to give the bosses the shrine effects so that you get the better loot out of it.
Going to be changing all the time. So that's that design space. But then for the Atlas Masters, this is the design space of things that I do want to change all the time because it depends on what like
so you
maps
hot
I'm
swap these
facing.
ones.
But then we make it really easy to change because we've got that system where you know
button on the
just a
side
button on the side, you just
Bam.
pick which one. So what that's actually most close to in a way is kind of like the Jesus Christ, I've forgotten the name of even these. You know, you pick the modes when you run a map in PoE1. What do you call that again? Like there was the
crafting.
for
Like
Map crafting?
Exarch and
Yeah, the influence.
okay, yeah, that thing,
influence,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly, right. So it's Jesus Christ, I can't remember any more of the names of the shit. Yeah, it's kind of more analogous to that in a way because it's like before each map you might want to consider what you're picking, and like depending on what it is that you're doing there. So that's that design space, and so those things together. But that thing there also has like like the choices that you're going to make. Your sort of Atlas build comes out.
They're
in
kind
the
of like your
Masters.
Atlas build loadouts.
Yeah.
But with pre-configured nodes as opposed.
Yeah.
And way better than that because like if you want to respec one of those, it's only a couple nodes.
Exactly.
Like, and you can do that freely.
Yes,
can't you?
exactly. So it's no longer but by making that not be on the giant atlas, it actually simplifies that quite a lot in terms of being able to see that. So like,
Easier
like at a glance,
choices,
you
you
can
don't
see
have
like
to look
here's
at
the
so
choices
much
that are important,
information.
So
as
nice
opposed
not
to like the
needing-
million other little nodes that kind of don't really matter in practice.
So nice not having also just like from I suspect from a more player who's like approaching it for the first time as well, just way less FOMO, way less like, oh my god, I don't know,
like it's
do I
a
go this way,
line
that
of
way, I don't know what to
three
do. And there's still
choices each
choice
time
of
too.
how you get there. But even with the masters and stuff, that you don't have to have all these respec systems with different currencies and gold costs, and
you're just
then they're
toggling
too
them on and
cheap
off.
and not too cheap and all of that. And yet there's still builds.
Yeah.
Like there's still Atlas
still, like,
strategies. There's
actual
what
choices
tablets you're
that you have to
doing,
make.
what multi-choice you've taken on your league trees. There's, I mean, even just what league you're running is in itself a build. Like, I guess you have this kind of like, you could be, it's more of a meta strategy, but you'd be like, I'm going for forest biomes because this league with these nodes on the Atlas tree equals, some certain benefit when combined with delirium. And then you could be even doing things like, as I said, all the multi-choice. Maybe you run this master when fighting bosses, and this master when fighting or when boss chasing. This master when doing certain
swapping
leagues
back
of
to-
others. This master while logbooking. There's just like all kinds of stuff where it's like, okay, so you'd think by having the tree be fully allocation, you're like, oh, there's no builds anymore, and then it's like, hold on, there's like.
There's a lot there.
A lot of stuff
but
here.
effectively the complexity there has been moved into a much more tight place where you can sort of do all
so
of
much
that in
more
one
manageable.
go. So it's just a lot more
Static
manageable.
versus
It feels a lot better, I think.
changing.
What's the deal with like the sub trees within each master? Because they each have 3 tabs, don't they? Is that right?
No. So each of those tabs is a master.
Oh,
So
okay.
basically, so like one master is one of those tabs, and then you pick like the things you want for that master. But then when you change to a different master, that's like that's the choice of master you're making for that map.
Right. Okay.
yeah.
And it's just whatever master you have that's selected is the one that's active.
Is the one that's active, yes,
And that's-
exactly.
yeah,
So it's
that's
really
bad.
handy.
Each has the 4 rows, which is their quest line unlocks each
Yeah.
unlocks
So, yeah.
1 row and 1
Yeah.
point. You can take all of 1 row, or you can take 1 of each row.
Oh, okay.
They're
Which we
they're just
saw.
all
wow.
kind of keystone-y things that.
Didn't realize that, yeah.
So there's a lot of even within that. There's obviously a ton of permutations of things you
Which
could
is
do.
cool.
Yeah, right. So we've got our Atlas ascendancies and all of that lined out. So the kind of like the equivalent to your, I don't know, your tier 16 plus endgame juicing now is like go do the fortress, maybe complete like the couple leagues that you're going to focus on, get your masters done. So they have their quests. I guess they appear kind of like at certain points when you discover
Those
certain
ones
things.
are so for example, you've got Hilda who's like sending you to kill like bosses.
Yeah.
She'll pick maps that are like a few maps away from the map you just did as like the place where she's going to set her objective. So then it's kind of like you can kind of do that like while you're doing other things because like there's you do have to visit her campsite first to like get her. So there's like a place like right really near the starting point where that is. But like then her mission can kind of be completed as you're doing other things. Whereas like other ones have kind of like they're a little bit
Go
different.
to X, Y, or Z
But
location.
Doriani's tracking down the corruption.
Yeah. So
Corruption
effectively
biomes.
that quest of what you had as like the quest before is now just like Doriani's like master quest.
It's his
so-
side quest.
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
thing,
and the places where the corruption biomes are is like hard, like in the starting zone we've put them in like specific places so you can questify going to them. Like so, Doriani can be like, I'll go to this one and then go to that one and so on. So like we've kind of got that stuff that so his quest line is kind of that.
Seeing Dorian.
Powerful artifacts out of
There we go. Looks like we're back. That's so weird. Oh boy. All right, looks like we're good.
You have all these different characters, and you have just the classic I want to kill bosses Hilda, who's just trying to like kill powerful beasts, and so you immediately can go, okay, well, you know, not that this is confirmed, I'm literally making this up as we go, but it's like, well, you got Pharaoh, who's the rune seeker, trying to learn blue shapes.
Could be a
Maybe
master.
that's a master when he's not, if it's core or not core, depending on how things go.
Yeah,
you know,
all that goes on the Atlas is a big thing. Like you've got these options now for how to integrate things, which as exciting as this is to play now, I'm excited for the future of this as well, because it seems like
Could be a lot more.
it's much easier to see.
I mean,
how it expands.
we designed.
I'm not sure what the next one is going to be, but I really like. I'm interested to see because I think they said Blight was on their radar for bringing into PoE 2. I am very excited to kind of see like what that will look like.
More than the masters that we're even putting in here, we just didn't get time to do them.
Yeah.
Like we had some ideas there.
This towers still kind of exist scattered around, and does the Grand Project still exist as the way to kind of like teleport after you've done a tower?
It does. How does that work now? It works some way. There's a bit of a change.
It works
Not to
somehow.
like nerf it. It's just like there's a way about how it needs to work that I can't remember the exact specifics of. But yes, ultimately, yes, it does.
Excellent. Okay. Have you guys ever considered like just making towers work like that in general? I kind of love that thing.
Maybe.
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 The cheeky
Might help with
smile
some of
from
the
Mark.
discussions around. I know you're a big fan of like having a nice variety in the Atlas, and certainly it's going to be a lot of that because if you're doing like one of those breach areas, you're going to be like doing a variety of maps in them. But for some people, they want to just avoid certain layouts ultimately if they can. And so in a way, like you can path around maps a lot of the time.
Avoiding swamps.
And I guess the Grand Project is one of those ways that you can kind of dodge those things too. So something worth considering. Has there been any look at layouts for maps for like unliked layouts?
There's
perhaps?
always some of that work that's been done. I'm not entirely sure how much of it there's here, but there's definitely some. There's also a bunch of new maps, just new maps in the pool as well.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, like, but yeah, there's always work on layout stuff, and they address that stuff typically. Just like the level design team just tends to sort of address that sort of stuff.
Just always
like over
happening in the
time, like
background?
just happening in the background. They're just adjusting things. But that being said, I don't want people to believe that we're just going to devolve into just like every map is just a simple layout without any like resistance at all. It doesn't need to on
designs or
some
anything
level
like
be
that.
some maps that are just like have like. Maps should have some level of identity, and like I wouldn't want to just erase it all and just turn it into a pile
All
of slop,
gorgeous, all
you know?
day.
Exactly, you know what I mean? So like, I don't want people to think that it's like, oh yeah, everything will eventually just become like a
Everything
freaking
is
circle
like
or something.
beach or forest.
You know, like you do want to have some level of interest.
You want some interaction with some maps are better with certain leagues than others,
Yeah,
and
that kind
others,
of thing.
you know, different things like that. So
Like
yeah,
the close, I dislike the close quarter maps, specifically with breach, because then it can be really hard sometimes to get to enemies to be able to stabilize the breaches. But those types of maps for something like Blight are really good because then, you know, it focuses all of the different directions enemies can come from, makes building your towers and positioning way easier, that kind of thing.
Obviously, if there's maps that are just like nobody likes, like not a single person is ever keen to run ever, you know, then we might want to consider changing that.
Well, you did get rid of the slow levers in Augury, so thanks to that.
Yeah, for sure.
Rogue Exiles are a fun idea, and there's some cool things for them here where you've got this like nemesis system where they can come back and hunt you down. It's the patent's expired on that. It's okay, we're safe. But have Exiles been made more substantial in general? Because they kind of pushovers, like
yeah.
to make that a bit juicier.
Just, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I'm glad because I was like very excited for them, but they were
know
like,
he's,
oh, they're
like,
kind of lame.
Trying
So
not
that's
to
good
say when
hear.
that smile comes
Co-op
up.
progression, I had like grim expectations for how co-op progression would work with this, but you've reassured me that it seems like co-op works well here.
So the way that it works basically is that for the fixed part of the Atlas, when you complete a map that would give you something like a passive point or something like that. It actually completes it for everyone.
That's
and
really
because the
nice.
layout is fixed for the parts of the atlas that are important for quest stuff, it means that, yeah, effectively you can all progress and co-op the atlases at the same time. So you don't have to worry about that part.
nice.
But as soon as you're in the infinite farm area, now you're effectively working on your own atlases just like how you were before. So
Which is
yeah,
fair.
like,
Some don't, and I'll give some examples because so the general just random map that gives gives a passive point. Yep,
Yep.
it completes for everyone. Now, if that's disconnected, like let's say I've been mapping and you join me on day 2, and now I'm just completing maps, you will have a disconnected set of completed maps. You
Right.
cannot path from those. They have to be connected to your home
Okay.
to be a path. So you still got
I
a path
see.
there, right? But
you have
they
to
are
get
completed
to
for
them.
you.
Oh, interesting.
So once you
Wow.
connect it up, you can
Gotcha.
skip over them. But the other thing is that let's say you get to the Delirium tree, you get to the hub, you do some of the maps with Delirium, those will complete in multiplayer. But then you get to the Grand Mirror. That one does not complete in multiplayer because it applies a thing to your atlas that, if it were to just complete, would rob one of those players out of some sort of either quest or
okay,
meta
yeah.
progression, which
Yeah.
ultimately yields a reward.
sense.
So some maps shouldn't complete in multiplayer because then you have to split up, you have to run them each in your own, and then you apply your
Split the
own miss to your
rewards.
own atlas. And then you can run all those, and those will complete together.
Well, the flip side of that is that the entire party gets to go around and do everyone's pinnacle boss, I suppose, at that point.
Correct. Yes.
That's good.
Yeah.
So yeah, some do, some don't. We're just
but
really
but almost all do. Like it's just a few
it's-
cases where we needed to
it's
make sure.
judgment calls where we don't want to rob you out of rewards, right?
Yeah.
Like because you happen to be playing.
So generally, they always do, but there are specific situations where one or more players would be robbed out of something. They made it so that you have to run them with each person.
In a group, and you're like,
Which is
damn it,
fair.
we should have split up, or I should have left the instance before you did that so that I got it twice. We're trying to make it that's not just stealing loot from you.
We've got some kind of rapid fire random chat questions here mixed in. Some people have been asking about like the portals for maps. So like the portal restriction, 1 portal for 6 modifier maps. Is that something you're like looking at or reevaluating, or how do you feel about that? The change now at this point?
There was some discussion with it.
I think we now have it be -1 portal per 2 modifiers.
Oh, what's
No,
the?
but wasn't there something where the tablets did something as well?
Oh my god, I don't
I
remember.
can't remember. There was some change here.
Oh, this is actually. Yeah, I wasn't expecting.
There was a change here. I just
We've changed some stuff, but the whole thing of like we don't want you to run 5 mod maps all the time because like just of an happenstance of dying. Like we've done some stuff around this. Maybe we undid that though because now we have like Atlas nodes and the master for additional
there was
revives.
something. Yeah, there was something about that though. I feel like we did something in. There is an Atlas node that gives you an extra.
We have the master for an extra revive.
Oh, the master does it. Okay, right.
Okay.
There was something here. I just don't quite remember.
some
We
ways
have
of giving
one
you
that
that
removes all the revives.
That's
and
often what's
gives you a
mentioned
bit
is
of
like
bonus.
people are like 1 portal just feels like, oh man, like some BS gets me, and I'm like,
we are doing things around it. I just can't remember exactly which decision we landed on, but we did show it. We did show. Well, at least,
like a note or something, was there?
I don't know if we put it in here, but on the
okay.
I think on the website when you're looking at the announcement page, there's
Well, they'll show
there's a
it.
few nodes
They'll
on there.
have it in
and
the
one of them is an
patch
additional
notes, so-
revive.
Oh, great. So, there's some stuff
So
to
it's
check
like
out
you
there.
could at least turn that on if you're running a certain class. But I think we have some ways to do this now. But I can't remember how much we baked into the inherent behavior versus just putting via the tree and or masters because we went through like 5 iterations here.
Yep. There's a question for Ascendancy trials. So I guess there's 2 questions here. One is Trial of the Ancestors, or the third mystery.
The third one's not in this expansion.
No, but
It's a little bit too much content to.
Fair enough.
But I
though.
assume that's one of those
Yeah.
things that you want to have absolutely in and good for launch. And I guess the second question is the existing ones. Is there any kind of plans to improve them?
We
and
do want to
overhaul them
improve
some
them.
way?
They're not good enough.
Right.
But
They're not
we didn't
launching
get
any.
time this time.
That's
Like
fair.
there's a lot that needs to happen.
But all 3 of those.
I
are
mean,
on the
again, it
cards
was
for
endgame focused,
before
so-
0. Before 1.0 or
Should
1.1. Yeah.
be. But look, I wouldn't want anything. Put it this
TM.
way: anything that's in the game right now, I don't want anything that's in the game to be bad at 1.0. So certainly, I would want to fix those other 2 trials before we get to 1.0.
Nice.
The third one, I want to get it in for 1.0. We'll have to see how that goes.
I would say that's a coin flip.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
gonna, there's quite a lot to do
So
there.
don't
to make
count
it
on
happen.
it, but it could
Doing
be.
that would compromise something else. It would, 100%, and I don't think we will.
Fingers crossed for you. I'm very excited to see
Yeah.
this mystery
But
third
that-
trial.
Might be afterwards, but like
fair.
it's really hard to say. Of course, it just depends. See how things go. But the other 2, we had a plan for. We were like, oh, we're going to fix everything in the end game, and those 2 were on our cards as well. because technically we want to improve the in-game farmability of them as well.
In,
and a
in
bunch of stuff.
particular, they're not really they're not something players really play in the in-game that much. We want to improve that. Like we want to get that to be a thing that's like a viable league, as it were.
Yeah, you want it to stand alongside these other in-game mechanics.
Exactly.
We wanted to do the core Atlas stuff first, and then so because we were like, okay, we can't do this and this and this and this, and we did that, and then the and this kind of tapered off, and those were two things we're like, let's do those in a separate patch, a separate time, and give them the justice.
You might have tried to do too much at once here, but you guys seem to like doing that anyway. One kind of fun topic for us here is bosses. I cannot overlook bosses. Always one of my favorite things, and you guys are getting a little bit cracked with bosses. They're getting crazier and crazier.
Yeah, like
I've
the
seen like a
Delirium
bit more than I think what was teased in some of these boss fights, and they're unhinged. So I guess my first question is, who is each of your favorite of the new bosses? Because there's 15 new bosses or something.
I mean, I reckon just conceptually that the one that's the ritual one,
the big freaky Bodak.
The Bodak under the ground is just like really cool. The light, like just with the darkness and the like,
the beams on that thing.
Just and it's just like it's just really cool. Just like conceptually, as I said, like with the way that I mean, I don't know how much to spoil about that, but like the way that you bring in some entities to help you with that, and like it reveals the playing with the mechanic of the light and all that sort of stuff. Like it's just pretty cool.
The tale of light versus darkness.
Exactly. So that's just a really cool one.
Yeah. Favorite. I never pick favorites. They're all.
You must pick a favorite of your children. Go on. Which child do you love more than the
Miller?
Miller.
I mean, that Delirium boss is.
I mean, it's good. Finally, having the is that spoilery?
Go on.
It's good having the strange voice has a thing now. You know what I mean? Okay. He's not so strange after all. Or he's more strange, I guess. One of the two. Anyway, but like it's nice that from a Delirium's been
we did see that. I glimpsed it a bit. I don't know if I said anything. But when they were showing Delirium and they were showing like his full body with the crystalline like carved face, there was a character below him with like red eyes. And I don't remember if I've seen them before. Let me find it really quick here. I don't remember exactly.
There are also
I think it was in the Delirium section. Where was that?
We have a new Pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items and a massively upgraded Atlas tree just for Delirium. But there's still a lot more to come, so let's talk about Breach next. When you first do a Breach in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame, an ancient order of monks dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from...
Might have been when they were going over it.
Life. Instead of the normal restriction of just one per type. But what makes this cool? A trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it and find the Turn of the Ancients.
Shoot.
Today, we're
a little
tabs.
No, I can't remember where it was.
In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm. Consuming the fruit at some
maybe it was
allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge.
Okay, not this one.
So, that's the new storyline of Delirium, as you can see. But one story, Grand Mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the Grand Mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fight will be available in the questline version.
Oh, here.
We'll show some of those.
Oh, sorry, it's Blue Eyes. Yeah, this character here. So I don't think that was...
The fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline.
Well, maybe it was his character. Player character.
We'll show some of those later.
Interesting.
After doing a grand
Wasn't sure.
we won for so long. So it's like, holy, it's been this long till we got, you know, a new pinnacle.
Oh, well, the other thing too is, like, I don't know if he thinks about this. This is the first time I think they've ever confirmed the name and tied it directly who was the Whisperer.
Out of Delirium. But in the same sense, so is Ritual. And honestly, it doesn't really have any of the way of bosses in anything really so much. And at some point, King and the Mist became it, but that honestly wasn't. You know, that came with the Affliction League, and you know, so it's like this.
He's just a little guy.
It's just interesting, finally getting some new capstones to some of these stories that have been around for like a decade.
Yeah, I love the lore,
which I think is real
additions.
cool.
I'm
And
very
honestly,
interested
it's
to see all the
just nice
dialogue.
to be able to like the King in the Mist. Come on, you fight him in Act 1.
I know he went from being like a pinnacle boss to a campaign
yeah.
boss. Now it's so good
on.
'cause
Like-
your bar has elevated that much.
And then you get it
like-
again, and you're like Pinnacle of Ritual, and it's King in the Mist again. And didn't they kill this guy in the first act? Of
He's a side boss.
He's got a new skill. You know, it's like it's just not good enough at all. Obviously, it's more than I'm underselling it, but it is clearly just not good enough. And so yes, I wanted to be more, you know, ancient with it, more, you know, primordial with it, like things that are just beyond your comprehension of power, and just like holy, we're on a
A couple of them look a bit mind bending in that regard, which is
but not also just like you know, OP human, you know, those are cool. You know, like technically Tang Mizu is just a OP human. You know, and there's such a cool little storyline there. And
Wait. I don't remember that. Jonathan was like side-eyeing him a little bit too. I don't know if that was meant to be something he was saying. I don't remember the whole story of Tengmazu, so
you know, people, I can't wait for people to like see that, because there's actually a cool story link between Ritual and Delirium. Not that mechanically they're
It's
overlapped,
interesting, yeah.
and you get to see.
well, yeah, we saw that too because the Bodak skull was in the Delirium encounter there. It was the same head.
You know, some of the origins of how he came to be who he is, and you know, you might feel a little bit sympathetic for him, or you're just like, nah, I don't like you. You just make me see crazy demons and stuff. Or maybe you're like, I love that you make me see crazy demons and stuff. I don't know, but I just love all of that. Like, I like that we're finally
Interlacing
putting a bow
the
on some of these
story.
things, finally getting to the end of these. Well, I wouldn't even say it's the end, right? Like, it could be the beginning of something new as well. Like, that's the whole point. Is but
something you'd be a bit more proud of. Absolutely.
100%. It's like, oh, it's a bit sad that just that Olroth guy, that, you know, who as a character is cool, but as a, you know, boss fight, it's just, it was clearly just a rip from PoE 1, and, you know, it's like, here's this new thing in PoE 2 with this new epic new how we make bosses has obviously evolved over so long, and we're just taking this thing from several years ago, and it's just the pinnacle. And sure, we redid the effects and gave it a fresh coat of paint, but it's just not the justice they deserved. And so
Yeah, that's. I would love like a mini documentary, honestly, on like the process of how you make a boss now. Like, how does it actually go? Like, how do you get from like the original concept or whatever to the boss now that has like 40 skills and is crazy?
there's kind of a few ways. Sometimes where it can be driven from 3 points. One can just be purely like narrative. Let's see what we can come up with. Like the campaign is
those
way
ones
more
I like the best, I
narratively
think.
driven design of bosses.
Like
we
GNR.
kind of know who is going to be the final boss and story before we develop the boss, and thus then it goes to concept and through the art pipeline. That's probably a more standard pipeline. But honestly, I would say a good half the bosses, and for example, and you're not going to know this, and it almost undersells it in a way, but the Expedition Pinnacle boss, like the Runes of Eldur Pinnacle boss, right? That, which some people saw some silhouettes of and whatnot, but that thing is like this giant, massive, horrific creature that's just like, you know, resembling a spider. And you know, that was initially just a random mini boss in Act 5 that we were going to do.
Yeah.
And the area kind of evolved to the point where that boss didn't fit anymore. And so we were like,
Well, when we're
All
whenever
right,
we're-
let's.
whenever we're looking at the we're doing league design, we're often looking at some of the assets that we've got around, and then like it can actually inspire design for some of the stories as well.
Yeah, you like
That's
look at this
cool.
cool
So we
thing
sort of
over
look at
there.
this thing, we're like, oh man, like what if we looked at the mix between
Reuse
what
it
if
later.
Verisium and Corruption were to come together and mix, and like what that would sort of result in. Like you see this thing, oh maybe that could be, and then once you've got that, you're like, okay, maybe if we change this model to kind of be more in line with that, we can then like like look at this and be like, okay, like and sort of create something. So having those constraints when you're designing a story, and then like seeing like some other stuff can actually really inspire
can
quite a lot of
fit in
creativity
where it
as far as
wasn't
like designing the
supposed to.
storyline as well is concerned.
You go back and we're like, you know, like. Partly, it's also like it's too epic for this just random Act 5 area, and in between. You know, it's not a key story boss. I guess is what I'd
Yeah.
call it. And not that those shouldn't be epic, but then you take it and you're like, all right, let's make the limbs out of Verisium. Let's add this. Let's add this. Add some magical power. We can do this blue glow here. Add some more
Some little
flesh.
atomic breath.
And by the way, and then we tell the modelers like, by the way, we're going to 3x the scale of it, and they're like, oh geez, the resolution of the textures might not hold up. So they're like, you know, there's all kinds of stuff like that where we have to do, and then all of a sudden you've got this like, and obviously when you make something that big, you have to, if it's already animated, you probably have to reanimate it, right? Because
Yeah.
the way it will move needs to be different.
Big things move
Yeah,
slow.
correct. Especially if you want some telegraphing that matters. So, you know, it helps. But honestly, the way it comes about can just be honestly just out of nowhere. You just have this thing and you take it from somewhere else. You have the narrative driven. And other times you just have like, I mean, our artists are just working on stuff. Like, normally we're very, very reactive to player demand for what they want from mechanics and balance and stuff like that. We try to be. And so we don't generally design leagues significantly ahead, right? And generally, honestly, we do not know the next league. Just, we've said this many times before. We do not know it. So, but obviously you need time for the artist to produce all that art. And
Yeah.
so they're just making stuff.
They're just in there making cool stuff.
They're just
And then
making
they kinda
lots
pick
and
through
lots
them.
of cool stuff. And
that's
it can
awesome.
be sometimes we have a mechanic we want and we want art to support
what
it. So we look
fits
through our
that?
library of just
You got like a
ruckus.
catalog to it.
And we find something that fits. Or
Yeah.
sometimes we're like, damn, we're like struggling to come up with a theme for a league here. We look through and we're like, oh, what do we do all this, and this is the boss and this is that. And then we just piece some stuff together, bit of retexturing, maybe some, you know, and it just can come together in that regard as well. And so we have this just insane backlog library of art constantly being made for stuff that we don't necessarily know. And sometimes they
really
give
cool.
some direction. Like, for example, I know, and Jonathan's mentioned it, we are going to do Delve again at some point, right? So that's as soon as I hear that, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna tell the, you know, concept artists, the character artists, and sometimes even the environment artists. It's just like, we are going to do this at some point. Make sure it's there. Make sure we're experimenting and thinking about what does it
what
look like.
cool
Who
things
is
we could
now
do
all of
for
the
it.
Crystal Knight, or maybe his friends, or his siblings, or his father, or his, you know, you just start expanding and just let them start coming up
The
with
whole
the real
family
epic
tree.
stuff, and then it's like, what does the underground now look like? Are we still, you know, they might want to experiment with things that's like, do we want to change how Azurite is represented, because it might just look like Verisium now, and you know,
That's
stuff like
fair.
that. So
Yeah.
we kind of have just stuff like that going, where it's sometimes directed, sometimes completely undirected, just going constantly. And it just allows us to just really quickly then just grab some stuff out of the hat and chuck it in and start, you know, assign it to either a mechanic or a theme, and just unify those three threads, which is the art, the mechanics, and the narrative, which, yeah, either can come first is kind of the thing. Either could be the chicken or the egg, and,
That's really cool.
you know, it's kind of
It's interesting
awesome,
to
and
hear
it
that they
allows
start
us
with
to
the
just be
art,
like
not
real
the story.
fast.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you guys are absolutely cooking with this. Can't wait to check some of it out. We do unfortunately have to wait a little while, but I suppose you might have a few teasers and things like that for us over the next couple of weeks to help make things worse, maybe, while we agonize over this wait. But very much looking forward to it. Thank you both for the extended amount of time for a very
problem.
large Q&A.
Yeah.
It's been a good one.
Appreciate it.
Flew by.
Yeah.
Flew by. It was good stuff. I enjoyed
Our
this
first
discussion.
intermission. Lots of,
Yeah, first intermission. Woohoo!
Nah,
What
real
for a
cool.
league, right?
Very excited.
That was very nice. Let me just check here really quick. See if there's anything new that they posted since last night. No, it's just the hand cannon. Okay. Wow. Let's jump back over here. But yeah, there is a ton of new stuff. Really looking forward to it. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I took a lot of notes. We'll go over them a bit later. But I'm tempted to try the companion build with the crossbows. I'm not sure yet, because a lot of the mechanics look very rippy and a lot very scary. So we'll see what we come up with. But thank you guys so much again for joining me today. I did not expect it was going to take this long, so unfortunately we only have about under a half hour, so we are going to cut it here. Tomorrow we're going to be doing XCOM, so hopefully you join me there for that. Thanks again. Incredible developments with all this stuff. Like, the changes are incredible. I am so looking forward to jumping in on this. We will be going over the patch notes on the 21st, I believe they said. So if you're looking forward to that, I'll be doing that. But again, thank you guys so much for hanging out, having a good time going through all this information. There was a lot. I don't blame you. If you're a little frazzled, my brain's a little frazzled trying to remember it all. I am very glad I took notes on a lot of the stuff. So yeah, we'll probably talk about some of the notes probably tomorrow as we play, just to, you know, discuss and see what kind of builds and stuff we want to do. But yeah, if I don't see you tomorrow, hopefully you have a great rest of your week. And as always, thank you for joining me today. And I hope the rest of it goes well, whether it be morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on your time zone. So thanks again. See you next time.